Hello everybody, welcome. I hope we're all doing good. I'm kind of triggering this stream on a bit of a whim here. Also, I've changed some stuff with how I stream and what I'm doing here. So, we'll see how it goes. Give me 1 second here, let me just tell people in Discord. I haven't told people in Discord that there's a stream for ages. I hope people aren't too disappointed that this isn't 5.5 right now. Okay. The reason it's not what's wrong with the title? Wait, what's going on with the title to the stream? Finalizing my Mesmer and collecting my legendary amulet, isn't that right? Or maybe I got that wrong somehow or somewhere. Did I spell finalizing wrong? I don't think I did. I think we're all good, right? So yeah, hello Turtle Moji, Magusi, Ugron Feathers. Alright, so let me just explain. So basically, I was going to do 5.5 today, but my understanding is that it's quite a long Final Fantasy patch. Yesterday I actually just kind of took off. It was a Sunday. And I just felt like it was probably appropriate to take the day off. But I kind of didn't. I recorded and made a video in the morning yesterday. It's a video on... it's a new player guide on just attributes and stat combos. And after I recorded it, it was like half... It's one of those weird things, right? Where sometimes I'll make a video and the topic is really basic. There's not that much information to give. But I still think the video is important. It's quite rare that that happens. But when that does happen, I'm always in this place where I'm like, okay, I'm not confident with the short video. It could just end up really short, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel weird about it. So as I'm recording, and I don't really cognitively realize I'm doing it at the time, but I tend to round out my comments as much as possible and try to be as clear as possible. So what I ended up with was I've got a video, and I kind of want to produce it. I kind of want to put it on YouTube. Where it's just telling people, okay, here's what attributes are and do, here's how I prioritize them, and here's what, like, Berserker means, here's what Nomad means, here's what Shaman means, here's what Settlers means. I think that that's a really important video just to have, all in one place, very clear, laid out for new players. And I kind of think it would be a benefit to the playlist, but I feel, like, really bad about it, because it's, like, it's a long time of watching for very, very little information in the end. So I don't know, I just felt weird about it. Did I get the rainbow amulet? What do you mean? I just started the stream, and the stream is titled that I'm going to be getting it, so... Oh, you might think that I'm talking about the World vs. World one, maybe? So anyway, it's like a half-an-hour video, and I'm like, fuck, man, like, this is just... I can't imagine any of my normal audience watching it and not being bored to tears, basically. So, that was yesterday, and I just thought, fuck it, I'm not editing this at the moment. And I sort of chilled out. So anyway, today I'm going to show you a little bit of what I've been doing in Guild Wars. This might be a bit of a shorter stream, and since it's a shorter stream, I can't do the final patch of Final Fantasy. For people that don't know, I'm at the very edge of the huge new hype of the expansion. I'm like, it's the equivalent of like Siren's Landing or Dragonfall or whatever. It's a huge patch, and yeah, I'm not going to try and squeeze it out between now and like 9 o'clock or whatever. Right, so the other thing I'm doing is I'm actually recording in full screen now, so let's see what happens when I click Guild Wars 2 here. Alright, it worked. Okay, so we're not even in a window or anything, we're straight up full screen. I've turned off NVIDIA shadow play and stuff. I'm trying to do everything now through OBS, which hopefully will be a little bit better. So I'm going to be playing largely on my Mesmer today, and I'll show you a little bit about the build that I'm going to recommend in my next build video. But let's just quickly open up onto Liss here. Now, I want to do that because I've got a cleaner inventory, basically. So, I say I took the day off yesterday or whatever. I did still, however, play a shit ton of Guild Wars. Sorry, that's going to be really loud. Oh, maybe it's not that loud, actually. The reason I'm standing here in healing stuff is because I did a strike mission yesterday. So this is a fucking arcane support hero. And of course you spawn in and instantly get attacked because it's Guild Wars, right? You're not allowed to look away for a second. I'm pretty sure this is the... I'm pretty sure this is the fastest one. Maybe air would have been... Maybe. Really? Yes, 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 I know that it was too loud. I said that. I guess you didn't hear me saying that, but I said it was too loud, and I said that I couldn't alt-tab because I was in a fight, and I couldn't get out of the fight, otherwise I would have died, and I'm on full screen, so I had to wait. I understand that you could barely hear me. Alright, hello. Waldir, dude, thank you. Thanks for the sub, man. It's good to see you. We also have a first-time chatter, Akagamite35. The volume should be good now, right, guys? I suppose I could have turned it down just fucking in-game. But hey. Alright, so, let me just quickly clean up Lit. Oh, no, Lit is clean. Oh, no, she's half clean. So, yeah, I did those strike missions that give you... What? Holy fuck, I'm burning to death on that torch. That's hilarious. I did those strike missions that give you... clovers. So, as you can see here, I got another 14. I honestly don't have many... since I stopped World versus Worlding and since I stopped PvPing, this is the thing I feel the pain of more than anything else, losing out on clovers. But hey, does mean I get a lot more time for the rest of my life. So time I can spend in games like Halo, right? Let's salvage these down as well. See if we get a little bit lucky with Ecto. We got alright. And I guess I'll sell the Nika's pauldrons. Maybe actually, isn't this strength runes? No, infiltration. No way. I always tend to think immediately that named sets are strength runes. And they're totally not. I don't know why I have that in my head. I think I probably have that in my head because doesn't Ogden armor have strength runes in it or something like that maybe? But okay, all right. So yeah, she's clean. Let's go over to my Mesmer then, who I spent a good deal of time playing. So what I think I'm going to recommend is a double staff Mirage variant. Now there are 2 takes on it though, and I don't know which one to consider the default take. So. This is essentially the damaging take of it, okay? This is a very, very simple playstyle, very robust, very strong. And it will get you through the whole game. And it will get you through the whole game at reasonable speed as well. Like, that was a veteran there, and we can handily deal with them. So, I quite like this variation. But, under, like, really heavy pressure, this is a little bit too squishy for my liking. And there's a trade you can make for quite a lot of damage that basically makes you immortal and with a more annoying play style. So that's what I'm not too sure about really. And we'll run in on that in just a second. Let's clean her up now as well because she's been begging for it for ages. Believe it or not, this is actually cleaner than the last time you saw it because I got rid of a bunch of the weird, like, extra World versus World stuff that totally wasn't required. And a huge amount of these are just consumables at the moment. So let's just run through these. Let's type cons. Let's do these. Actually, do you know what, guys? To tell you the God's honest truth, I don't really want to stream in full screen. I want to stream in windowed full screen. The reason I want to do that is because I want to alt-tab to the wiki and, like, look at event timers and stuff. So, yeah, there's a few events that I want to do. One of them is here on this map. I assume I need to defend Jorah's Keep. For the legendary amulet, so we're standing in the right place right now, and the event should be up fairly soon. If you guys want to play with me, I'm on NA right now, and anyone's welcome to join. Just come in game and type /squad join list. I'll put it in chat for you guys. If you just copy paste that into your in-game chat box, you'll be able to play with me, as long as you're NA, that is. So yeah, let's clean this out. Cons. No, I don't want to go too crazy with the chat, mate. Okay, so that's a lot of karma right there. 50k karma. More karma, more karma, more karma. God, this year where they basically haven't added any major real patches just means that my karma has started stacking and stacking and stacking again. It's a lot like when Season 3 ended, you know, and we all had crazy amounts of karma, but they added all those Orion backpacks, which sunk it all away. Well, what are we going to do now? I mean, Jesus. End of Dragons had better have some good ones. I can tell you that much. Sentient Root, that's also a thing. Light of Deldrimore Plate, top half. That's, again, because I've been looking into... I did the Wrathbringer in Thunderhead, which was one of the required things for the amulet, so... Get all these Palawan phylacteries. Not even sure what those are from, to be honest. Just eat the coffee randomly, I suppose. Okay, what about unidentified gear here? Let's open our bank. Actually, it might just be The unidentified gears, all right. So it's all wild versus wild items at the top, largely. By the way, has anyone got a good sense of what I can do with my Eternal Ice? Because I wasted a ton of money buying, because there's a bag, you know, the boreal keg thing that you can do. I thought, oh, I can spend my ice on that, but it's still ludicrously expensive. And then as for the rest of the things for sale, it's just trading into like Season 3 stuff, right? Maybe the restored stuff takes a lot, but I don't know, man. It doesn't look too good to me. There's like nothing that really... Like, you can't trade it into T5s. Mistborn motes and trophy shipments. Yeah, see, I was thinking, is the way to get value to trade them into Season 3 along with Karma, and then the Season 3 ones trade for the trophies? You got to go that long fucking way. But I mean, I've got so many. If you even do a little bit of strike missions, if the strike mission bug ever catches you, and I do genuinely think strike missions are pretty good and addicting. I mean, they're not hard, right? They don't really push back. They don't engage you that much. But they're reasonably fun, and they're addicting, right? In their bite-sized format, which is one of the reasons I think it's going to be a good idea to move to that through End of Dragons. But if you ever do that, you're just going to get swarmed with those goddamn things. They're everywhere. What mistake am I making here? Oh, I need a repair hammer first. Chili from the char map still useless? And then people saying yes. Wait, hold on. Are you guys saying yes to the chili question or to my question about the materials, the trophies and the materials? Valen says delete them. Hi WP, I hope you're doing well. You just watched my Tempest video on YouTube after return to the game. Do I prefer the dagger over scepter? For PvE, I do prefer dagger over scepter, yeah. First of all, that's a celerity sigil build. And you can use Shocking Aura to proc it, which is more satisfying than what you really find on Scepter, which doesn't have that hard CC opportunity there. Also, the AoE just comes easier and is more fun to me on Dagger. You can obviously AoE in a great number of ways on Scepter, but it's more... I don't know, Dagger is like more of a consistent thrub of damage, while Scepter is more spiky, you know? You spike with the Dragon's Tooth, you spike with the Phoenix, and then if you're doing like the consistent pressure in air, it's easier to like PB AoE Lightning Whip than it is to use like the air auto attack, where you're going to create a lightning beam as like and travel it between people and stuff. I generally just don't like... Basically, it's that Guild Wars thing where a lot of ranged playstyles don't feel that great, because in regular PvE, enemies are going to run into you anyway, you know? Guild Wars 2, there's a lot of things going on with Guild Wars, but one of the main things you should take note of is most enemies walk up to you and fight you. It's very rare to be fighting an enemy that's pure range. Like this wolf here. So if I was on Scepter right now, I wouldn't really be getting value out of the budget that Scepter spends on being a ranged weapon. But Dagger, you get all the value out of it, if that makes sense, you know. There's just like little things about that. That's why I don't like Staff too much, you know, as well, to the same degree. I don't know, I could get into a whole fucking conversation about what it means to range in open world PvE and how bad Guild Wars is for not delivering that fantasy well enough, but anyway, yeah, so I prefer Dagger. Also, Dagger has like the movement abilities, and they feel good, you know. That's one of the things Guild Wars does best, abilities that like travel you and whatever. And you guys got to remember, when I first started playing Guild Wars, my absolute favorite build was Dagger Ellie. Everything I did on Guild Wars was Dagger Ellie. For ages and ages and ages and ages and ages and ages, Dagger was all I did. To me, it's like the default fun playstyle, not just on Ellie, but the game. Like, I remember playing a ton of that even in the betas. Then the game itself launched, and I made this character, this Mesmer, and I remembered the Mesmer felt awful to play compared to Dagger Ellie. I remember having so much fun on my Ellie at every moment, all the achievement swapping and the activeness of it, and then Mesmer just felt awful. I only made it as far as like Kessex Hills. I did all the human maps, and then I sort of went to Kessex, and by the time I hit Kessex, I swapped back to an Ellie. That's when I made Liss. It was like day 3. It was like the last day of the head start. I made my Elementalist again, just so I could go back to Dagger. Anyway, so yeah, and I think Warhorns, obviously Dagger offhand's great. I do like Ride the Lightning a lot. I miss Dagger offhand. You know, I don't say Warhorn lightly, but Warhorn is fucking awesome for like Sand Squall on that build is just the coolest, most fun feeling thing, you know. I love the little flow of watching when you see the quickness pop on, and then you proc it again yourself with a CC, or you see it refresh because of the raid sigil, and then just putting the Sand Squall up straight away and just seeing it just feels really good. I love Warhorn. I think it's a very, very, very fun weapon. The only achievement the Warhorn feels a bit rough in is Water achievement to me. But even then, you get a bit of break bar damage or whatever, so whatever. Yeah, Ride the Lightning's freaking fun. Ride the Lightning is awesome. You guys might not know this, but Ride the Lightning is a reference to a Guild Wars 1 Ellie skill as well, where back then it was like a conventional shadow step. If you want to see the difference between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, I think the difference between the Ride the Lightning and the 2 game perfectly encapsulates all the ways in which the sequel improved, like in terms of telegraphs and animations and like sophistication of how skills can operate. It's like Guild Wars 1 was trying to grasp at an idea. Guild Wars 2 actually executed the idea, you know. It's very cool. I also have a little theory that the Elementalist skill, the Elementalist cantrip teleport was an early implementation of Ride the Lightning in early days for Guild Wars 2 dev. And they just sort of kept it around even after they found a better version of it with the real Ride the Lightning. Right, so yeah, let's talk a little bit about the build here. So this is more of a DPS-y type thing. It hits all the bars that my builds did in the previous series. Last time, obviously, I was recommending Chrono and I was recommending Power. There's been a lot of buffs over the past 2 years since then that just hyper-accelerated this build. There's Alacrity on staff now. The projectiles move faster. Torment is more valuable because they've reversed its win condition. So this guy, for example, would be taking big damage from Torment, especially like when you break his break bar. Confusion has had a balance as well. The damage split used to be different, the passive damage versus the active damage. The passive damage is now way higher. So all of the stuff that this basically hits and does is way stronger now. And double staff Mirage was always good. Now there is kind of a question of, do you need to do double staff? And that I'm kind of still wondering about. Because it's not really necessary. I kind of like the idea of putting a more healthy, normal weapon set on the other set. But anyway, I mean, it's a very boring playstyle. It's a very simple playstyle. You got to remember, what I'm calibrating these builds for are people who like... Look, I've got nothing against actually using your brain in Guild Wars. I've got nothing against actually thinking, actually being entertained. But the fact is that most of Guild Wars 2's regular gaming experience doesn't meet that standard. Most of it's just a fluffy-looking loop pinata, you know. So I would rather listen to a podcast, or I would rather, you know, watch something on YouTube on the other screen or whatever. Or I would rather very new players have something really strong baseline that they can deal with and not get too frustrated. So those are kind of my motivations for recommending builds like this, which are extremely simple. This is basically dodge one, dodge one, dodge one. All you need to do is consider Chaos Armor in point blank. Even Chaos Armor got a buff, right? Even Chaos Armor is really good here now. So, another advantage to this build is you can run it Vipers. You're looking at me on Vipers right now. And it's not actually that you get that much value out of the power and precision from the Vipers. Trailblazers would probably be my preferred. But by recommending Vipers, it gives people a really good, new players, a really good transition into other content forms, you know, where Vipers is going to be a best in slot. Jeez, that guy. This map is so ugly. I can hardly see anything. Look at this fire effect. Look at the wind. Is it just because of my FOV? I mean, honestly, I keep squinting my... Even this doesn't look much better. There's something about Guild Wars' like smoke effects and stuff like this that just looks so like messy and awful. Do you guys know what I mean? I don't know what it is about how these affect, but they appear everywhere in the game. Also, I feel like if this was an official ArenaNet stream right now, the bitrate would be low enough that this would look like a complete mess. And this is like what End of Dragon's Press would look like or something. And it really, I don't know, something about it. So yeah, there's basically nothing tricky about this build. The only like sneaky thing you can do is when you cry of frustration, you do want to be using this very regularly because you want to upkeep Vigor. Okay, because Vigor is worth loads of condition damage on this build. So what you can do is after you cry of frustration, you can sneak in another Shatter like before you start generating clones again. So that you can sneak in a Mind Rack, which will give you another 3 seconds of Vigor. The might won't matter, you'll have 25 might anyway. Or you can sneak in a little diversion. The Fury won't matter, but the CC might, because you'll have all the Fury anyway. So yeah, by the way, this is 25 might, Fury, And you might say, well, WP and alacrity. You might say, well, WP, where's your quickness? The interesting thing about this build is it doesn't even really need quickness. I mean, quickness would be of benefit to it, don't get me wrong. But because you're so interested in the ambush, you're actually gated on ambush quantity by endurance regeneration. So the quickness doesn't actually even, you know, you don't even have to struggle hard for quickness here. Like when you assess sigils that you want to run and stuff, quickness is not, you know, some crucial, like, cornerstone like you'd expect in a lot of other builds. You know, giving yourself quick, a big component of the damage of this build is you're going to have 3 clones out, all auto-attacking, and all their auto-attacks will bounce between the target and you, or you and themselves, or multiple enemies. You give yourself quickness, it doesn't really help much, you know. If I could squeeze Time Warp in to give all the clones quickness, now we'd be talking, right? But, I mean, the cooldowns are too long and so on. Actually, that's an interesting thought, to tell you the truth, because you do have a lot of alacrity, so I wonder how regularly... Hold on, which line is the glamour trait in? It's not chaos, is it? Is it chaos you get the glamour trait? No, this is manipulations. Is it? No, it is a glamour. I think it's in... Is it inspiration that gets glamours? See, my alternate version, there's a version of this that is basically immortal. I'll show you the difference in a second. The immortal version, I kind of want to recommend to people as the baseline version, because, I mean, you've got this situation. It's kind of like how I used to think about PvP, right? Where rather than just min-maxing for the sake of min-maxing, you want to think about the content itself, or in PvP it was like the matchups themselves. There's a point you can make which is like, okay, what's the strongest build? The build that can absolutely dunk certain matchups, but will be vulnerable to others? Or the one that has a generally okay time against as wide range as possible? Realistically, you want the wide ranger, right? Realistically. So it is true that this build is fine for basically all of the game. However, there are some places you might die. So, dare I recommend a build that would never die? And also still has a pretty easy time? That's the question. I think I'll recommend both in the video, which you might say is a bit of a cop-out. But I think I'll recommend both in the video. But what I think I'm going to do is decide on a default. Okay, this is the build. Here's an alternate version if you feel super comfortable. Or alternatively, this is the build. Here's an alternative version if you are struggling, right? So I just don't know which way around to deliver that to people right now. I'm doing really bad looking at chat at the moment. Sorry, guys. How long have we got left on this event? 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. Do I have guides on easy builds in my video? Yeah, I do. I have 9 of them right now. That were produced about 2 years ago, and they're starting to slip a little bit out of date, you know, just a little bit. You can watch those videos, and you can implement the builds, and you can see where there's slight changes, and just use your brain for half a second to make a swap if you wish to. I know that puts a lot of people off, though. I get a lot of comments of people saying, WP, this is out of date, can I get an update or whatever? And the one thing I don't really want to do with my time is constantly go in circles updating concepts that I've talked about before. But, so anyway, I'm now in the middle of producing a new generation of builds, which will be more up to date. And this is one of them that I'm talking about right now. Popdinam says this build has 2 varieties instead. What do you mean instead? That's exactly what I just described. Didn't I just describe that? Didn't I just describe doing a video where I show 2 varieties? You're obviously going to talk about one first and the other second. You're obviously going to prioritize one over the other. So the question is, which one do you declare the priority should be? You know, we haven't really answered that question by simply saying 2 varieties, have we? To be frank, you prefer WP's 100% comfy, easy to use. Well, here's the funny thing. This, the higher damage one, is the easier one to use. I'll show you guys. I'm sorry we're talking about this so much. I will show you as soon as this meta's over. This is the easier one to use. This is very, very simple because this is deceptive evasion, right? So I generate damage through dodges, basically, because I get clones through dodges. The other one has to trade deceptive evasion away. And you can still get shit tons of clone generation, but you have to think about it on the other version. So that's the thing. So I'm thinking actually this will be the baseline because this is the brain dead one. And the other one is the, you know, the more finessey one. You want to see players using our brains? You play Condi Scourge? No. Well, see, I haven't really given much thought about what I want to do for Necro this gen. I'm very curious about that at the moment. I could give you a Reaper build again, but I kind of want to do Scourge. And since the Torment update, how do you guys feel for open world PvE? There's probably, I mean, you could probably go a Viper Scourge with Torment runes. This is the other problem I've got at the moment, by the way. Torment runes. I'm recommending Torment runes, and I'm pretty sure they're going to get nerfed. They should get nerfed. For the health of the game, they should be nerfed. But the thing is, as soon as that rune set's gone, builds like this one are immediately going to struggle a little bit more. Like, I was playing a lot of Guild Wars last night, and I had a lot of really cool moments where you could see, like, right this second, well, not anymore because the guy's dead, but if you get in a little bit of an AoE situation, right, every clone is tormenting, right, and it all can cleave through 5 targets. It all procs torment runes, so you should see the regen you get. Like, the health yo-yoing back up, it's like super regen. It's fucking crazy how much health you get just from that one rune. And it's like, well, that's going to go away eventually. Or at least I should expect it to. I mean, I don't know. They never properly nerfed battle scars after all, did they, on the Rev, so. This is truly an awful environment. I can't believe how ugly this is. It also drags your frame rate as well. I mean, I get it's meant to look kind of chaotic and stuff. 1 minute left. The price of runes. That's a really good point too, dude. An acquisition method. Yeah. Well, look, dungeon runes, I don't really mind telling people about. I'm pretty sure I've recommended monk runes and stuff to people, and nightmare runes from Twilight Arbor. I mean, I actually think that's healthy. You know, because, look, here's a little sneaky truth. I don't really care about your enjoyment. I care more about your engagement with the game. I only care about you enjoying the game as much as I want the game to be successful and popular. That's the truth, all right? It's not like I'm everybody's friend and I've got their best will in my heart out of some vague sense of altruism. The truth is I just want the game to be popular and successful, and I want people to click with the game. So when it comes to like recommending nightmare runes for TA, I'm sort of alright doing that because, you know, it might annoy the person a bit, but then they might find a community playing that dungeon. Something else might click. They'll engage with it a bit longer. They'll give it more of a shot, you know. They'll remember the 5-man format, blah, 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 blah. There are things that spiral out of it. So I'm sort of alright with that, you know. I'm alright with recommending something that's a little bit not annoying if I believe it might ultimately cause you to like Guild Wars 2 in general more. So, I don't know. But, again, Torment Runes, what is their price at the moment? Let's see, shall we? Torment. Sorry. Superior Rune of Tormenting, it's called, I think. I think it's called Tormenting. 6 gold a pop. Yeah, that's rough, man. I don't know, that is rough. I remember these being OP for a very long time and not being that expensive. I guess people in general have caught on a bit more now. There, by the way, you saw my health going up a good amount there after I got chunked by that thing. Get the legendary runes easy. I mean, there is that too. I really don't like that whole situation in Guild Wars at the moment. I hate this thing where it's like skip doing anything, just get to legendary as soon as possible. And it's a good argument to make for people, you know. You can't really. It just looks to me broken from a product standpoint. I'm amazed that those runes are actually still that expensive, despite. I mean, I don't remember legendary runes being that hard compared to the rest. I'll tell you what, if I was a totally new player right now, I think I'd prioritize runes and sigils before a lot else. Am I crazy for that? Maybe I'm crazy for that. Probably just because I'm thinking about all the build crafting I've done and how much I swapped those fucking things. Imagine spending 6 gold a pop. You'd outpace the price of one of those runes or sigils in a matter of months. You know? And when you're talking about playing the game for like years, I guess that's the thing as well. A lot of people don't come into this thinking they're going to play it for years. you're a total new player, you'd prioritize getting to 80. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. Are there any good warrior builds I can use till I can get all hero points needed for Berserker? I think Valen, who's in chat, has a build series on exactly that topic. You might want to look at his channel. He might be able to point that out if he's still in chat. I think he did a series exactly on that. Or I know a few months ago he was testing that. Because, yeah, there is a concept for... Because what I'm doing aren't necessarily new player builds. They're just... I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. They're sort of middle of the road. But actual new player builds, there is that other side of it. It's like, okay, what's a build that's good with vanilla, with like launch stat sets? And what's a good build without any elite specializations? And what's a good build with cheap runes and cheap sigils? That's a starter build to me, you know? It's a very good concept for a series. That's like true new player stuff. That's like a build that you know you're going to leave after 20 hours or whatever. There you go. He said search leveling builds. He thinks I think he called them leveling builds. This guy used to be so good for Torment and no longer. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm really calling my new player builds. They're just builds that are good. Because I don't know, the language isn't good enough, is it really? The language is inaccurate. There's a lot of similarities between a true new player and like a lapsed player. Someone who just doesn't understand the meta, someone who doesn't understand buildcraft, all that kind of stuff. You know, you could have sunk in 300 hours in 2014 and just returned to the game with some currency, some resource. Also, I tend to be quite cynical about the audience makeup. I tend to feel like there aren't that many true new players. I tend to think that they're all either veterans or lapsed players. I don't know how much Guild Wars actually grows as a franchise. Oh, by the way, guys, I was looking at information about the Game Awards. And what makes me... And that was quite interesting. I don't know. We can talk about some of that later, I guess. But when I was scrolling through it, I saw like Final Fantasy XIV appearing in all these nominated categories. And I think it won 2 categories as well. And it was just... I had a really weird moment where I was like, fuck me, man. Guild Wars, in a great many respects, is a better MMO than that MMO. And it doesn't even get a look in. In fact, the idea that Guild Wars 2 would be nominated, even nominated at the Game Awards, is like a mind-blowingly, like, crazy prospect at this point, you know. Nobody thinks about Guild Wars. You know, Guild Wars is a game and a community of very low ambition outside of popular gaming mindset. Nobody thinks about it. And I didn't even question that Guild Wars... It was a thing where I was looking at the Game Awards, and I was like looking at all the categories and the nominations and stuff. I was like, yeah, this is interesting, this is interesting. And then finally FF14 appeared, and it was when I saw Final Fantasy XIV was being nominated, something clicked in my brain, and I thought, wow, you know what? Guild Wars isn't nominated, and I didn't even question that. I wasn't even outraged that Guild Wars wasn't on the list. With that defeated, with that small, with that shunted to the side, with that in the fucking corner gathering dust, that I didn't even question. It was just obvious that Guild Wars wasn't going to be on the list. It was obvious that no one was thinking about it. That's the room that we're in. And that's what seeing FF14 on the list made me think. It made me realise things didn't have to be this way. It made me realise we could have been bigger, we could have been more popular, we could have had more respect and been treated more seriously by the rest of the gaming mainstream. Had things been handled differently, had the community gone differently, had the product been handled differently. And it was just this like fucking horrible moment for me where I thought that. Anyway, so yeah, I have quite a cynical take. Like, when Guild Wars is in that situation, what the fuck are you talking about new players? What new players? There are no new players. There's a few. But mostly it's existing people and lapsed people. So then you come to me, well, then I come to myself and I think, okay, well, can I do a video series purely on like true, you know, like a full like starter build series? It's an interesting idea, but I'm just not confident there's that much of an audience there. That's why my new player guides that I'm doing, those playlists, that's why this attribute video I was just talking about, they tend to be on the shorter side and they're a bit more bite-sized, and they're not projects that I'm, you know, bending over backwards on, you know, big edit jobs and stuff on, because I don't know how much I really believe that there's an influx out there. Do you know what I mean? That's my God's honest take on it, and that crashes me. It's not like I want to be in this situation. It's not like I want that take. But that is sort of how I view things. Spink Llama says, FF creates a deeper community connection because the game puts in the work to support role-playing, housing, features that make it a lifestyle MMO. That's an interesting argument. I hadn't thought about that before. There's a lot of reasons why Final Fantasy is thought of and Guild Wars isn't, even though Guild Wars is demonstrably better on the moment to moment. There's a lot of reasons. I hadn't thought of that one though. That's quite curious. So here I fucked the build up a little bit. Really, you want to get your clones back as soon as possible. Look at all the condies in the game, these points, by the way. Look at Torment there. Exclamation mark Torment. I swear, I see exclamation mark Torment on every boss now. Look at that exclamation mark Bleed. Look at all these fucking I know I'm contributing to this. It's crazy how much, like, output every skill has now. How many condies, how many boons, how much healing. You know, it's crazy. I wish ArenaNet would do some some big hard work and just like go for massive sweeping changes to shit like the balance. I suppose it doesn't really matter what's on the bar, to be honest, in a World Boss type environment. I'm just noting it's quite different to even the Heart of Thorns days, where, to be fair to you, it was pretty crept. And I do distinctly recall when they uncapped and added all these intensity boons, condies. Some exclamation marks were appearing even way back then, but not every fight, every situation. There's also a chance, I suppose, my UI was different. What the fuck am I doing wrong here? Oh, I need to stand in the orbs, don't I? This is not the fault of the build. This is because I'm doing a bounty and I didn't do the bounty properly. Realistically, it doesn't matter whether I'm nearby or not, but Star 4 I want to be nearby. And I also want to be nearby for the benefit of giving everyone alacrity, so... Stack it up, baby. And no, I don't need to stand next to people for their might or whatever. I mean, somebody give me a quickness might be alright. Finally quitting this garbage game. I have around 7,000 gold I can give you if you want. Just tell me your IGN, smiley face. You don't know my IGN. How'd you get to my channel? Look how arrogant I am. You don't know my IGN. That reads like a bot message. Didn't someone tell me on stream the other day Teapot got sent like tons of gold and it was from like a hacker or something? A dupe glitch. People giving their own thingies. My IGN is 3 letters, my friend. Scammer, he's gonna steal your life. Oh, I see you, Hamato. Hello. FF crashed hard on FF Nostalgia, which has a bigger appeal. Guild Wars 2 can cash from Guild Wars 1 Nostalgia, which only Guild Wars 1 players have. Look, 14 definitely, let's not get into a massive thing, Guild Wars versus 14 again. Don't get me wrong, 14 definitely does benefit from being a part of the broader franchise, right? It does. But I will make this argument, and I make this argument in sincerity. That game would be doing well even if it never had any anthology references at all. I'm deadly serious. I'm deadly serious. It's not that big of a deal to them. I mean, it's an added little layer, and it definitely gives them a pre-existing fan base. And it gives them more community discussion and trivia and shit. It's a value. I'm not saying it's not a value. It is a value. But it's not... The game doesn't ride or die on that. That game would be at the Game Awards and winning nominations and categories if it had 0 anthology references. If it did 0 anthology references, it's still where it is today because it's just a well-crafted game. That's all it is. The reasons are innumerable. The game as it is today would be fine without the brand. It would not have survived the original launch. Well, hold on. I'm talking about 2 distinct things. I'm not talking about all the money it got, and I'm not talking about, you know, the benefit of the doubt it got to be able to relaunch itself. I'm talking about just in-game anthology references, which is what the original comment was attesting to. In that world, it didn't need any of that stuff. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the only reason they got to turn the MMO around was... First time viewer says Jeff with lots of Fs. Like, let me put it this way. What? Look, I'm not. Let me be clear. These are not two conflicting points, okay? One, I'm saying yes, Final Fantasy definitely benefits from having a lot of other players, and it definitely benefited through 1.0 to 2.0 because it had the money from a big, well, successful studio. Yes, that's all true. Yes. I'm not denying any of that. That's all true. I'm also, however, pointing out that it didn't need any anthology references, and it's not only respected because it can use fucking cactars and tomberries and blah blah blah. That kind of shit in game, none of that could be there. It doesn't need that. If it stopped doing that, if it deleted all of that from itself, it would still be here at the Game Awards now. Alright, it got funding and it got benefit of the doubt from fans at one point years ago. Yes, that's true, but that's as far as it goes. Right, okay, so let's talk about this build real quick. And I'm going to demonstrate at the fire gin, since that's like our go-to spot. And you'll see the difference here. And then we'll clean this up. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me take a quick look here at the meta events. Effigy is up. I've already done that. Okay, there's basically nothing going on right now. The oil flows in Thunderhead I need to do soon, though. So, yeah, let's go to the Flame Gen real quick. Thanks to the guys who came and joined the squad, by the way. Judging by your criteria for a good open world build, what class would be your contestant for strongest open world class? What class would be strongest? See, that terminology is inaccurate. Why are we saying class, not build? You want a class. You want lots of builds, lots of specializations, lots of opportunity. Why do we have to go all the way up to class? Or are you just using that language because... Yeah, because you could obviously say Necro, but what I really mean is Reaper. Reaper is probably the most comfortable and easy breezy and pleasant of them. Probably. Okay, so here's the Flame Gin challenge. So we get the 4 Flame Gin. I've got to, like, ball them up before we can really fight. Okay, so when we fight these guys, if you watch closely... we're getting quite low here, right? I've decided to attack some other things. But you notice I'm actually fairly low. Here I'm actually... there you go. I almost go down there. And I played that pretty sloppily, but we kind of struggle there. Now, that's this variation. Okay, so this variation is double Signet. So condition damage, expertise. And what we're doing is we're running dueling. Okay, so dueling for deceptive evasion. You could run permanent reflect if you like, or you can have a little bit of blind. I actually kind of like the blind against the defiance bars. And then of course we get the sharper images, which is all the bleeding here. You also get extra vigor here as well on crit, which is all turbocharging Nomad's endurance. So lots of condition damage. There's just fuck tons of damage here. Basically, this Grandmaster can deal with all your clone generation, which allows you to dedicate these 2 slots for just tons more condition damage, tons more expertise, tons more condition damage, tons more condition damage, as you can see. Okay, so, and it's very, very simple and easy. You just keep dodging, which keeps giving you clones, which keeps giving you Torment Rune procs, which keeps sustaining you. This is basically the most simplistic way of playing it. And for everywhere in the game, except for a few outlier areas, this build is going to be fun, right? Okay, so the other thing you can do, though, if you want to be actually immortal, you can run Inspiration. You can get some of your clone generation back from the Signet of Illusions, and you can run a really fast recharging mantra, like the Mantra of Pain, okay? So with this is a massive heal, this is a massive heal. You can spam these, it doesn't interrupt any of your abilities, and Shatters can heal you. So we're going to get Mantra heals, Shatter heals, and then whenever we summon clones, we can get even more heals here. You could actually take this as well. So with this, look at how much tankier we are now. Now the thing is, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go, fuck. Why did I have confusion on me there as well? It nearly always takes me so long to get aggroed by those fucking Flame Gin, and the second I stepped up there... It's like the game knows when I want to mess with a build, and the game knows when I'm actually trying to fight. I don't know why... Do they confuse, really? Right, let's do this again. Okay, so now, the only caveat to getting clones up is we need to already have a clone, and then Jaunting is like big generation, and Illusory Ambush is big generation as well. Can you guys come over? Oh, dude. There we go, he is coming. Okay, so now, if you watch, when we get a little bit low, we can just shatter and we can use our mantra, and you can basically resustain a lot heavier. And here, I'm not really dodging any of their abilities or anything. This actually looks terrible. This is the weirdest experience I've had against the Flame Dune, because they're not probably balling up into me. Also, another player ran over. Two other players ran over. We have a Spud with us, and we have this guy, which kind of ruins the idea. Anyway, so, and I think they were taking aggro and moving around. So anyway, this is basically just a really tank. And again, you can run the same gear. You don't have to swap to Trailblazer or anything like that. You can run a Viper setup. But this is very tanky now. So I don't know whether I want this to be the default. Right. Basically, you can just shatter a little bit less here. Another really weird thing that I'm wondering... And you see, you still sort of completely fuck things up, right? You lose some of your bleed stacks. But I mean, in terms of output, it is less. And, you know, I'm just trying to think about, like... It's going to look really weird to recommend this when you could obviously have so much more damage. The other thing that I think is really interesting is Sigils of Draining, okay? So... Draining is Steal Life on Interrupt. Now, anyone who's ran these in World vs. World know how strong these are. They're really powerful. Now, what's quite curious is you'll think, okay, well, WP, I can see where you're getting your interrupts. You're getting 5 interrupts on Chaos Storms. You've got double Chaos Storm because Mantra and the Chaos trait, right? And you have your diversions. You have lots of interrupts. But how often are you really... You might have lots of dazes and stuff, and opportunity for interrupts, but how often do you actually interrupt? Is it really going to be that major? And you'll say, yeah, and I'll say to you, yeah, that does feel a bit weird. But here's the thing, that Sigil has 100% proc rate on Defiance bars. So if you're ever fighting a champion or something like a Flame Djinn, if you watch me here, I'll open up on these guys. We'll get a bit low. Now watch when I Chaos... We need to lose a bit. Watch when I Chaos Storm. You see how my health chunks up on the Chaos Storm? You see just that one Mantra proc did it pretty heavily there? It's because, and here, if they can hit me again, I'll divert. You see, diversion becomes a heal. Not only just a heal, by the way, but it's actually damage too. So because this is 25 might, the Sigil crit, doesn't crit. I don't think it's allowed to crit. But basically, it's an extra like 1,200 damage. It's like just on abilities that normally would do no damage normally. So I actually really quite like the Sigil for that reason. Yeah, let's see if we can take a bit down. Here, I'll Chaos Storm. I don't think that quite worked out there. Not sure why. But anyway, I mean, it feels good. I like these Sigils. So I kind of want to recommend these too. Obviously, when there's no Defiance bar, they're not that powerful. But the thing is, when there's no Defiance bar, when are you struggling enough to care anyway? Do you know what I mean? So maybe that's something to think about. So anyway, I don't know. These are kind of the two variations. This is what I'm looking at. Oh. And I just don't know what to determine as the default. Sorry, what's this? Who's lashing out? Oh, it's the guy that offered me 7,000 gold. Is it? If it's not duplicated gold, if you're actually offering me 7,000 gold, that would be quite the spectacle. I would love 7,000 gold. You'll get me my final legendary. If you want to do it, my account name is Lys, L-Y-S. I suppose you could just ask support to verify that it's not hacked gold. Do you want to send me to 7,000? What is it, in Mystic Coins? If you want to do that, I mean, hell yeah, we'll give you an applause. We'll do a chant. Literally, just send a mail to the character Lys, L-Y-S. There, I did it in chat. I'll be watching. Oh, he says he's given it to people in here. Give me an hour to make up my mind, and I will give you gold to donate to people. Well, don't put that off on me. I just take the... don't let me get credit for donating your gold. You should donate it yourself. I guess the paid expansion gets new attention to the game theory is now debunked, as no one is caring any more than before. Well, no, that's not true either. There are middle positions to consider. There is, on the broader gaming stage, Guild Wars isn't thought about, and therefore isn't in the Game Awards. And there's also... Guild Wars has got more attention because of End of Dragons. I mean, that's absolutely true. I'll poll you guys. Well, should I poll you guys? All right, let me just ask. I'm speaking directly to chat now. I have a simple question for you guys in chat. Ready? Consider this for yourselves, and I'll read your responses, okay? If the Icebrood Saga... I want you to tell me in which world Guild Wars is more popular. As of today, this date... December 2021, okay? Our timeline, where the Icebrood Saga was cancelled halfway and End of Dragons was being made and has spent 2 years being made and we're impressed for it. That's our timeline. 1, is this more popular? Or is continual Icebrood Saga, the timeline we never got to live in, where the Icebrood Saga wasn't cancelled, when End of Dragons wasn't being made, when we were still just going along as normal with the Icebrood Saga right now. That world. Which world is more popular? The Icebrood Saga forever? Or this? By the way, let us consider... If Icebrood Saga hadn't been cancelled halfway... Hey, actually, this is a good question for me. For chat. Does anyone have any ideas on this? Let's say Icebrood Saga wasn't cancelled. End of Dragons was never being made, right? Where would we be in the saga right now? How many more patches would we have had? Does anyone have any idea? How many more patches there would have been? Isn't it interesting to think that the saga might be coming to a close right now? Would we be around Dragonstorm again at this very moment? Except it would have been like 6 patches along. Meta Ascension says impossible to say with COVID. Good point, actually. COVID kind of throws another spanner in the works. You think it would be around part 4 or 6? Well, hold on. How many releases, though? Oh, I have a player here who's also a Mesmer. Are you trying to show me your variation of the build? Oh, by the way, one final thing about this. It is endurance gain food. There's 2 endurance gain foods you can go for. One of them's superfood. And it's like a gold a pop, so I go with the cheaper one. The meat and winter vegetable stew. Have you heard about the AFK Mirage build? No, I haven't. What's the idea with that? I guess it'd be something similar to this. Okay, so everyone's basically saying timeline 1 for what it's worth. 1, definitely the possibility of an expansion. Actually, a great way to remarket the game. It's actually the 5th year after the POF. Also, speaking to a couple of friends who are new players, they did not care about the way the story turned out, and I did not have the impression that it turned out badly. Sorry, they didn't care about the way the story turned out, and they didn't have the impression it turned out badly. One, because the spectacle of 2 dragons clashing is epic for new players. Sorry, you can't argue to me that Dragonstorm has been a benefit to this game. You can't tell me that new players have somehow stumbled their way into what essentially is a fringe area of a patch, a 5th of one Living World release, and therefore are super hyped about it. Any more than they would have been about any other trailer patch with a bit of spectacle. Oh, it isn't similar, it's squishy and made for hitting golems. Well, I mean, it's similar, I assume it's condies applied by clones. An AFK build has to be that, right? And I assume it's staff as well, because it's going to be bouncing... What other clone autos are significant enough that you could do AFK damage? I mean, surely it's clone autos. What else would it be? Phantasms don't wear the same anymore. Morning, WP. Bright sunny day here. Hope you've got a pleasant weather where you are. Well, where I am, it's called the United Kingdom and the winter months, so therefore it's always dark. That reminds me, I need to take a vitamin D supplement. I'm actually trying this winter, the first winter of my life. I'm actually going to try and do that and see if it keeps my mood in check. Genuinely. Okay, so... Oh, we got ages before the oil flows. That's Thunderhead. Let's just go to Thunderhead, shall we? What am I doing? Scrolling too low, I suppose. What are you taking for your mood? Vitamin D supplements. Hopefully so I can... Because I was reading a bit into vitamin D deficiency and not getting enough sunlight and stuff. And apparently everyone in the country, it should be recommended that if you're over a certain latitude, people should take supplements for vitamin D in winter months. Everyone. No matter how active you are, no matter how much you get out. But I'm very sedentary, and I don't get out as much as most people. You know, not with this lifestyle, not with this job, not with this kind of livelihood. So I think I'm definitely in the category. And I sleep in a lot. I'm definitely in the category where I should take them. And it can help with energy and stuff. So anyway, this winter I'm going to try it. Every day. Yeah, Cacalarino says they're extremely essential in Scotland. I mean, I was never taught any of that, you know. I don't know whether nutritional science has only recently come on with it. Okay, let's do this heart down here. Let's go do the fishing heart. I got to do 3 hearts on this map, so why not? I've made a lot of progress for the Aurene Amulet. Oh, we crashed. DirectX crash. Let's reboot. Oh, ho, 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 ho. DirectX, everybody. You've got vitamin D. You've been taking regularly. You haven't done the SAD lamp, though. What the hell's an SAD lamp? A sad lamp? Is that a joke? What is that? Hey WP systematically says, long-time lurker, I remember listening to you on Guildcast with Sean back in the day. Keep up the doog work. You're thinking of someone else, man. I was never on Guildcast. I never did an episode of Guildcast. Oh, seasonal affective disorder, winter depression. Right. You've never seen me talk about it, but you like Sigil of Salmon and Mirage? I was running that up until I started reassessing the build earlier. I have talked to you, probably, I don't know whether you saw me talking about it, but I've talked about a tag farm build. One of the best ways you can tag big open metas and stuff is Mirage with a greatsword. And the greatsword ambush. Really good saying Soundstep tiles on that subject beta meta and stuff. What is going on with my frames here? Oh my lord. Alright, we're in game. I use it there, and I did have it on this build as well, but honestly, I feel like it's overkill. It's weird because it's Condi, right? On the power play styles, if you're reliant on an ambush for a kill, and you run out of endurance, that's it. They're going to survive on 1% health. On Condi builds, there is no such thing as somebody surviving on 1% health. Not really. Because by the time the fights progress to the point where they would get that low, you've stacked so many Condis on them that they're going to die. So it's this thing like, let's say it's me versus 6. I'm talking about something quite specific here, but let's say I'm fighting a group of enemies. I've exhausted all my dodges, my Sigil of Energy, my ambush, you know, illusory ambush, utility skill. I'm now out of energy. Let's say I have the Sigil. A target dies, and it gives me... If I'm at the point where a target died in that group to give me the energy, well, the rest of them were all Condi bombed anyway. And because there's no such thing as them surviving on 1% health, they were all going to die anyway. So did it really matter that I refilled and got another double dodge? Like here, for example, right? If we watch it closer, I'll literally put what I'm talking about to the test here. And this is with a veteran in the group. My jaunt failed there. Like here, I would be at 100% endurance right now. It doesn't really matter because he's so loaded up. I mean, he's just going to get spiked down in a couple of seconds anyway. If that makes sense. It looks like it's one of those things that looks good on paper, but in practice, the true value you get out of it, I think, is a lot lower than... That was dumb of me, by the way. So here, because I shattered in a bad way, I'm basically screwed for clones for a while. How the hell did Jotun reproduce? Missionary style, I've always assumed. All those evenings where I've wondered the similar questions. Because they're quite big. I don't know, how graphic do we want to get? Domination. Midnight. See, I don't know. How did I get so far away from the heart that I'm not even in range anymore? Holy shit, it's north. You may already answer this, but you're going to make a video to give your first impressions for the End of Dragons Elite specialization. What do you mean? I've already done videos for my first impressions for all the End of Dragons Elite specialization. I didn't update them for Beta 4. Is that what you're asking me? For Beta 4? I did a stream on it, but I don't know. I think I'm just a bit knackered at the idea of... I don't know, there was something supremely unappetizing to me looking at little ticky-tacky tuning changes that had happened to the Beta 4 ones. The idea of just going through all 9 again, it wasn't... Something about it didn't click. Now, if I was ultra enthusiastic about one profession in the game... Destroy branded dredge. Dredge crystals. Catch fish. It is a fishing thing, right? I used to do this fishing. If I was insanely enthusiastic about, like, one profession, maybe I could have just covered that, or 1 or 2, but to be honest, if I was going to do anything, I was going to do, like, a general thing. Raise the bait to attract the fish. Oh, and now what do we do? That would be to eat it. Put it in the bucket? Okay. We have learned the process again. So yeah, I didn't do much on Beta 4. Once the thing itself comes out, what I would quite like to do is a playthrough on each profession. And what I can do is I can sum up my experiences on each profession. As it goes along. So, you know, in that way I'll also get all 9 out. It's kind of my thoughts there. I'm going to turn up the game audio a bit. You guys tell me if it ends up too loud. This is highly realistic fishing. I remember really liking this. When Thunderhead came out, I loved the fishing on this one. Guys, by the way, I'm being really terrible with chat at the moment and really, really bad with it. If I miss any messages or anything you guys want to hear from me, please just post it again. Just type it again. I really don't mean to miss out, especially if you're like a first-time viewer or anything like that. I don't mean to miss stuff. It's just hard to play and read at the same time. I'm a bit scatterbrained at the moment, to be honest. It's pretty loud already. Are you saying that after I raised it? Or are you saying it now, once it's been raised? You just made your first legendary ring. Nice. Which one did you pick? I was in a similar position to you about a year ago. Was it a year ago or was it over a year ago? Where I hadn't really worked on any of them. And I just sort of went and I binged and I got them all. I actually feel like a lot of people are going to be in exactly my position now, a year later. Because now you're on the cusp of an X-Pack release. It's just like, this is a really good time. I think a lot of people will play this, Season of the Dragon, the Return to achievements. And what they're going to do is they're going to see that they get one amulet. They're going to see the value from it in the armory. And they're going to say, fuck it, I want the full set. And then they're going to go mad getting all the other items. Alright, nice. So, that's the heart. I think I've got to do one more. We'll do the Zephyrite one. Don't I have to, like, sing songs for them or something? Or is that just the achievement? I've noticed every break you take from... Beloffen says, I have noticed every break I take from Guild Wars 2 is longer. How long are your breaks then? How long? What is longer? A couple of days? 2 days? A week? A month? Oh, that's a good question, actually. I'm curious. Chat, what's the longest break you've ever taken from this game? I'm really curious. What? Type it in days, weeks, years, months, whatever. Let me make sure we can see. What's the longest break you've ever taken, guys? Oh, Valen, you had a 1 month break. When was that for you? 2 years. 6 months to a year. 2 years, 3 years, 3 years, 6 months. Oh, wow. 8 years. 8 years! What does that mean? You played at a launch and today you just... You're back? 4 years. 2012 to 2014. 3 months at Classic WoW's release. 7 years. Oh wow, that's quite the board. And what, you're all interested in the moment specifically because of End of Dragons, right? Well, I don't know actually. These breaks people are talking about didn't necessarily just happen. Started when Guild Wars 2 first came out, played for a few weeks every 2 or 3 years. You haven't actually played longer than a few weeks until recently. Yeah, a lot of people are in that position for sure. If only we could make legendaries without Mystic Tribute coins costing 90% of the cost. Yeah, that is pretty wonky. Look, a lot of people hate Mystic coins. I think they're really good for the game in as much as, like, it's nice to have a valuable item that is actually a meaningful reward, right? You can't always think about the perspective of a buyer. Sometimes you got to think about it the perspective of a seller. And at least we have one item that isn't a destroyed economy that means something, right? So I'm alright with Mystic Coins. However, I totally buy the argument that proportionally things are completely skewed. You know, it is really ridiculous that so much of the price is tied up in this one little thing. It should be better spread out through lots of economies and lots of markets. So hopefully the devs can deal with that at some point. To be fair as well, with the Return to achievements, you're getting loads. I think I've got like 150 coins, and I've put no effort into getting those at the moment. By the way, I noticed we've got, speaking of coins, Mecto says since he didn't send you gold, he's just thrown 100 gold here. I really appreciate that, but you can keep that. No, I'm not going to take your 100 gold randomly. That's very nice of you. But you should hold on to that. I actually came back 3 years after watching some of your YouTube videos out of nostalgia at the start of the year. Oh, really, Bancrotus? I didn't know that. What are your thoughts around extremely expensive infusions like the Chuck infusion? I think they're good for the game. I think it's good that there's something on the high level that people can go for, and I think there should probably be an infusion wardrobe of some kind for the culling of those effects, standardizing them, and, you know, like adding a currency in terms of like visual noiseness that you can put on things. But I think they're good for the game. I've always loved them, and I think it's a good thing that ArenaNet keep doing them. I hope they do them in End of Dragons. I mean, what else is there to say? I don't really understand any stance any reasonable person can take against them. What's the argument against them? That they look good, but you're not allowed to have them because they're too expensive for you? Is that it? Is that the argument? And in any other game community, in any other space, I would think that's ridiculous, and you're not allowed to make that argument. But this is the Guild Wars 2 community, which is kind of, and this is kind of a, how do we phrase this? There is an expectation among this game's community that everything should be in reach. And more specifically, ArenaNet themselves have cultivated and encouraged the perspective that everything should be in reach. I don't think they ever should have, but they have. So, you know, maybe that is the argument, and maybe people aren't wrong to make it. Maybe that expectation isn't nuts to people. We would not need Mystic Coins, and Mystic Coins wouldn't be as fucked if ArenaNet would remove the nonsense gold cap. There is no reason for a gold cap. Well, that's an age-old discussion even Guild Wars 1 players were having. You played some Guild Wars 2 at launch, but never very intensely. You came back a year or two to play some more base game, mainly exploring. You still haven't finished the festival storyline. As a Guild Wars 1 vet, I kind of keep updated on I like to keep updated on the story. Since I started with factions, I'm particularly interested in End of Dragons. That's cool, man. So I see some people have been captured. Let me have a quick look here. Sorry, I'm losing the sense of exactly where I want to go with this. All or nothing. Do an adventure. Do one more heart. 20 events. Does anyone want to run around here and do events with me? When's the ice flows at this point, by the way? The oil flows is in just a few minutes. Slay Sulpix during the oil flows. Complete the story. Okay, so here's what I think. Let's do an adventure, and then let's do the oil flows. When are you planning on doing more videos on Guild Wars 1 Camp 30 and Winds of Change? I'm not really planning on it at the moment. Look, I loved the idea of the project, but I kind of went through a phase last month where I threw a lot of shit at the wall, and I just said, okay, I'm just going to try this video. Will people watch this? And if the numbers weren't very high, or it didn't seem very worthwhile, I would seriously question if I was going to continue doing it. And I really loved the idea of the Winds of Change thing. And when look, one thing you guys have got to understand about the internet is if I just sit here and I waffle out some random idea, everyone's going to say, yeah, do it. Oh, man, do it. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, do it. Everyone will say that to every idea you ever have. And you'll do it and you'll realise, oh, actually, the truth is only a small proportion of people are even interested in this idea. And it can end up being a waste of time to keep going with it. So, with Winds of Change, I sort of had fun. Oh, shit. This is supplies. I can't remember how this goes. But the truth is, I don't think... Wait, no, this isn't the thing I thought it was. Get back to the keep without overheating. I haven't done this in ages. Hey? How the fuck does this one work? So yeah, anyway, look, I like the idea of Winds of Change. People weren't watching it, so I've axed it for now. It's not like fully, officially axed, but I have no intention of going back to it right now. Use it to destroy the crystal. That was for the heart, though. Get the oil back to the keep without overheating. What's throwing me off is the circle here. Why don't I remember how this works at all? There's a bunch of circles. The idea might be good, the presentation or SEO might not be. Prophecy's solo challenge was nice because it was lore and challenge. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the truth is, I would rather be doing something really special and cool. And, it is these things, isn't it? What exactly do they want me to do with it? Do they just call me down? Oh, I think I know what it is. They call me down, don't they? I see. And I just got to climb up. Right. Let's keep going then. Oh, we want to be mounted then. Yeah, look, I don't want to keep talking about this. I always talk about this. But the truth is, guys, I don't really like going in circles. I already played Winds of Change. I've already gone through every bit of quest dialogue. I've already presented it. I'm sorry that it happened in 2010. But when the idea is, like, going back to do it this year, there's some value in it. I get it. But at the same time, it's like, who am I doing this for? You could just watch it. It's already there. I'm just doing it. There's something like just very, I don't know, demotivating about going in circles like that. So yeah, that's probably a part of it as well, to be honest. Holy shit. Am I going to make it? I think I'll make it. Obviously, I'm not doing this efficiently in any way. But we just got to finish it for return 2. And we got to get to the oil flows as well. By the way, look how much damage I'm taking here. It's going to be really cool when we get the siege turtle and I'm not taking so much damage. Okay. Totally understand. Thanks for answering my question. No need to dwell on it. Thanks. Yeah, and I mean, if you go back and watch the other reason I wanted to do Winds of Change was for myself. I wanted to play it for myself, to remember it for myself, you know. I am seriously interested in the idea. But, you know, there's a big difference. If I was getting lots of good views on it, and it was growing the channel, obviously I'd keep going. But if I do it, and it's sort of just a fart in the wind, and I've already done the project before, you know, let's be an adult here, and decide what's the best thing to do with my time. Probably not that. It's streamed in Final Fantasy 14. Isn't that the same as playing old games like Elder Scrolls? Well, yeah, but that's new for me, isn't it, though? That's never been on my channel. You've never seen Wooden Potatoes play that game. To a certain degree, yeah, I do know what you mean. It's like, yeah, well, we've seen people play Elder Scrolls. There's already LPs and stuff out there. I get that, but I've never done that before, you know. Be an adult and become a 14 content creator. Well, you know, at least that's broad MMO. At least that's variety MMO stuff. At least that's, you know, learning more about the industry. At least that puts me somewhere with trajectory, you know. Sticking about in Guild Wars forever is something I've been doing for 10 years already. I feel like that was a mistake coming down here. Oh, shit. Please don't put me in combat. This is really bad. This is a dead end filled with oil elementals. Am I stuck in combat forever here? No, the fucking clones. Oh, it's a bad open world build. Oh, this is it. I've fucking failed now. I've gone the wrong way right at the end. And this thing is still aggroed on me. Go, 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 go. Can I not just return to the play? Can I not? Okay, I returned to it. All right, get the fuck up. Up, 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 up. I swear, this is a really quick thing to do, isn't it? Oh, I remember doing this with Boots. He was trying to cheese it with the portable prototype position rewinder, wasn't he? Man, the sky scale kind of breaks this. Okay, go, 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 go. Ah, more energy. Go, Raptor. Hey? Alright, there we go. Jesus Christ. I made a mountain out of a molehill on that. 4 minutes. What was my original thing? 1 minute 50. Jesus Christ. Alright, fine. Let's go to the oil sticks now. Okay. For how long do you expect End of Dragons to have you playing Guild Wars full time? Well, I don't really know what that means. Okay, so earlier in chat, this is what I wanted to say. You know, I asked you guys what your biggest break is from Guild Wars. I don't know what my answer to that question is. I kind of love that you guys can answer that. Because I don't know if I can. Like, I played a bit of Halo this morning. Does that mean I'm not playing Guild Wars full time? See, there's kind of a weird thing. It's like that solipsism thing I was talking about before, you know. A lot of people believe the only things that exist are what they see. So, for example, a lot of you guys watching this stream probably think I don't play Guild Wars full time right now. Probably. And why do you think that? Because you've seen me playing Final Fantasy, because I produce Final Fantasy content. However, I would make the argument that right now, the past 2 months while I've been playing Final Fantasy, streaming that, are no different to early summer months when I was playing this game and Ark Survival Evolved, for example. It's no different. You didn't see me playing Ark, but you'll tell me I was a full-time Guild Wars player back then? And I'm not now? Because of what you've seen, the only thing that exists was your experience, your interpretation of the universe and reality. It's like, well, that's not really true, you know? I don't know what I consider a break from Guild Wars. I've had times where I'm absolutely no life in it. And I've had times where I'm playing it on the side of other stuff. I've had times where I've been making very regular news videos and stuff, but not even logging in, really. And none of you guys would think I was on a break necessarily, but as far as I was concerned, I was... You know, for me, I've always had this concept, probably a lot of you are listening who are in this camp, and I don't mean to insult anyone, I really don't. But I kind of think of there's a thing as a fair weather Guild Wars player who isn't a real Guild Wars player. They just log in when a Living World patch comes out. And that's it. Maybe they do their dailies. Maybe. But they're not in World vs. World. They're not raiding. They're not doing fractals. They're not in PvP. They're not achievement hunting. They're not doing it. All that stuff to me, that's playing the game. They don't do any of that. They just log in for a Living World thing. They're not really a fan in a big way. To me, that's not being a Guild Wars player, like a full-time Guild Wars player or something. That's logging in when there's an update. And that's the vast majority of this game's community. Again, I'm not trying to insult anyone. And I've been in that camp before, many times. I've been in that camp many times. I specifically remember, probably through like 2018, 19, around there. I remember people like, I'd get in discussions about the game and stuff. And I'd have my opinion discredited and invalidated because people say, oh, he's out of touch. He's too much of a no-lifer. He knows too much about the game. He's, you know, he spends too long logged in. He doesn't have a sense of this, that, or the other thing. And sort of sitting there and scratching my head and thinking, well, hold on, I'm like a fair weather player. Thinking to myself, I don't even play it that much. And yet, but the impression of me from people was that I played it a load, just because there were videos. And I've had the reverse as well, by the way. I've had times where I'm playing Guild Wars an insane amount, and yet you don't even see the content. Usually, in those like couple of years where I binged PvP, you know, if I get really hooked on PvP, I very rarely would talk about any of that, or that wouldn't really make content in any way. I remember for a good chunk of balance with boots, I did basically nothing in Guild Wars except PvP, and that meant I had some conquest-based insights during the balance of boots, but I wasn't playing the game much elsewhere. But I was playing loads of the game, but I wasn't making videos much elsewhere. And again, it's one of those things like, well, you guys might think I've quit at that point, but I hadn't quit. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know what the answer to that question is. What is my longest break from Guild Wars? I honest to God don't know what my answer to that question is. I have no idea what even constitutes a break. I can tell you this, I've never had the game uninstalled since 2012. Have you guys ever had the game uninstalled? Is that how we decide it? I mean, I've like had it uninstalled as I've swapped to PC or like reinstalled or whatever. But I've never had it uninstalled. So I don't know, maybe that's the criteria. And if that's the criteria, I've never had a break. But I don't know how to quantify something like that, you know. I really don't. You moved it off your SSD. Yeah, didn't you say that the other day? You moved it off the SSD when we were talking about Destiny. Oh, that amazing game Destiny. Have you guys heard of this game called Destiny? It does the coolest thing ever. It deleted previous campaigns. I think it's brilliant. An incredible initiative. Really, really, really cool. Bungie are geniuses. Anyone's blood pressure rising today? Jeeve says same, never had it installed. Alright, I need to remember how this works. We get a special action, don't we? And then we can vacuum the stuff up. By the way, I want to say a couple of things. First of all, this event, sliding on the oil, cleaning up the paint or whatever. I think this is quite a cool, like, interesting little dynamic event that they've made. I did the strike mission Coden Brothers last night. I did Coden Brothers with a friend who doesn't play the game too much. And I was playing a healer, and I think he was on a healer. Anyway, it was really slow. It was the slowest Coden Brothers I bet. So here right now, by the way, I wish I was in the other version of the build, the Immortal version of the build. So I was doing Coden Brothers. And you guys know that phase where the Coden Brothers stand together? This might sound really stupid and obvious. I never really appreciated that in that phase on the Coden Brothers, it's two enemies that combine into a single unit with a single hitbox and a single target and a single break bar. And they actually have pretty flashy animations as they spin around doing stuff. Do you guys know that? It's like a cool, like... I looked at that and I thought, oh, that's actually quite interesting. Like, technologically speaking, that's quite interesting. What was the other thing I did? There was something else in the Icebrood Saga that I was like, this is actually pretty cool. This is well made. This is really interesting what they're doing mechanically here. And another thing, I can't remember, there was something else. Maybe it was part of the Drakar meta. Something in the Drakar meta, maybe? Another thing as well, I was doing Sunswept, Return to the Season of the Dragon stuff in Sunswept. And I noticed some events there that I'd never done before. Have you guys ever seen that event where it spawns a bunch of golems? It's a non-combat event in the Sandswept Isles. It's like here, okay? It's like right there. And there's like a bunch of golems. One of them lights up green. And then what you need to do... Fuck, I've hit the macro on my mouse and I can't use the buttons anymore. And you need to look at which one it is, and then they start running around, and you've got to identify which the right golem is. And if you pick the right one, it splits, and now there's 6. And you've got to pick the right one, and then there's like 12, and you've got to pick the right one. It's a really cool, weird, cool, fun little event. And I'd never done it before. I did it last night. And anyway, there's just these little things that I'm like, man, there's some cool fucking events. The idea that we're about to get a whole expansion with events of that caliber, and like, if ArenaNet goes back and looks at the stuff they did, like the Coden Bros, you know, combining together and whatever, I think we could be in for a good time. So, I don't know. That was just a little mild observation I wanted to make there. But another reason why I'm kind of excited about the Ice Speed Saga. Alright, we've got to go to the southeast drill now. We can claim that one. I think. There's nothing else to do here, right? You got carried to the achievement for this event by someone back then? Wait, there's oil flow event. DRMs are an attempt at repeatable group story instances, and they weren't all bad. Yeah, DRMs are like... could be this game's dungeons. I really believe in them. I End of Dragons does stuff like that. But you'd think if it was going to, they'd be talking about it by now. And they're not talking about it. There's an achievement for it to be right a few times in a row, and someone carried you for it. I remember it well. Really? Dude, I don't remember that at all. Why is your memory of me getting carried? Can't it be something of me doing something worthwhile and good? Hey WP, I'm new to FF14. What's up with the waiting to log into the game? It's because it's a classic MMO and it's got all the downsides of a classic MMO. It's not good like Guild Wars. Any Final Fantasy fans in chat are going to get annoyed. Yeah, it's because an expansion came out. The game's really populated. You're actually in for a pretty shit time for Final Fantasy at the moment because the expansion release and the game's very popular at the moment, so the queues and that's in like a week. Their next patch comes out already, 2 weeks after X-Pack launch. It's their first like hardcore endgame. Their Savage raids come out, so that's going to inflate the queues. And then if you think it's going to die down right around then it's Christmas, and it's a bunch of kids getting off. It's a bunch of people getting off of work, and possibly getting bought the game as a gift for the holidays. So I think the queues are going to be pretty clogged up all the way through December, to be honest. Oh, Savage is the start of January. Oh, it's just the raid itself. Sorry, yeah, my bad. It's which is worse, to be honest. It's not even their hardcore end game. It's just new stories coming in. Story that everyone will find accessible. Doesn't the green bar though mean that I'm full, right? Doesn't it mean I'm full? Don't I have to come over and deposit? Oh. Man, my frames are so... Maybe I should continue to vacuum the oil next to the... Oh, he interrupted me. Vacuum the oil next to the boss. Maybe I should just hit the boss. The question is, would I represent more damage than most of these guys? And probably. You're currently at queue position 8,500. Holy shit. I've never seen it go as high as 8,000. Dude, that's like waiting all day. Dude, I dodged the fucking thing. What does getting rid of the oil do, except for just helping us move? Oh, I actually need to time my... See, I want to play the other version. Maybe I recommend the other version. You see all the green numbers on me here, by the way. You see all the constant little... Well, you can't see them too much right now. But if you look under my character, just those pulses of 171. Yeah, that's the torment runes. See them all coming in? The better food as well has even more regenerative effects. Just jump over it. I don't know about breaking the bar, but I'll try it. Wow, that's a short bar. I like how illusory ambush there. Also, I'm not consistent. I like how illusory ambush there moves me out of danger into more danger. Luckily, it comes as an evade too, so it's quite mad. Come on. So yeah, I actually did the Wrathbringer off stream, so you guys won't be seeing me fight him. Holy fuck. Alright, there we go. You only had a 20-man queue? Yeah, for me, I kind of avoid the queues reasonably well because I live EU, play on NA, so the time zones work out quite well for me. Okay, that's the return of Sulpix or whatever. That's the 2 Thunderhead metas done. Let me have a quick look now. Okay, they're escorting for the death-branded Shatterer. This must be the Living World Season 4 train that I'm generally on right now. So yeah, let's do that now. Escorts. And get this guy done. Oopsie. So yeah, what do you guys think of my outfit, by the way? I'm just going pure gem store here. Ritualist, right? It's not too bad. I know that we're not really a ritualist as a Mesmer. It sort of doesn't make sense. But I feel like it looks pretty cool. And I feel like I can get to some, you know, it sort of matches End of Dragons reasonably well. The other thing that I've done is I don't have a back piece on. I spent a long time looking at like subtle back pieces that maybe could work in some way or another. But I've just gone with like the clear open back. I don't know, because it feels like obviously the outfit itself is showing a lot of skin on her back anyway. Oh, I could do some of those chests as well now, right? Because I got the 2 halves of the key. The closest thing I got to was, you know, there's that backpack with the like glowing lights, the 4 orbs or whatever. There are 4 lights. Sneaky little Star Trek reference in there. I was using that for a bit, but I still sort of feel like it takes away from the idea. Where do the escorts start? I would have thought I'd seen it by now. Oh, is it straight over at the Pack Vanguard? Never mind. You don't know if you like clothing like that? Not really, interesting. All I want to do is waypoint, but we've managed to be harassed long enough that we're now in a fucking tornado. Okay. Still vulnerable. You gonna get sniped by something now, or are you gonna let me? Yeah, okay, we're good. WP, are there any decent core LE PvP builds? You haven't played one before and you want to try it out? I don't know anymore. I haven't really been keeping up with the meta. Or, my impression and my gut says no. Core LE and Core NG were the 2 classes that really struggled for core builds when I was last playing. But it was a while ago. You can probably cobble something together. I would be going like DD on that. But I doubt it'd be that great. That's my guess. There's just no huge value that you'd get there. I mean, what's the 3rd specialization basically is the point here. And does it provide something so great that it even comes close to what those specs offer? You like it? It's not very shiny for Guild standards. Yeah, and that's the other thing about it. It's kind of like a breath of fresh air, you know, in terms of like shininess. The only thing I did to vaguely make it look mesmery was I painted my tattoos purple. So like up the arms and around the neck and the cheeks. We shouldn't head out. Our scouts say the garrison is completely overrun. Best wait a bit until things quiet down. Okay, so we're going to do the garrison first. And then we can go. Yeah, by the way, guys, this is the Death Branded Shatter. If it's got a good infusion drop, if I remember rightly. You guys want in? I don't know how dead this map's going to be. It looks like we do have a tag. A mentor tag, at least. The Hellish Kingdom says the escort's on me. Oh, so it is. It's just going, is it? Okay. This is North America, not EU. I noticed you sighed there when you were attacked. You entered combat mode and running speed is like half or something. It'd be amazing improv to have a trinket or anything like that that removed that. Or you evaded a lot of its section. Running around is dreadful, isn't it? I don't even care the combat speed reduction. You can deal with that with like super speed. You can do that with teleport skills and stuff. That doesn't bother me at all. What does bother me is opening the map here to try and find the waypoint, and the pressure of like these few seconds while you're scanning around trying to find and click. These few seconds knowing that something might attack you while you're mousing around aggravates me no end. It's become like a proper tick for me now. I think the Mesmer Elite is incredibly smart because it will appeal to people who don't like the pet aspect of Mesmer. Oh, Virtuoso. Yeah, I think its fundamental concept's good. Illusory knives is cool as fuck. I'm not going to argue against that. Taking clones away. I mean, you're still going to have phantasms, right? They haven't done anything about that. So it kind of doesn't fix the aesthetic, I don't think, really. But subbing clones for like illusory knives, I mean, it's cool. I just personally don't know how that matches to a Virtuoso with songs and music and stuff is like piled into it. I don't think that makes any sense at all. I think it's just a Scion, it's like a Mind Blade thing. I think they need to pick one packet and stick with that one packet. So I think they dropped the ball in some other places. Yeah, overall I'm alright with it. Practically, it's easier to play Mesmer now. What are you talking about? You're arguing that Virtuoso is easier? No, Virtuoso is harder. It's like saying Ranger would be easier to play without a pet. Really? Is that true? It's not true even remotely, is it? And for all the complexity of having a clone is largely still there. In terms of like counting ammo and stuff, thinking about ammo generation and how it scales as you use it and whatever. It is Soul Beast, yeah, except Soul Beast isn't easier than Ranger, is it? With a pet. You run around with a pet, all the enemies attack the pet, they don't even look at you. The pet does its own thing. You can AFK the game with a pet. It's obviously easier with a pet. Warrior would be easy without adrenaline. Well, Warrior, if we're talking about a Warrior, I know you're only joking around, but to be serious, if we're talking about a Warrior that was never designed to have adrenaline at all, and it was just like all of its power and stuff was built into its skills baseline, it would be easier because it would be more simplistic. But the existence of the pet on Ranger doesn't make it play more complicated, does it? It actually simplifies the thing. Clones simplify the thing. Oh, well, I don't know whether they simplify the thing, but they're very comfortable. It's not like you're actively, don't make the mistake of thinking that playing a Mesmer is like playing a real-time strategy where you're controlling all the units and so on. It's basically Zergian spam, let's be real. You can go to the degree of taking more control and thinking more carefully and stuff, but you don't have to, and it's never required of you. It's never asked of you. Here's what I'll say. I think the end of Dragon Elite Specs are the best batch of Elite Specs for getting players to try professions they haven't before. Really? Is that true? I don't deny that you probably feel, oh, I want to try professions more. You probably feel that, and that's fine. I'm not taking that away from you. But you're trying to argue that it is more so than previous specs. And for you personally, that might be true. But I don't know, I'm cynical about that. To me, that just attests to, again, the aging, pre-existing audience that's already... we only have 1 minute, by the way. We've got to fucking push. Are we going to make it? Are we going to fail? I've failed this before. This is the last fight. 1 minute. Eventually, there's going to come a point where you've played so much, you're going to try other classes, right? And for a lot of people in the community, that expansion might be now for them, you know? How exactly do you quantify the idea that Virtuoso is more compelling to swap to than Chrono was to swap to? Or that Tempest is less compelling to swap to than Catalyst was to swap to? I don't know what that means, really. I think you've just got a personal impression. Again, we got to give these guys swiftness or some shit. Move, 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 move. 45 seconds? Oh shit, there is another attack. We gotta intercept these. No, no, come to me, come to me. Don't attack the golems. Don't attack the golems. How long have we got? 26 seconds. I don't think they're gonna kill him in time. Am I gonna fail? Right, that's the end of the event there. Look, look, it's right here. 17 seconds. Are we really going to fail because they want us to kill this Hydra in 12 seconds? Event failed. There's no meta maps. Oh, it's fine if it fails? He spawns anyway. Oh, okay. Brilliant. I was very late to the escort, to be fair. Let me see here. So what do the golems do? They just make the fight a bit easier, do they? Do you have a bot command for your affiliate link that we can see here? No, I don't. I don't have a bot command for it. But it is just if you scroll down, there is just a link there. If you're thinking of using it, I incredibly appreciate that. It's just below the stream. You just scroll down a little bit. WP, did you see that ludicrous display last night? I don't know what you mean. So I guess no. What are my top 3 classes? What does it mean to have a top class? What does that mean? Playtime? Skill? What does skill mean? Favorite? I don't know what you mean. I'd say I play light armors more than any of the others. So that would be Necro, Ellie, Mesmer. Mesmer, Necro, Warriors. Yeah, I know what the classes are. I don't know how to quantify the answer. But yeah, I light armors, I guess. But I really like the others. I don't really think of myself as... I used to think of myself more of a light armor person because I just had more armor and stuff. And I suppose that's still true because I have the legendary light stuff. But not complete sets of the other ones. So maybe that's still true. But I don't know. That feels like a weird, specific thing to talk about. You don't actually see a link? Oh, is there not a link to it anymore? Oh, I think I got rid of a lot of that stuff because I didn't like... I don't know, I was browsing Twitch and I was seeing all these channels with just like a million things. Just like, I don't know. I'll think of putting it back. If you really want it, it's under every YouTube video. If you go to my YouTube channel, any video, it's in the description of every single one. So that is the link. It's always there. If we talk about classes, it's important to understand which ones we might prefer. Is it? What, with no meaning or substance or conversation, just throw a name out there? For someone who plays all 3 game modes, what's the easiest legendary arm to craft? It's too specific. If you have a community, if you have a guild, if you have people you can raid with, PvE is the fastest and the easiest. If not, PvP is the second fastest, I think. Probably, possibly. Well, I don't know actually. World versus World is like very easy but crazy time gated. Honestly, I don't know. World versus World might be on top at this point since the pip changes. You don't play Warriors, so you don't feel comfortable talking too much about Gunsmith Blade. You mean Blade Swarm? Okay, we did not get the thing. I should have diverted. I could have actually helped there, and I didn't. That's my bad. Holy shit, he's taking a lot of damage real fast, though. Just by the way. That's my bad, sort of. I should have also gone to the way station and used the MP. All I did was, I think I put 2 Chaos Storms, that was it. Right, let's try that again. Yeah, I guess world bosses are getting fucked up because of new Torment more now, right? Holy shit, I'm eating so much cleanse here. Did you see that? I got like 15 torment, 18 torment, and like 19 torment. And it was like, it ticked on and then clicked and then got cleansed and then ticked on and then got cleansed. It's been so long since you did this meta. Yeah, I really like this guy. To do no damage. It might be one of these situations. Quite often, if you guys don't know, in Guild Wars, they'll give mobs condis, but they don't actually give them a condi damage stat. So they have like 0 condition damage, so they don't actually hurt with it in any way, because they don't have the attribute. Or like the condition comes from like an unassigned target kind of thing. Just randomly jumped there, guessing it was the right moment to do so. Like, seeing those venoms coming. Here we go. Right, I contributed this time. Come on, everyone. I contributed really hard. Ah! Oh, do you know what? I could have popped Signet Domination as well. I always forget about that. Right, I'll Signet Domination. Oh, I guess that break bar only went less than 50% because of me. That was all me, everybody. You never... the yellow flame? I always thought of him as being like greenish. I don't know, I guess it is yellow, isn't it? I don't know, I don't think we're meant to think that deeply about the recolored fire, are we? Last time you did this, the electro stun thing from Drizzlewood used to do tons of break. No, it still does, I've got it here. I've got the electromagnetic pulse, so you can see it's above my skill bar. So someone in chat said that the Blade Swarm does nothing new. What does that mean? I think the Blade Swarm's one of the best of the new specs, isn't it? Isn't that fair? Another break bar coming up. I'm going to hold this Chaos Storm. We're going to do Divert, Signet, EMP, double Chaos Storm. And if that can't do it, I don't know what to say. He should do it, shouldn't he? I'm loving those confusion ticks. You guys seeing that? They're like proccing like... Oh, here we go. Well, I tried. Nope. Blade Swarm pistol is low-key good. Yeah, I really like the look of the pistol. It's actually one of the favourite things. I love the way those skills were set up. Felt satisfying to use. Very cool. Warrior just has DPS and banners, which is also a DPS build for 9 years. That's not true at all. In what context, exactly? For open world? What are we talking about? An expansion or raiding in an expansion? Endgame PvE. Oh yeah, that bit that's not even going to be there at the launch of End of Dragons, right? Why is that important right now? I think Blade Swarm looks good. Now, I think what Jizaku's saying is that it offers something new, like, compositionally. But I don't know, well, I don't really believe that. It offers a new, like fantasy and theme and sort of, like, mechanic to wrestle with. And that can come out in a great many ways. You might not play it in endgame at all. It still has worth. I don't see why we have to judge its worth based on the fact that banners have been used in raids for probably, like, 6 years. It's not true to go all the way back to vanilla and say they've only ever used banners. I mean, to a certain degree, that is. You know, as grindy and tanky as this guy has felt here, he used to feel a lot grindier and a lot tankier, so... I actually feel like this went very smoothly. Very smoothly. Oh, and I got local response for Jahai as well at the same time. Nice. So what else do I have to do on this patch now? So here's, for example, you'll see, I've actually done quite a lot. I just need to do the jumping puzzle, do the race, the keep race. I don't know how regularly that comes up. And then the story missions. You see, that's it. It's just jumping puzzle, the race, and play the actual story patch. A lot of the time on these, I've basically done everything except just the story instances themselves. Which, I don't know, we could stream at some point, I suppose. I don't quite know when to anticipate when the race opens up. Can anyone give me a hint? Maybe as to when that occurs? Alright, aside from that... Well, we could do the JP now, why not? Fuck it. Hello, Nike. It's 100% inevitable given enough expansions, every class will be given role redundancy in their elite specs. That being a given, the only thing that matters is the experience of the player feels different to the other spec that shares role with. If they execute that, there's no problem. Well, I halfway agree with you. I also think, though, that when we're talking about endgame and composition, people do fight over slots, right? So even if the play style feels different and unique and fun, even though it's fundamentally offering the same thing to a comp, people will... They'll dig into the differences in terms of like efficacy and which one's better, and they will push out the lesser of the two, if that makes sense. You know, it will be harder to get groups and so on. So there is kind of a thing. Also, I don't know whether it's completely inevitable. It's inevitable with the way that Guild Wars is set up at the moment that there'll be redundancy that will double up. But I think that if ArenaNet were brave about its balance initiatives, that doesn't necessarily have to be true. Like Like my opinion has long been that if you had, oh, we're going to the ore area, right? If you had globally much less access to quickness, vuln, might, fury, everything, like way less access to all of it globally. There's actually quite a lot of like fun combinations that specific builds can offer between each of those touchstones. So basically what you do is you identify what are like the touchstone boons, the touchstone, you know, tools that people need to be able to complete stuff. The game then is you've got 10 players to fill out as much of that roster as you can. And different specs, or different builds, let me phrase it that way, different builds can only offer a lot less of the puzzle. So basically what players should have to do is design and account for the fact that there will be gaps and that sometimes they'll double up because certain builds only offer certain packages and stuff. And in that way you might actually be able to avoid redundancy at all. What I'm trying to explain, I'm not articulating this very well, but it's like the idea that like when Spectre comes in, Spectre's great because it's the only guy that offered quickness and might. No one else ever had quickness and might together. That specific combo, if those two, that's the build that does that. Now you can get quickness and Aegis from another guy, or you can get might and fury from another guy, but that specific combo, that comes from there. You see, we're in a world of abundance where there's so much redundancy because everyone offers so much, because it's so easy to provide fury for all the people, you know. But in another world, I think that there could be a lot more space to carve out a lot more distinct shit for people, and you could have like those, the pieces of the puzzle and the puzzle we're trying to build could look very, very different if the balance was different, if the devs were more conservative about stuff, and if they actually designed for these things. But it's very clear that they don't design for that stuff. I was actually really interesting, Nike, to you specifically. I thought you were asking really... You remember the Q&A from a few days ago with CNC? I saw you in chat asking some good questions, like about whether they have like healing budgets and shit. And I was thinking, yeah, that's a good question. That's the kind of thing that you would think they've actually designed for. And then they actually, you know, they have as like tangibles and touchstones to design around. And you know, I would be very curious to see a conversation about that, where that would come. And it sounds like they don't have a fucking clue. It sounds like they've never even considered asking themselves that question. It sounds like they're just sort of like wandering casually through the world of balance and just putting stuff in the game and seeing where it comes out with players and tuning after that. And to me, I lost so much faith in the balance team and the state of the idea that the End of Dragons Elite specializations might improve based purely on that Q&A. Honestly, I was really disappointed by just how like non-committal and uninterested and uninquisitive so much of their perspective seemed to be about so many like big things that I think that the balance team should have asked themselves already and should have thought about. And I saw you, that healing budget question, Nike posted like 4 or 5 times, and I get the distinct impression he eventually went to Discord to get the question asked. And then even when the question gets out, it's like, oh, we haven't thought about that. It's like, oh, I don't know. Major disappointment vibes from me on that. He sort of answered it. He said they don't put any value on healing output. I mean, yeah, it's an answer to the question, have you talked about it? It's not an answer to the game, is it, though? I mean, no, we haven't talked about it. It's basically the answer there. Oh, it's a little bit more tangible than no, we haven't talked about it. To be fair, it is a little bit more tangible, but it's not. It's not a comfort, let me put it that way. It's not a comfort. After trying his new Ellie build, WP posted a few days ago, my Ellie's amazing, like a god clearing up any mob easily, and it's fun. I'm glad you guys are resonating with that. I want to be clear, by the way, I don't want to put any ego on those builds. It's just a fucking Celestial build, alright? It's just, okay, Celestial was mega buffed, and this is a way you can get value from it. That's all it is. When I do my Mirage thing, it's not. I've got no ego to it. I understand that double fucking staff Mirage people have been using for ages. I'm just going to package it the way that I like it and talk about it, you know. I don't really... I feel a bit weird when people say, oh, this is WP's build. It's not really. It's just Ellie and it's Celestial. And that's it. But, yeah. Little question, is there a new balance patch on the horizon, or do we have to wait until End of Dragons in February? I don't think they've confirmed any balance patch. I'm a little out of touch on that though. Maybe they have on the forums. Plus, who doesn't like the name Surly Ellie? In general, I always was a big fan of Celestial way back in the day. I liked the novelty of having a lot of the stats. Let me quickly recap here. What event is next? Drakkar is going on in Bura at the moment, but I did that last night. The Metal Legion concert I already did. Palawadan I already did. Thunderhead I already did. There's absolutely no metas for me to cash in on at the moment. So let me tab back to Twitch here. Oh, I'm sad my clone got CC'd there. I was hoping that the illusory ambush would cause that to evade at the right time. I do need just regular events on this map, though, so we could go kill this. Let's see if the bots are still standing over at this Choya. It looks like someone's fighting it. Are they bots? This is where all the minion monster bots were. You love Celestial. It's the perfect cure for your indecisiveness. Well, the thing I especially like about it on Ellie, you guys will see I'm going to recommend Celestial on 5 round as well. But is that on Ellie, you know, it really makes all the attunements feel good. You know, when you run like Fresh Air, Tempest, it's fun and all, but it does sort of narrow a lot more into air and fire rather than sort of incorporating a lot of the other buttons. And that's something I quite enjoy. Why is he invulnerable? Okay, spare parts. That doesn't lead to the... Well, hold on. When is the Gandara assault? Because I totally need to do that, right? Doesn't spare parts... what's the word? Preclude? Isn't this the start of it? Is containing the Scarab Plague not on one of the big timers? Is that the point? It's player triggered. No need to surf Selly. It's mostly an open world that isn't balanced anyway. Yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing. I do think that that's nerf resistant. That's the problem with this build. Anything Torment runes is so going to get nerfed. It's unreal. And then you're in this weird position of being like, okay, is this actually a good build path to recommend right now if in 3 months, hell, even when End of Dragons comes out, like the Nightmare scenario, it's a good thing to nerf it, right? Okay, so it's good for the game, but the Nightmare scenario, so I said that in air quotes, is for End of Dragons, they nerf Tormenting runes at the launch of End of Dragons. That's healthy for the game, and that's the right move, but if you've just done a build video, hey guys, play this build while you're in End of Dragons. If you don't like Virtuoso or whatever, try this build. And then the thing gets nerfed out the gate. What I should probably do is see how this feels without Tormenting runes. See what kind of resustain you can offer otherwise. Because the other thing I am curious about is dropping the Mantra for the Signet. I don't like the feel of it much, but you do get a lot of heal and illusion summon procs, which might be able to get somewhere close, but I seriously doubt it will. That's the Torment scenario. Yeah, but Nightmare runes don't offer that quality of life. I mean, what other runes would be good? I mean, I'd like to have some other runes. The question comes up with the Scourge as well. I want to do a Condi Scourge build for you all. I really do, but then it's also like... Basically, I need to think of a second supplementary rune set. That's the main thing. If anyone's got any suggestions for this build, a second rune set. Something high quality of life, something sturdy. And I don't just mean like stats. I don't want to just go like undead for a fuck ton of toughness or something. I don't know about that. I mean, undead Trailblazer would be. I mean, it's funny. The more we talk, the more I'm getting closer to my world versus world variation. Or one of them, anyway. By the way, I'm only doing this event so that I could tag the heart while it was going on, because I need the heart, obviously. So they... No, they're not going in right now. Disable the cannon. No, you don't need Traveler for movement, I don't think, trust me. Not in PvE. Not when you have Jaunt, not when you have mounts. And in combat, the Chaos Storms are giving you swiftness. I don't think it's really that great. And especially as well on Mirage, when the dodges feel like a mini burst of super speed, they kind of feel okay. And all your major buttons, let's face it, are range. The necessity to be able to move comfortably doesn't really impact how fun it feels. On other playstyles and other builds, I think it's a bigger deal, but on this one, not so much. I don't think Traveler's good. No, it's good, it's just not. It's not great. For my taste, on this build. Undead I just talked about. Aristocracy. Sorry, aristocracy. Isn't that might on weakness? Am I getting that confused? Yeah, this is not needed. We have 25 might instantly anyway. We have permanent 25 might for as much as we want it. Also, the only weakness we have is a chance proc on Chaos Storm. Like there, I only ambushed twice and we've got 17 of it. So, no need. Yeah, Nightmare is good damage, don't get me wrong, but again, it's as a dungeon rune, I don't know. I'd rather... Well, how's Trapper feel at the moment for... Because they changed it, right? But it's still a lot of content. Wasn't it Ellie runes that Boots was talking about? Oh no, it was Tempest runes he was keen on, wasn't he? Stunbreak, I don't really Stunbreak. Not that keen on that. I don't know, it's a weird one. Anything that has a particular synergy with the playstyle is fun too. Undead's good on Celestial. Oh yeah, don't get me. This is actually Vipers I'm running at the moment though. This is a Vipers build. So I don't have the toughness to combo into more stuff. Oh, Valen, yeah, I see you just typed Tempest there, yeah. I thought it was Tempest. Because he was using... If you guys don't know, Boots was playing with the build. I don't know what he's doing with it now, but he was trying a Firebrand World versus World Bully build that uses Tempest runes to stun break, and he had the Mantra elite. So that's obviously 3 stun breaks on one slot there. Which seems, I don't know, is an interesting idea. The problem always with Tempest runes is I feel like the heal on it was just never substantive enough. If they had just tuned the heal up a bit more, they would have been a really interesting rune set to me. The idea of like picking them specifically because of all the Condi duration is fun, I guess, but it wasn't... It's not the spirit of the rune. To me, what I like is the T6, the distinct thing to be the major thing. Let's go for this Sand Shark. Again, until I see more activity down here, like a Menta tag or something. Hey, Flyrow, thanks for the sub. It just occurred to me, have I missed subs today? We've had a lot of follows. Tulip, 2 hours ago. Thank you very much for the sub to you too, Tulip. Good evening, everyone. How are things? I don't know if Tulip's even still in chat. They're going good, though. Will you do Mesmer and Ranger build videos? You'll take to Ender Dragons as you did with Ellie. That's literally what this stream is. That's what you're looking at me playing right now. The answer is yes. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to finalize some of my thoughts about what I want to do with this, which might be the second video. I don't even know. That was bad timing for me there. My whole ambush got wasted blows on the ground. Well, we said underwater there. These fights are always a bit interesting because you want to dip in close. I'm going to do that because it will be a full refresh. When Chaos Armor comes up, but the rest of the time you kind of want to be a bit away. You can also put the 2 Chaos Storms on him. So much break bar damage right there. See this 20 bleed? This is what you're getting from illusions there. Sorry, dueling there. Alright. And it's subtle, but I kind of don't want to miss out on it with the inspiration swap. You just saw the headline of the stream. Good, you was excited to see the next video. Yeah, I don't know when I'll put it up. I had like a new player guide video that I might be doing soon, but as of everything else, I'm kind of chilling today. I've been cleaning the house. I've been working out, doing laundry, watching movies. So you guys know I said I watched the movie Spotlight. Anyone remember? It's basically my favorite movie of the decade. One of the best films I've seen in my life. Really, really great movie. There's another movie that was basically cashing in on that idea. Another, like, Office, understated, like, emotional subject material movie set in 2001. This time it's about 9/11. And again, it's Michael Keaton again. It's called Worth. It's on Netflix. I do not recommend Worth. Worth is a rubbish movie. Boring. Now, if you're American and you really are like hyper nostalgic, Jesus Christ, emotional. If you're hyper emotional about 9/11, then maybe you'll get some emotion out of it. It'll be good. But to me, it seemed like a bit of a tacky film, to be honest, a bit by the books. And it was like quite a sophisticated subject. It was like how a lawyer actually, like, if somebody dies, right, and they've got like insurance, if the government's going to give you a payout because your spouse or something has died in some disaster, how do you decide how much money that is? Like, what is a life worth, you know? And that's obviously a question of philosophy, but in law, that you actually need to find an answer to that. And anyway, it's basically the story of people who had to assign worth to all these people that, you know, lost their lives in the terrorist attack. And the idea is, you know, does the janitor on the bottom floor get valued the same as the, you know, high-powered CEO on another floor? Does number of children you had and the leaving behind affect things? Does value of your mortgage affect it? And all this kind of stuff. And it's like, how do you actually find that answer? And it's sort of the story of a guy who tries to do it with a formula and then in the end has to go get down and personal with everyone. And it's alright. It's quite a sophisticated idea for a story, but they're too scared to actually be sophisticated in the dialogue, in the script. But basically, it's just badly written. So it's kind of... It's not as real. It doesn't work as well. So I don't recommend it. That movie's like a fucking 5 out of 10, 4 out of 10. Worth watching if you're focusing on something else like I was. Like, I was just on an exercise bike, watching it in the background. And to be honest, I would have put anything on. Oh, we had a gift sub. Oh, actually, no, we don't. We have a regular sub. So, Schoenfob last month gave Hellkite one. And Hellkite has just continued that. Thank you so much to you, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, I didn't mean to say nostalgic. My bad, my bad. Okay, spare parts are nearly done. Is that going to start the event? It's a real interesting premise, but if it's not written well, it sounds bad. Exactly. It's basically, there's like a scene where the guy who's assigning worth to everyone. Whatever. It's too much to explain. But you'll get a sense of it if you watch it. It's just not sophisticated. It's like, it's one of those things where you've got two characters in opposing positions, and they're like having an argument, they're like having a debate or whatever, and there are obvious places that a real conversation between actually intelligent people would go. And, you know, they're all portrayed as these high-powered, intelligent lawyers and so on and so on. There's obvious answers staring at them that people would say, but the movie's scared to have them say anything because it robs it of the drama. So they're just hoping you're not thinking deeply about it so they can continue to have their drama. And that's the number one thing that just turns me off of stuff like that. I mean, I'll take any old random event in this map, by the way. Any old event. Oh, we had another sub. Orschweifungen. I hope I said your name right. Thanks very much. There we go. Meet with your allies on the front lines to assault the awakened Inquest facility. Allied saboteurs will leave Ritlock's forward camp in 1 minute. Here we go. You guys want to do this with me? WP, do you think the June game announced at the Game Awards is the one that ArenaNet was trying to make? So I haven't actually seen the trailer. I haven't seen it. But yeah, well, okay, let's be clear. I did some coverage on that, and I did bad coverage on it. And I've been trying to correct my mistake the whole time. It doesn't look like ArenaNet was ever making a June game. What it looks like is the holders of the June IP or whatever said, hey, we want an MMO to go alongside with our video game, with our film or whatever. So they had it, and lots of studios could pitch to get the IP and make the game. And it looks like ArenaNet was basically building a pitch. ArenaNet had an idea that they wanted to get a hold of the IP to do it. It's not like they'd actually made any progress on developing it themselves yet. That was the idea. They were in the running for it, and they never won the pitch. That's what I believe. It's not that that's been confirmed or anything anywhere, but that's what I believe more than anything else now. It's not that they were making it. It does show they had the ambition for it. And it's crushing as a Guild Wars fan in all the ways that it should be anyway. Oh, you know, the studio wasn't interested in continuing this IP, blah, 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 blah. That was not a June game, it was a Guild Wars game on a different time frame. Yes, there was a June game. It was called Project Arrakis. And they had Art of Worms and deserts and shit. It was obviously June. There were multiple projects. One of them was a June thing. It absolutely was. You've probably also seen some of the other stuff they were doing, which wasn't June. But, you know, there was more than one thing going on. Wait, secure the cannon? Have I just been tricked to come here? Should I not be with everyone else further down? So yeah. No, they never had the June IP, they were bidding for it. Isn't that what I just said out loud? Didn't I just say that they were bidding for it out loud? Or so I think anyway. Oh, you came in mid-rant. Yeah, I mean, I did a video on it a few months ago. If you type Wood Potatoes June, or Wood Potatoes Project Arrakis, or something like that. Not all found by me, by the way. It was found by a community member. Did I ever get a chance to watch or read it? No, I didn't. I haven't seen it, and I haven't read it. You remember the last time this conversation came up, you mentioned you'd not... Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm interested. They did confirm the movie's getting a sequel, didn't they? There is a sequel coming. So, I don't know, maybe, I feel like I shouldn't be here. Whatever, I'll see it out. See it through. We have one player member here, we have hopefully a random over there as well. Party member. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had more to say on that topic. I wanted to, and I haven't yet. It's made to be experienced in the theatre, sound design, cinematography-wise. I remember when it came out, a few people were a little bit lukewarm about it, saying it was a bit slow, or it was a bit, you know... But I think that's fine. I don't mind if it's a bit slow. I don't mind if it's a little bit understated. I don't mind if, you know, it asks quite a lot. If it's the start of a franchise, you know, it doesn't matter too much to me. I also read, isn't it like only the first half of the first book or something? It's slow because it's not Star Wars. Yeah, also, I mean, I don't know, some of you guys might know this about me. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. I don't think Star Wars is that great. I don't have all the nostalgia and the young kiddie hype and stuff to carry it for me. I just have what it is, and I don't really rate it that highly. I can see why the original trilogy was really transformative and brilliant for its time, but you know, the level of fanaticism I see for Star Wars on the internet is just completely insane to me. That's like the biggest head scratcher I know, honestly. Like I think out of all media or like art or whatever that I've seen and actually experienced myself, and then seeing how misaligned the community is on it, Star Wars, I just do not understand the fanaticism for Star Wars. And it's not that I hate it. I mean, I've watched every movie, including their like spin-off movies. You know, I've watched both seasons of The Mandalorian so far. You know? Like, I'm like a casual Star Wars fan. Because how can I be anything more? It's not that great. It's alright. Star Wars is alright. But Star Wars, I think, to a lot of people, and I don't know, dare I say it, Americans, is like the de facto like fandom there is, like the ultimate IP. There's always a bit, I don't know. The only thing I don't really know much about is obviously the extended universe and stuff, so I'm sure someone's going to come in and say, WP, the extended universe is amazing. Just kill awakened forces, stop the spread of Scarab Plague. That's just anything in this area, right? Oh, here we go, the bridge at Bokos Island. There you go, we're triggering it. Yeah, this is it. We're doing the whole meta here. Yeah, if you guys want to tag this for your legendary amulet, this is the time. By the way, yeah, guys, if in chat you've got any questions for me about Guild Wars, just something maybe that you said earlier and I missed it, just post them again. I really don't mind. I'll talk about whatever. Whatever you guys are curious about. I won't bite your head off, I promise. Or if I do, I don't mean it in a mean way. The equivalent Warhammer 40k to the British? Maybe, maybe. That might be true. See, but I don't know much about Warhammer 40k, so I can't sneer at it. You know? Let's see. If we clear this, we should be able to get an event and the heart at the same time, which is double progress. Then we can get to Bokos Island as they're still moving into the city. Is there going to be new infusions with End of Dragons? We don't know. That's one of those things. Put that on the pile of shit there should be a blog post about at this point, and there's not. I mean, why not? Why not tell us if there's infusions? People will be excited about that. I'm especially keen on any End of Dragons news that will be of interest and appeal to, like, the sizable... I can't attack him during that. He's going to fucking kill me. I'm going to line of sight here, because I can't trust my sheath weapon bind to work. Oh, this is the boss that Boots wanted us to fight the other day, by the way. Come on, Torment Runes. Heal me up. That's it. It's like I'm a fucking warrior with heal sig or some shit. What was I trying to say? Oh. You know, I've always quite liked the Awakened. They're just dangerous enough, and they do boons, and they have condi. Sorry, they have condis, and they have boons, and they deal condis. Just enough wide enough range that the combat's just that little bit better against them. Let's get rid of some play casually here while we fight this guy. Jesus, is he regenerating? Well, there's the heart done. Oh shit, I looked at chat and he's in the animation again. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That's a scrapper and he might try to function gyro me and I'm going to move. No, we're okay. Sorry, exclamation mark build isn't a commander. I'll have a video on this in a couple of days though. Sorry, there are lots of questions here now. You've already given your opinion on Jotun's sex positions. What about the other races? How do you think Eden give gob jobs? I don't know how they do gob jobs. I'm not an expert in that area, unfortunately. Okay, we got the break bar. WP, do you think each expansion will bring 2 or 3 meta-changing specs and the rest will be average, below average? What meta? There are lots of metas in areas of the game. What meta? But just as a general answer, I mean, I guess. It's a pretty safe, sort of nothing of a comment though, isn't it? It's a pretty easy guess. Does anyone know if you can... Fuck, man, what the fuck? Does anyone know if you can, if a friend can teleport to the Season 4 maps for Skyscale if he only has Episode 1 and 6 of Season 4? Good question. If you're trying to get a Skyscale but you don't have the whole season unlocked is what you're asking. I don't think you'll be able to. Wait, is the Skyscale just an Episode 6 mount? Or is it a whole season mount? I guess not. I guess you need the whole season for the Skyscale. Is that true? Yeah, if you can't teleport to the map, then you can't do it, right? Yeah, and you need currencies from all over. Maybe there was conversions though. But yeah, I guess it's a whole season. I guess it's the whole season. Good, we get the event. Where's that Scarab Swarm, by the way? All I got to do is jump on a couple of these and it's done. Go. Aureen actually cleaned up some of those other ones. That's quite cool. All right, now let's get into the city. You need the patience currency for Skyscale. Yeah, I guess Beetle would have been good, but there were only a couple there, right? And if I'm going to rock it in a straight line, I can't turn enough then. I understand using the Beetle at the start of an event like that, but later on, at the position that was in, it's just a risk that I go running past. Oh, unless you can go really slow. If you can complete the story on that episode, you can get the quest, but it won't get you far because you need currencies and stuff from the other maps. They have it. How far am I behind for my amulet? I'm probably 2/3 done, I think is a fair guess. It depends how rough Champions is, because Champions I haven't done anything of. Basically, what I've got is massive splotches of Season 4 and the Icewind Saga to do. Actually, to be honest, I think I'm closer to 3/4 than 2/3, I think. Somewhere in that space there. Champions is easy to long. I mean, it's all easy. It's all just a measure of time, isn't it? You say easy to long, that says to me long just means hard. Competitively. Well, what other measure do we have easy or hard in these? The return to achievements were great for Skyscale. Completely removed the hardest part, which was 250 of each map currency. See, that's pretty cool. You'd 100% do the return to achievements if you didn't have to replay story. You're not doing it just because you don't want to replay the story. You do realise you don't have to replay the whole story. It's just the instances, right? It's not a big deal. Just mute the dialogue and treat it like all the other stuff, like open world. Just mute the dialogue track and just walk through pressing F. Just watch a movie or something. That's such a weird. You're screwing yourself out of a precursor and an amulet, a legendary amulet. For that, it's just the instances. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like Benji says there. It's boring, don't get me wrong, but it's no more boring than this. It's all exactly the same, really. I mean, none of it's fascinating. None of it's that great. But I would recommend it to everyone. I really would. Don't miss out on it now, alright, because I'll tell you the other thing that's liable to happen. You'll get into End of Dragons. It will be really fun and really amazing, and it's it's a new expansion with lots of new stuff going on, and then you're gonna regret that you don't have the amulet. Then you're gonna regret that you don't have a Arene precursor already, and then you're gonna be in a situation of the expansion's out, and you're gonna be like coming back at that point, and it's gonna feel weird and it's not gonna feel great. You're going to think, wow, what about those 3 months where there was nothing going on before and after Christmas when I could have just got it? Like, I know for a fact that's the situation I'd be in. If I wasn't doing it now, I would regret it later. I know that End of Dragons is going to get me really enthusiastic and excited about the game for however long that lasts, months, whatever, right? And during that time, I'd be thinking to myself, fuck. Because that always happens to me, I'll like be really into the game and then like a little bit less into the game and then really into the game. And on the phases when I'm really into it, I'll like see that shit came out, like rewards and like gem store stuff that happens all the time. I'm like, oh, I wish I had that. Why don't I take that break or whatever? So you may as well do it now. I mean, there is nothing else that will be pulling you away. So I do recommend people do it. And by the way, if it's boring because you don't have someone to do co-op, watch movies or whatever, or you can probably find people in Spud Discord. Don't forget, Spud is recruiting as a guild. I've got a bunch more apps to go through actually at the moment. A bunch more new invites. So the more people that join, the better. There's a weird thing going on with Spud at the moment where a lot of people join, but then people don't talk. So then, I don't know. Maybe I started recruiting a bit too early. Fuck me, he punches hard here. This is the only downside to Viper. We don't have much of a cushion. So in these big events, get spanked down if you don't have protection on you. fucking illusionary ambush. I fucking hate that skill. There's a reason I stopped using that shit. It always puts you into death. Always. Look at all the areas. I could have gone all the way up the stairs. I could have gone all the way behind him. I could have come all the way around here. It chose to move me an inch to the right into the fucking field. Ugh. Watch this. I'm going to press it and it's going to put me in that poison field there. Look, see, it did it. Oh my god. And then on the other side of the fence. Goddamn ability. Arena posted 1 hour ago the sheet music Friend of Dragons. New artwork. Oh, that's cool. See, look, news like that's okay to me, but the real thing I want them to do is to talk about shit like, oh, are they going to be infusions? And what do the metas look like in terms of like rewards and structure and stuff? Like, what's the design that's gone into these things? How have they taken the best of Heart of Thorns and the best of POF? All that kind of stuff. I love these casual, like, fucking 10k, 11k, 12k tournament ticks. It did it again, everybody. It's the full 360 around him. To be fair, right now, there's a lot of deadly areas. That one was actually fairly likely to get there. Bye-bye, Pestilent Golem. Oh, we killed the head researcher again, right? There's a lot of dead players here right now, by the way. Wow. I think that last AoE field really fucked a lot of people up. This is the longest I've ever seen the head researcher survive for. Eerily silent. Imagine if End of Dragons implemented a battle pass. That would be horrible. Or the battle pass idea. It depends what they would do with an idea like that. Because they clearly work for other games. I don't know what that means for Guild Wars, though. What is it, like in a way, aren't the gem store things they already have, like battle passes? You know, when it's like, what do they call them? Requisitioner drops? Is that what they're called? You guys know what I mean? Where you buy it and you just don't get the rewards unless you keep logging in for the next however long. Of course, they don't tie it to actual gameplay and actual progression. But isn't that, don't they already do battle passes? They just don't use that name. Supply requisitions? Is that what they're all called? I appreciate it's not a full battle pass, but it's a similar idea, isn't it? It's just login rewards? Yeah, but it's login rewards you pay to opt into at the start, just like a battle pass. I mean, even login rewards themselves are similar. And I don't like login rewards either, by the way. I think login rewards fucking suck. Always opposed to them. You think one would be great? Well, why though? What's the idea? You gotta pitch me a full concept. I don't really know what it just means to use the word battle pass. You gotta give me the actual implementation. What is it? The China VIP system? Is the China VIP system even a battle pass? It's not, is it? There's a difference between an optional sub and a battle pass, right? They help with retention. Yeah, I think that's true. And on those grounds, I think it's a good idea. Alright, nice. Oh, I love that. That was so satisfying. Right, I hit Mind Rack, break the thing, and get double achievement proc. Plus, our inventory is nearly full again. I didn't get very far with cleaning it, did I, eh? I don't need to use the key card and go into this special room, do I, for this? Please tell me I don't have to do that. Access card, I've eaten it. Where's the teleport, though? Is it here? Fuck, I always forget where this is. Well, we have a spud in here. It's clearly not there. Someone in Spud just got the otter. Congrats. Was it here? It was here. We're crippled for some reason. Aha, thank you. Aha, nice. Daily login rewards serve a good purpose, though. It allows them to time get mystic coins into the economy. There's lots of ways they could do that, though. You can't just say, oh, login rewards are good because they have mystic coins and mystic coin. Like, you could put mystic coins on anything and it would be good. It doesn't mean login rewards are good. I just generally, I think that Guild Wars looks... There's a lot of things I don't like about login rewards, but I think one of the things that just makes me, like, disappointed about them more than anything else is how desperate Guild Wars looks for your attention and, like, how mobile-y and stuff it looks. I don't know. I think everything that the login rewards attempt to do, dailies can do and should do. Login rewards are just like sliding downwards, the exact same thing that dailies try to do, and it's the absolute lowest bar possible. Catering and appealing to the absolute lowest common denominator. The absolute most desperate thing you can do to say, please keep this game installed. That's what it is. It says, please keep this game installed. At best, that's what it is. At worst, it's a cynical, backhanded, sneaky way of selling more accounts because you know your fanatical whales will buy more accounts so that they can farm mystic coins and stuff through multi-boxing or whatever. That's what it is at worst. At best, it's still awful. I really don't like them. Everything that they represent in terms of getting people to log in on a daily basis and keep the game there and actually exchange some rewards, it should all be through the daily system. All of it. And probably a formalized weekly or even monthlies. All of it. I really don't like login rewards. And then there's little nitpicky bullshit I can go on about them as well. Like, and it's not just login rewards, by the way. It's like those Black Lion things you can buy on the gem store. Like, every day I get a mail from someone who gives me, like, random blood and random winterberry items and stuff that just look like a shit ton of random extra inventory management. I don't know. I just, look, you gotta understand, I come from kind of a different, an earlier generation of gaming where it was like, you know, playing the game and getting these rewards as meaningful things for actually doing things, you know? If I could snap my fingers and shuffle everything login rewards offers currently and put it into dailies instead of just the 2 gold on dailies, I'd do it in a heartbeat. And then just make the dailies more interesting, you know? These are all things that I think should have happened pre-Heart of Thorns. Pre-Heart of Thorns, all that stuff should have been ironed out. I'll tell you what, we'd be at the Game Awards if they'd figured stuff like that out. I don't think necessarily just roulettes is what the game needs, but yeah. These are like fundamental backbone systems. These are like the spine of player engagement and what they do. This is how you take those fair weather players I was talking about earlier and make them something more and more meaningful. And they've just completely fallen apart with Guild Wars. I don't know. I mean, what's a great defensive login rewards? Anyone got one for me in chat? Is anyone really going to sit there and look me in the eye and tell me that it makes the game look good? Okay, so meta's going on right now. Palawadam, which I've done. The effigy's up, which I've done. Okay, so what else do you want me to do, ArenaNet? You just want me to do events on this map, do you? 3 story missions. Okay, events. I've got 7 more events to do. Oh, bounties. Oh, and hearts. 2 hearts, some bounties, and a couple of events. And this whole thing's done. Okay, so let's do this heart over here. If you guys want to join my squad, by the way, I'll do some bounties with you all. Oh, another DirectX crash. How many is that now? 2 for this stream? Let's relaunch. This gives me a good moment to actually look at chat here. Heads up, if anyone offers you Raid Shadow Legends promotion, demand money because they paid for Jeff Goldblum at the Game Awards. Did they really? It motivates you to go for legendaries because clovers and such are too annoying and expensive to go for otherwise. That's not a value of the login reward system. That's a value of being given clovers, which if it was on the daily system, you'd have the exact same experience. That is not a defense of the login reward system. Anything else? I'm getting unlucky, WP. You haven't crashed in weeks. I crash about this much all the time now. By the way, I want to be clear. I think it's fine. I think anyone raging or salty or mad about those crashes is not. It's not a big deal. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's a DirectX 11 beta. I'm fine to crash once every hour or hour and a half or whatever. And it seems to only be on loading screens that happens for me. So it's not like I'm getting kicked out in the middle of like story instances and stuff. Then I think we'd be in a different story. But I'm very forgiving and comfortable with it. I mean, I don't really mind. So there's a Scarab Swarm. And there's a Thorn Wall repair spell that they're trying to complete. Well, how do I... What's the win condition for this? Just to kill them all? Let's try our Rotor Beetle. Oh yeah, you can drive slow on them. Yeah, great advice from chat there earlier. By the way, this is good for our heart as well. I like this mechanic as well. I wonder if End of Dragons will have anything like this. NWB curious, what class do you find the most fun to play for the end of for the elites, for the betas? Actually, Willbender. I think my process of build crafting on Willbender and what came out of it in the end, I think Willbender I ended up having the most fun. I had a lot of fun on Harbinger though. I had a shit ton of fun on Harbinger too. I really liked Mechanist. Mechanist was pretty fun as well, for obvious reasons. And Untamed was fun as well. I'm not joking. I don't think Untamed is good, but it was pretty fun running around smashing people with a hammer. And I think it would get really... The playstyle I ended up on would probably get really boring quite quick, but for its time, it was fun. Well, that was pretty good there. So we got that event, we got the other event, and we can quickly tag this heart here too. This isn't even the heart I was aiming for, and we've just accidentally almost finished it. This is the Corsair heart. It's actually really weird that I finished the Corsair heart here. The Corsairs are all the way down here, right? That's got to be one of the most distant ranges you can tag a heart in the game. But that's a huge length of... Like, if you map that onto, like, a Corteria thing, that's like finishing this heart standing up here, right? Hey WP, long time no see. Hello. You've been playing, haven't been playing since the Elder Dragon fight. Can't wait to binge all the videos then. Oh, did Dragonstorm put you off, did it? I'm curious what level of Freak Out the Whales would do if they tied login rewards to dailies. What do you mean? You're imagining whales that have loads of accounts, so they're using it to get mystic coins, and how much it would upset them? I mean, I'm not. Am I being stupid here? Am I being naive? But like, who cares? I mean, that is such... The idea that ArenaNet should care about that is to suggest that that's a good portion of their revenue, right? People buying these zombie accounts that do nothing, right? Isn't that... And that's such a depressing thought to me that I almost don't even want to look it in the eye. Thanks for the sub, DJ Cooley Cole. Thank you. The whales then would need to use those accounts to do a daily achievement. Well, I don't think they would they? They'd just put them down. They wouldn't bother. Hey, welcome. What is this? We're killing the crows, right? Sorry, not the Osprey. You're not a spy. I forget. What's the idea here? We got to do something for food for people, right? Pick up supplies. Don't I run back and forth to the town? I always remember struggling on this. Tasteless roots. I like the idea of a heart that's trying to emphasise that the people are starving, and it's a really slow, tricky, annoying heart to do because there's so little food around. I quite like the Luda narrative there. Well, that clearly didn't count. Bring Corsair supplies and Tasus roots to the supply depot. Rid the allied encampment of awakened spies. Well, there's more Tasus roots down here. Oh, you bring the roots into the town. I see, okay. Oh, that's not so bad then. Collect a bunch of the roots, go into the town all at once. Not bad at all. Another scarab swarm over there. I kind of want to tag that now. Nah, never mind. We'll finish this up first. There's a real urgency on these quests. We've been waiting for years for food. Wait, what? You know what you don't see a lot is the bone skinner weapons. Yeah, I was playing with bone skinner on this because the bone skinner staff looks a lot like the ritualist staff. Yeah, so I had it as my second staff because I've got two. I've hidden the other skin unless I want to. Yeah, this is like I don't know what I want to pick with the other one right now. This is from what, Dragon Bash or something. Anyway, but it would look too necro-y, and I kind of want to use it on my actual necro, so I'm holding off with that. I actually kind of want to put that back onto my Sylvari necro. But maybe Arachnia can hold that one, and then the Asura can hold something else. By the way, guys, I'm not too happy with my Asura. I don't know what it is. He doesn't feel how I wanted him to feel. I think I need him to look more ghostly or something. Do you know what I want? All right. You know Daredevil? You know being an Asura Daredevil using dash, right? I want to be a Necro Asura with the dash animation. But as I dash, I want to be like looking smoky and like spectrally and wraithy. That's what I want to look like. You know like horror movies where like there's a ghost or something and you blink and it's like standing perfectly still, but when you blink, it like sprints towards you. It like zigzags across the room towards you. You know that sudden like, and then it's in your face or whatever? That's what I want. That's what I want my Necro to be. But it's not going to work out. I mean, maybe I should literally just go Thief and play a Spectre. Maybe that's as close. That's Harbinger Shroud, kind of. Well, here's the thing. Cordicus's mana has... you guys know P2, Cordicus's mana? I think it's P2. It might be P1. Anyway, there's a boss. There's a human boss outside. You know there's like the roads around the back of the manor? I'm not talking about like the main courtyard entrance area with the barrels and stuff. I'm talking about the long winding road where story mode ends. There's a necro boss that you fight. I think it is P2. No, not the barn. Not the barn. It's near some tree houses. It's a winding road round the back. The barn is near the entrance, not the entrance. It's the winding road. So anyway, there's a necro boss you find. It's the final boss of one of those fights where he basically does plague form. And what he does, he turns into the ghost and he like charges you. He like races at you like an orb or whatever. And it's that kind of thing. That's sort of what I want my Asura Necro to be doing. Yeah. But and I was hoping that outfit would kind of give the feel with all like the hands grasping around at my feet. But it's just not big enough or flashy enough. And I hate even saying that out loud. But yeah, and when I think, like, what is it really that I want to do? I want to do a Thief Dash. I want to be a Daredevil using Dash as a Necro, but plagued and ghostly or some shit. So, I mean, I don't know where I am with it now. I want it to be, like, Spectral Walk, but not green hewn. I want it to be, like, black hewn. I want it to be, like, grey hewn. Spectral Walk. I mean, it's totally Spectre that I'm dealing with, isn't it, really? Yeah, and they changed Spectre 3 in Shroud. I wasn't even thinking of that, Noct, but you're right. I didn't even like that about Spectre Shroud, to be honest. I think that having the 2 movement skills there feels kind of weird. Same with not 2 movement skills, but that 3 felt odd. Harbinger Shroud having the 2 feels kind of weird to me. Can't you use some infusion from that? Yeah, but I don't want it to recolor my whole character. I want like I don't know what the fuck I want. I don't know. Maybe I'm just done with playing Asura. So you guys might not see too much of that. That Necro. Maybe you will. Should I swap to him now? I mean, The other side of it as well is the next build I want to set up and fall in love with is a Scourge build. And as a Scourge, I don't want to be an Asura Scourge. I want to be a mummy. I want to be like, you know, probably wearing one of those outfits or something. So I'm probably going to be back on my Sylvari again at that point. Oh, this is rough here right now, by the way. I think we kill 2 spies, and then we do 1 more supply run. We should be alright. I think the supply run will finish it. Rough heart, this one. No, definitely not the Ghostly Infusion either. The Ghostly Infusion is, like, really, really messy looking to me. I'm sort of done with it, I think. Oh, there are spies all around here as well en route. I've learned that now, and I'm going to have forgotten that the next time I come back here, if I ever do. What stat set am I running with this Mirage PV? This is a Viper's Mirage you're looking at right now. The Scourge art is very cute. Wait, how does he look as a Scourge? Why did we not look at that Scourge art when we built the Asura? Or did we? And I'm just forgetting. Sorry, I'm on Wiki right now. Oh, yeah, we never looked at him, did we? I mean, he looks kind of cool. They've gone with the hood thing again. I'm going to put it on screen. Come on. Alright, here he is. There. He's very big. I didn't mean to make him that big. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he looks okay. He looks fairly cool. Oh my god, I didn't actually finish the heart here. I know you're looking at him on screen. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, the torch and stuff. He's got the Scourge bone, like, shoulders. See, they're pretty ill-defined about his legs, aren't they? They're not very clear about, like, he looks like he's in, like, kind of a cloaky type thing. Yeah, let me do this real quick. Let's kill this. Okay, good. That's my renown hearts done. So we're going to do bounties. Okay, actually... let's all tab real quick and have a look at him real quick. Gux. You almost want your Asura Necro to be a triangle of shade. Yeah. I watched that video, VOD, and I noticed you skipped the Scourge art, and I really wanted you to see the face details. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I ended up just completely blanking on this. I mean, you can definitely see his eyes and stuff of a specific... He had green eyes in some of the other art. So basically, what that outfit is... Okay... is... we've got the Scourge shoulder... Scourge... Oh, shit. What are they called? Oh, no. I just typed it really bad. Wow, I typed that really badly. It's the Scourge's tendrils. I don't know what the cloak is. But I'm tempted to... Shit, what's the Arar set called? Vestments of the Lich. I'm assuming it's Vestments of the Lich. It looks like it's Vestments of the Lich. We could keep the gloves, I guess. I don't know. He's too shiny, guys. He's too shiny. I mean, Vestments of the Lich is just all... The Lich stuff is always my go-to with this kind of stuff. Let's turn that off real quick here as well. But he's going to look too much like Liss, you know. In fact, this just looks bad. Maybe he needs to be in, like, Priory or something. Nice to know. It's nice to know I'm not spending any transmutation charges. The problem with the shoulders is you can see they're floating off of your character quite often as well, you know. Yeah, I'm doing doing a short stream here today, just a little thing, just playing Guild Wars a bit. And yeah, I should give him a Boneworker staff as well, you know. So like so. I mean, that I totally get. I feel like that works. But I don't know about the rest of it. I really don't. I don't know what I'm doing with him. So, just a rough time with that. All right, anyway, yeah, let's get these bounties done on our Mesmer. Which server am I on? I'm on North America today. So if you want to play with me, guys, you can come, just as long as you're on North America. Are there new shoulders with ghostly tentacles? I think there are, yeah. They're like green, kind of like gloopy tentacle setup. Is the bounty board not here? Honestly, I didn't remember there being bounties on this map. I must be crazy. Am I crazy? Oh, no, there is a bounty board here. Yeah, it's over here. I honestly can't remember any of the bounties here. Let's see, who we got? Who do we want, guys? Champion Cabachon? Asphodel? Or the Legendary? The Legendary isn't going to be a good idea, because I don't know whether we've got the group for it. Let's do Capajon first. And if we get more, you know, a couple more people, we totally can do the Legendary. But that's not required for the Return 2 achievements, is it? Fun fact, bounties is in the candy bars. Disgusting. Outrageous. You take that back. You take that back. I'm deeply offended that you would say that. In fact, I'm going to stop stream, go to the shops and buy a bounty bar right now. Just to say otherwise. Bounties are top tier. Twix is better. I don't know, I'm not really a chocolate guy. I don't have much of a sweet tooth. I used to hate bounties as a kid. For anyone that doesn't know, is this just a British thing or is it everywhere? It's bounty everywhere? It's a chocolate bar filled with, how would I describe the middle? Coconut, obviously. Wait, should we be in the cave? You guys got me thinking about fucking chocolate bar now. I don't know what I'm doing. Here he is. Got a branded griffin. Bounty's incredibly easy, going down really fast. Well done to the other people playing with me. Something about the sound effects, I feel really satisfied beating the shit out of this thing. I don't know why. It just feels like everything's landing and going really nicely. Oh, down he goes. I think they want us to do like 5 of these, by the way. It's either 3 or 5. WP, now that you're making a list of all build videos, how about a tier list of all core trait lines? Hey, that's kind of a fun idea. That's quite a fun idea. Okay, let me just think then. I can think of some obvious favourites. Let me think of some that I don't have much of an opinion about. And whether I could then rant about them. Can I really talk about the difference between Zeal and Radiance? It's always Guardian that trips me up. I don't know about for you guys, but to me, if you give me any profession, I can list out the specializations like that in a flash. They all have like a distinct concept. They're all such an easy idea to know what they're doing. And on top of that, how they interact mechanically is usually alright as well. You know, like I can sort of figure out pretty quickly, oh, this was the utility line that belonged to this line. Like earlier where I was talking about what line had glamours on, you know. You can sort of muddy your way through usually. But when it comes to Guardian, like all the lines are just nebulous bullshit to me. And it's like, there's no instant way for me to just instantly sort of know. I'm sure the only way that would be fixed is if I had started playing this game as a Guardian, or I was very, very, very familiar with it. Like, I know that Radiance is like damage and burn and fire. I know that Honor is healing and vitality and health. I know that Virtues is like your 5th line. It's, you know, it's about the F abilities. I know that. That's easy enough. Zeal? Zeal is crit, I guess? Crit and maybe retaliation? I can't even remember what I'm missing at the moment. What am I missing? Honor, Virtue, Zeal, Radiance. There's 2 lines that I can't even think of. Oh, Zeal is symbols, yeah. It's just like, that's such an unnatural sort of, there's nothing about the word Zeal that immediately makes me think of symbols. Also, all over Guardian used to have symbol traits. I mean, it still does to a certain degree. Valor. Yeah, what the fuck Valor is about? I mean, just through virtue of the fact I haven't explained the other tank line. It must be another defensive line. It must be the defensive line associated more with like toughness and shit, I guess. If Honor is healing, that one must be like toughness. Kind of, maybe? I don't know though, I really don't know. Oh, is Valor, and yeah, that's the other thing. Which one has the medi skills? Is it Valor that has Monk's focus and stuff? I can tell you that if it's the Valor line, I know that, like, I know what the traits look like in there, right? I know that you've got the medi traits, and you've got like the shield trait, or like the Aegis for other people around you trait. I know like those. We can kill this guy as well, by the way, because we can use one more. At least I think I remember. But I'm just bad at Guardian. I just can't. So anyway, in a tier list, I don't know what the fuck I'd say about those. They'd probably end up low in my mind. But every other class, I'm pretty much okay, because it's like clear, you know. It's weird though, because I'm thinking about like Ranger right now, right? Like, I know you've got Wilderness Survival and Skirmishing and Nature Magic, right? And they're all clear to me. I kind of get them. I remember that they're there and so on. But the thing is, like, if you just think about just the words themselves, maybe it's not so easy to know. Maybe I only know that clearer because of Guild Wars 1, where those lines kind of matched up there as well, and so I have more years of... I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's just something about Guardian, man. I mean, Revenant kind of just came in out of nowhere and added a bunch of stuff, but it's very easy to remember all the Revenant lines. Devastation, Corruption, Salvation. You know, once you get the format, that there's going to be 2 offensive lines, 2 defensive line, a 5th line that's about the overall mechanic, it's pretty easy. But Guardian somehow eludes me. Alright. Like, do you guys remember when I did my proposal for how Elite Specs should work? How they should take existing fundamentals and expand upon them. Like how Soul Reaper and Reaper works, right? There's Soul Reaping as a line, and then there's Reaper, and it's brilliant. And I was saying you should have Fire Magic and like a Pyromancer, and you should have, you know, whatever. I listed a ton of them. When I made that spreadsheet in that video, I obviously had to write down every core line. And they all just flowed out. I wrote the spreadsheet instantly, except the Guardian section, where I was like sitting there like, oh, what's the other line? I think I struggled a little bit somewhere else as well. I can't remember where they... Okay, wait, what's the mechanic they want me to do right now? Just not stand in the AoEs or near the bombs? What the fuck? I mean, she's shooting me so hard, though. I should have run the reflect trait. Don't cancel cast them. Yeah, if you guys want to cancel cast these abilities, you have to press escape. Stow weapon doesn't work. Same as with the bundle. You have to use escape for that stuff. Go inside the bubble or it blocks forever. By the way, I'm really bad at Jaunt. Jaunt is actually a part of the build that I don't really like much. I think if I keybound it to something more on my left, easier on my left hand, so I'd have more fun with it. But it's kind of annoying stretching my thumb to it, and they ask me to press it semi-regularly. It's good damage, right? It's 2,500 damage passively. That's if you're getting no active procs, just for hitting it. And I mean, there's no cast time, it will just instantly roll out. You can also get combo fields out of it. You can also use it to generate clones if you're on the other version of the build. Speaking of which, I never actually swapped self-deception back for this whole time. Okay, so that's 2 bounties. Could you turn down the skill volume a little? Yeah, absolutely. I'll just turn the whole thing down a bit. Yeah, I know it's cleanse and stuff. I just mean in general for PvE when you would want to use it. Oh, it's only 3 bounties. It's not 5, it's 3. Okay. Where am I going? What am I doing here? WP, what about tier lists for dungeons, raids, strikes? Well, yeah, I think they might be fun to do as well. I haven't actually looked at how... what the reception was to the last tier list I did. What was the last one I did? I did a video about... what the fuck did I do? Oh, world bosses. Oh, yeah, it was that fucking video I had to record twice. Oh, I can't tell you guys how bummed out I was about that. Yeah, I don't know how much people enjoyed the world boss one. But, yeah, if I do more, dungeons might be good. Dungeons might be a nice, clean, easy thing. In fact, what you could do is base it on path. Maybe breaking it down by path is too much discussion. But a good, clean little dungeon tier list might be fun. Fractals. Rifleman says you forgot Karka Queen. Yeah, I saw that in the comments that people thought I forgot Karka Queen. I didn't actually forget Karka Queen at all. What had happened was that I had written it as that I would do core and then I would do Living World and expansions as a part 2. So when I was doing that, I put Karka Queen as season 1 because it's not in episode 1, it's in episode 2. That's why I moved Karka Queen. I didn't forget it. I specifically moved it aside. The problem was that then later when I was scripting the video and I was in the mid-game... Well, I wasn't scripting. I never scripted that video. I just wrote down all the bosses I was going to talk about. Because I had to implement them, right? So when I went to Tier List Maker, the website, I was writing in boxes of all the different bosses. Now, what the problem was that by the time I got later and I was entering mid-game bosses, I put Tequatl down. Because Tequatl was in Bloodtide, so I was thinking, well, that's core, so that's episode 1. Now, technically, Tequatl came out in season 1 after the Karka Queen. So the fact that did I say Tequatl? Sorry, Triple Trouble. I'm trying to talk about Triple Trouble. Realistically, if I'm gonna put Karka Queen in part 2, I should also put Triple Trouble in part 2. Realistically. But I didn't, so now it looks a little bit messy. But I did specifically keep Karka Queen aside because I thought, well, that's Living World Season 1 in a Living World Season 1 map. It's not even technically Living World Season 1 at the time of the release. I understand that as well. But nowadays the devs look back at it as a Season 1 thing. So yeah, I put it in the other part. But then the fact that I put Triple Trouble kind of... Yeah, and I guess Tequatl was remade during Season 1. Shatter was remade during Season 3. A long time ago that happened now. Alright, good. So that's bounties. Is that regular events as well? Did we ding them both together? No, one more bounty. Bounty 5. And then it's just the story steps. Which, by the way, if you guys have just come to this stream... Oh, shit, it's because I'm in the wrong place. That's not even the fucking bounty. Looking too much at chat here. If you guys just came to the stream, this isn't necessarily a corner stream. This is just what I've ended up doing in the past, like, 40 minutes. But will you do a tier list about the dungeons in their present status with all the power creep? Or will you do it as it was in the past with a more balanced PvE? Well... If I were to even consider your question there, to only do them as they currently exist, I mean, what kind of a video is that? This is Ascalon Catacombs. It's pretty shit because you can complete it in 2 seconds. This is Cordicus's Manor. It's pretty shit because you can complete it in 2 seconds. This is Twilight Arbor. It's pretty shit because you can complete it in 2 seconds. Okay, the argument I'm saying there, you can complete it in 2 seconds isn't really the example. But you get what I mean. There's no point explaining them in their diminished state, is there really? I mean, who does that benefit? No, if I did the video, it would just be my impression of how much fun I had on them. It would just be purely subjective, having fun. Hey, I really like Cordicus's Manor. I had a lot of cool experiences in Cordicus all those times ago. You know, it would be that kind of thing. And there's no way I would just be... I mean, I don't know, what is that what you guys want? Like tier lists that dryly articulate the current state of the game? I don't know. I think it would just be... Here's some fun I had in these dungeons, and this is what I like about the art, or this is what I like about the mechanics, and so on and so on and so on. It would be an interesting video, because I don't actually know my opinions on some of it right now. And I'm going to try and stop talking about this now, because if I think about those opinions now, it sort of ruins the video. But like Ara, I don't know where I'd put Ara off the top of my head right now. Because I love some elements of Ara, and then other elements I feel like miss the bar, so it's like, where do I put them? And that's always a moment that comes up on these tier list videos, where it's like, I have like true love and true like disappointment at the same time. You know, a lot of stuff's easy to rate, but then every now and then there'll come this like thing of duality, where it's like, how the fuck do you rate this? How do you ascribe this one value when it's like... And it's horrible to put, when you get in that situation, it's horrible to put a thing in the middle ground, because one thing cancels the other out, so it ends up at like C tier or something. It's like, this doesn't deserve to be at C, this is the coolest thing ever. It also doesn't deserve to be at C, because this is the worst thing ever. But there it is in C, you know. So, I don't know. Come on. Are you gonna really hold me in combat with that Dustmite Twister that managed to tag me? Come on! Fine. Do you include Zaitan as the Ara story? I mean, yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? Like, I think I probably would put story modes in a video like that. I think that would be cool. You'd do story mode, you'd count it. But then, yeah, you've got like the whole, you know, you could do like a 2-hour-long podcast purely on the situation at the end of the game with Zaitan, and you know whether it's justified to have the game end like that because not too many players get that far, blah blah blah. There's suddenly like a whole extra can of things to talk about, and it is funny to think about where exactly it would land. Okay, what are the bounty effects on this one? Poison fields. Avoids attacks outside the designated area. Why don't I see his designated area? There we go. Why was that mechanic disabled? This build's good for this, right? If they want us to be close, we can be close. If they want us to be far, we can be far. I mean, it's not a problem at all. I'm going to linger on the edge here so that when it toggles, I can just step ever so slightly and I'll be fine. Oh, never mind. He's attacking me. I'm turning the other way. I like this guy getting aggro. No. Phase retreat. Staying. This is what phase retreat and jaunt are truly for. Bounties with this mechanic where they're running around a lot. Alright. Oh! Wow, all the lighting changed there as well. See, this is what I'm talking about with illusionary ambush. It really put me down there where I can hardly even jumping puzzle back in. Let's break that bar. Ta-da! How's your inventory doing? Ugh. Come on. You can handle it. Okay, return to the domain of corner. Alright, done. Good. Bug in the system. We've got some bounties to do there. You guys want to do those? This is such a good patch, man. I've actually got to do both metas here as well. Let's see when the next meta's up. Doom Law is up right now. Oh, I'll tell you what. It's because it just doesn't list. It doesn't list the metas on these other maps. Well, whatever. Let's just go have a look. Yeah, I was running around here. I was marveling at the cool events that they had. I was marveling at like this northern island where there's those big random enemies with cool names that like bounties that wander around. I thought was awesome. So easy to forget how much amazing stuff was on this map. Okay, the weather's calmed. Extra resources have washed up from the storm. Looks like we do have an event here, but that's not the containment chamber, is it? Let's do this heart here with these inquests, and then I'll look at the bounty board afterwards. Do I have an opinion on the Mighty Micah video? I don't know what that is. No, I have no opinion. If you want to teach me what it is, I'll give a crappy take, a crappy uninformed take for you. Is that not what we're on Twitch for? It's clickbait. Okay. What's my favourite Season 3, 4 or Iceboot Saga patch? A start to guide us. Jihad Bluffs. These are a really good patch. I think the story was good. It's probably a bit big. Well, it's hard. It's either that or it's... Can I say the last 2 of Season 4? Thunderhead is a really good patch. I'll tell you, there's one specific moment of Thunderhead that will always stand out to me and always be incredibly memorable to me. And that's the moment when you first get to Thunderhead after all the exciting stuff's opened up with the story, and you hear the Zephyrite singing in the cave, the background music of the map, and you're standing there and you know there's a whole new adventure there for you. There's something about that little moment right then and there that's excellent. And then of course the patch is like absolutely incredible and ends with that auditorium scene with all the Monster Hunter references and shit, and the fight against Kraukatoric in the auditorium. I mean, it's really good. The season has some problems where it didn't pay off on some of its characters, and I don't quite like where they went with the Spears story. You know, they were hinting at something cooler with Ritlock and stuff back during Path of Fire itself. But I mean, it's really, really, really good release. There's a world where that Kraukatoric arc got a whole season for itself, and that would have been the coolest shit ever. It would have been so good. Oh, I just gave myself a really weird feeling of like optimism and excitement for the future of the game there. I just literally just thought to myself, oh, it's going to be so good when Guild Wars has regular content coming out again. That's genuinely just what I thought to myself. I just thought, oh, imagine if after POF we'd kept going with releases of that quality and that regularity or something. Imagine if we had that expectation of expansion in Living World and expansion in Living World. And I just had this moment of pure unbridled optimism and thinking, yeah, after End of Dragons is out, it's all going to be good. And I was very sincere. Hold on to that feeling, WP, crying face. Well, we got 3 months to End of Dragons itself, and they're still not talking about half the stuff they could. Who do we want to fight here? Let's fight the Magneton Manipulator, since Magneton is my favourite Pokemon. Actually, I don't know whether that's true, but... End of Dragons has some big votes to fill. Yeah, it does. It definitely does. May I remind you of my tweet, the day of Dragonstorm. Does anyone remember the tweet? It was a very simple one sentence word that I tweeted after I played Dragonstorm, my immediate impression of it. My tweet was simply, it would appear the Icebrood Saga paid a very high price to End of Dragons indeed. That's what I said. And whether that price was justified or not, we have 3 months before we can know the answer. Okay, this looks like it's going to be a shit show. A one-sentence word. Sorry, one-sentence a one-sentence sentence? Dude, this guy's fucking crazy. Holy shit, I don't know if I've ever done this bounty. Holy shit, this is cool. I'm telling you guys, this is an amazing release. They're like programmers and shit, and people messing with the engine were like on a whole other level on this release. If I'm going to solo a bounty, I should definitely be on the other variation. We might be able to squeeze this out anyway, though. Holy shit, though. No. What is it that's chunking me? Is it the orbs chasing me? Is it? Do I need to stay away from these orbs? I think that's what it is. And eventually they disappear. If you guys want to come do these with me, Illusionary Ambush actually helping me out for once there. He's still really healthy. Oh, it's because I got to kill the healing things? I don't know whether I can solo all this then, actually. If he's got a big heal mechanic that I've got to play with as well. Well, I'm not taking much damage anymore. Holy fuck. I was trying. Illusionary Ambush is if anyone was watching that closely, Illusionary Ambush is elite. Fuck. I was trying to get that. Almost was perfect. I almost got the leap combo out of the Chaos Storm as I was flying past it, but I think it dissipated at the wrong second. Dude, I don't know. I'm gonna time out, even if I make it, and I don't think I'm going to. He's got some weird ass sound effects, I'll tell you that. Can Aegis save me from these fucking orbs? Oh, we have an ally. That turns the tides quite substantively. Yeah, why was I flying in the air before, but not anymore? You'd love to see me play Dark Souls. Yeah, I've been wanting to get into it for a long time. I don't know, though, because I don't know how... Look, I don't mind the idea of a hard game, but the thing is, like, you've got to acclimate to the difficulty and stuff. And I don't know whether I'd be really annoyed doing that on Twitch. Fucking dying once and looking at a ton of lulls in chat. I know it's, like, good-hearted or whatever and well-spirited, but I reckon it would aggravate me anyway. So I don't know. We've almost got the break bar down. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Holy shit, there's a ton of people here now. There's a white tag. The thing that aggravates me, right, is people having no patience for the idea that I might just be learning. That's the thing. It's like laughing or whatever. So I can do it. You just got to let me learn how to do it, you know. But if you don't get it instantly, you know, you get laughed at or whatever. That's the thing. I'm like so insecure and pathetic. Got such a fragile little ego that I could just imagine now being like just constantly dying against like this basic boss. And then you look at chat and there'll be a guy with this. This will be the comment, okay? It's so simple, lol. It's comments like that, right? And I can imagine getting really like, fuck off. That's exactly the kind of thing I can imagine happening. I can't believe he can't get this, lol. That kind of thing, you know? And then I'd probably be like, oh, fuck this game. Alright, maybe the white tag's going to all of them, actually. So I'll just join the white tag, right? Leave my own thing. To the person playing with me, would you like just go to the world map and click the white tag and join? I assume he's doing bounties. Wow, he's got a lot more people with him than are actually in the squad there. It's so unnecessary for people to do that crap. No, it's not unnecessary. It's fine. It's people having fun, you know. It's just people dicking about. And it's having fun, and it's people messing around. And that's fine, right? I don't take it as personally as probably you would think you would take it. It's just when it's just like this cold message, you know. The widow ego would struggle. Everything is toxic. If you don't think so, you're toxic. Syndrus, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Oh, and Rocker subs as well. 8 minutes ago. Rocker, thanks, man. New badge unlocked. Oh, yeah, the Shadowbringers badge. Is that going to be much worth to us in Endwalker, by the way? And yeah, sorry to disappoint any Final Fantasy viewers today that we're not in 5.5. Trust me, we will get there. It will happen. I just wanted to commit to a little stream here today. I was getting to it a little bit later than I wanted to, and I just kind of had the sense that I didn't have that much energy. So I'd rather chill and play Guild Wars and work on this and talk to you guys a little bit about Mesmer build than, you know, do a disservice to what hopefully will be a badass story. I mean, I think people rate 5.5 quite highly. Oh my god, I was so late here, I almost missed the tag. Yeah, that's the emote there. Edginess is universal, apparently. Rara says, WP, that's just what you were saying about dungeons being simple and easy, but for many, the dungeons are a challenge. Okay, no, it's not. I'm talking about the social experience of streaming something new on Twitch and people laughing at you for fun. That's what I'm talking about. What that's got to do with the state of Guild Wars 2 dungeons, I have no clue. It doesn't have anything to do with Guild Wars 2 dungeons. However, even if I indulge you, you're still wrong. Power creep has made the dungeons very different to what they used to be. Very different. Go on my YouTube channel and type Wooden Potatoes Ascalon Catacombs video guide. Now, you might get my more recent dungeon series, or you might get my classic one at launch doing the dungeons like when they came out. And you'll see like how fucking crazy the dungeons were. They're not the same now, man. They're not the same. They're a lot easier than they used to be. And yeah, I understand that some people can struggle in them. That doesn't absolve the whole situation, though, does it? Just because we can wriggle into one little nook and say, oh, look, some people maybe have a little bit of a legitimate experience. It's still a whole facet of the game that basically is unsatisfied and moved away from. You know, I don't think it's fair to suggest dungeons are in a good state because some people woefully, like, ludicrous. You know, I could get my 75-year-old grandma to come and play Guild Wars 2 and pop her in Ascalon Catacombs with 2 other 75-year-old grandmothers. Maybe you guys can sponsor your grandmothers to come on stream? And we can watch them struggle and say, oh, see, look, some people still have fun in them. Look, it's well designed. I mean, that's the logic you're using there, and I don't think that that's fair. I think that's disingenuous. I think there's a lot that could be improved about dungeons, and I don't think they're in as good of a place as they used to be. I don't think there's a very negotiable argument there, really. I mean, I do think there's maybe something to be said for, okay, they're just kind of a one-and-done little thing. They're a small part of the game, and they don't have to be a big part of the game. I do think there's something reasonable in that. Don't get me wrong. And I think Arena there certainly has that too. Your gran is 93 and has LG. She'll beat all your grannies. What's LG? Can you teach me what LG is? Even before expansions in vanilla dungeon, Guild Wars 2 dungeons were a joke. Remember the fire sword into the way to kill speed bosses? Yeah, I think you're fair and right about that as well. I think that they fell out of value very quickly. I think you're right. And even when it wasn't fiery greatsword into a wall, it was, you know, cheesy other kinds of skips and you know. I don't think they were ever phenomenal. But, you know, you can have both of those opinions at once, I think. I almost walked into a D's nuts. Legit gamer syndrome. Guys, can I ask you a question? What makes me a legit gamer? I want to be a legit gamer. How do I do that? She has Ligma. What's Ligma? D's nuts. Boons are weird to me in Guild Wars. It's like you have permamite and alacrity in most encounters, and it's not involved or complex to maintain in that group. Why don't they just add that baseline or address that somehow? I feel like I'm not articulating your issues. No, you are. You've just gone the wrong way with the solution. What you're starting to identify is that there's so much boon access, and there's so much, like, dumped into these professions and the tools that should be needed for a class that they're basically, it feels like they're ubiquitously there anyway, so therefore why have them at all? That's what you're stumbling into, and it's one of the consequences of the bloated tool access that Guild Wars has. That's how I describe it. Too much healing, too much boon access, too much comedy access, too much of everything. And by the way, there is a. It's because I think it's because people at ArenaNet haven't had a hard conversation with themselves about what they want their game to be. If you look at like Final Fantasy, They basically say, well, we don't really give a fuck about buildcraft. We don't give a fuck about composition. We don't give a fuck about anything, really. So what we'll do is we'll have the mechanics and the intrigue of the fight be about the action of the fight and completing the mechanics of that specific fight, right? So you get, like, encounters where people are playing Dance Dance Revolution and stuff. It's all built within the fight, and it's about the action of the moment. And ArenaNet could go that direction if they like, you know? And in which case, yeah, you may as well just give everyone access to everything, blah, 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 and undermine the buildcraft and stuff. I think that fundamentally Guild Wars is a slightly different product, though. And I think playing with builds and composition should be a part of the end game. It should be something that they think about. But I don't know whether they've really considered where they straddle that line, you know? So we just get left with all these very, very odd situations and lead to questions in Twitch chat like you just offered. Oh, some of you guys got an ad there? Sorry. The ads are as minimal as possible. I literally can't shrink them any further. I'm really sorry about that. Speaking of ads, though, somebody did just sub. Boomer Chewy, thanks for the sub. You, my friend, won't ever have to see ads ever again. So, thank you. So it's like, anyway, you know, I was talking about this earlier in the stream. My argument is that if they're going to have buildcraft and if they're going to have composition, if the idea is when a new elite spec comes out, people wonder, oh, what does this do that I couldn't do before? Then there needs to be a rein-in of a lot of the access to a lot of the tools we have right now so that specific classes can shine again. I really do view these elite specs as a Hail Mary last gasp at the elite specialization system. It's basic to me. I mean, maybe this is a bit ignorant of me to say, but it looks like they're essentially saying, this is it, lads. Let's just do whatever we can to make these look exciting. Does the class have quickness yet? No? Let's fucking give it quickness. Does it have alacrity yet? No? Give it alacrity. Does it have a shadow step yet? No? Give it a shadow step, you know? And that's kind of a silly argument there, because yes, Bladesworn got a shadow step, but it's not really much of one, right? Flicker step's very short. But anyway, you know, I really do view it as like a Hail Mary, end of the road. For the current state of the game and the current balance of the game, they're not really trying. They're just putting in whatever they can as efficiently as they can. That's how this wave of elite specs reads to me. Efficiency above all things, and difficult questions about shaking up the status quo of Guild Wars 2, about actually moving into a more sustainable, long-term place with the game, actually ironing out those wrinkles, smashing in some drywall, figuring that stuff out. They're not doing any of that for End of Dragons because their back's against the wall and they've just got to get it out and do it as efficiently and as good as possible. So serious, hard, real questions are not being asked and they're not being answered internally. That's what I think that's going on with the game right now. They're just trying to get a fucking expansion out. And they're trying to make it good and meaty. And that means, unfortunately, that difficult topics aren't being addressed yet. And maybe ArenaNet aren't wrong for having that stance, by the way. Maybe it's not the right time to do that sort of thing. I mean, who am I to say otherwise? That's why I say it might be a bit naive. It might be a bit ignorant. Oh my god, they want you to do how many bounties on this map? 12! Unbelievable. I don't need to collect the thing, do I? Obviously, the bounty will be there anyway. I don't know which one we're going to. Yellow Sap, thanks for the... Can I just say, guys, I really appreciate that you guys here at chat. Hopefully the rants aren't putting you off or annoying you. Thank you very much for coming here, guys. It's been very nice. I didn't really advertise this stream anywhere. And I certainly didn't give anyone the impression I was going to stream Guild Wars 2 today. So yeah, it's nice to see you guys, and thanks for the subs where they've come in. I was serious a second ago. It does disable ads, so I do appreciate it. You're here for the rants. I always feel bad about them, you know. I don't like this idea that I'm like the Guild Wars 2 doomer of the day, you know. It's not true. I see the wood from the trees, guys. I'd rather they not address it yet and concentrate on the piece of story that isn't rushed. Elite specs can always be rebalanced later. Yeah, I mean, again, I think there might be something really... That might be the right way to go, you know? It doesn't all have to be now. The fact is, they had mass layoffs, a terrible decision after those layoffs, the Icebrood Saga, and COVID, which has rocked the boat, right? Their backs against the wall. And it's like, okay, is this the time to be radical? Or is this the time to steady the shit? I don't know. I mean, maybe it is the time to be radical. Maybe it's not. But I totally agree with the idea of just get a great product out. that will sell and will get people excited. Because again, I think most true doomers about Guild Wars, I think most people who are actually like in that place where they're not very enthusiastic, I think that will turn around in an instant when they actually have new content to play. I mean, we're all familiar with it, right? I'm not crazy. You can be feeling burned out or bad or disinterested, and you get in there and there's a new map and there's a new story and there's just a new place. Everything feels new and it all melts away, right? And it all just feels fascinating and exciting and brilliant. We all know that feeling, right? And I think in that instant, as long as then there's depth to it and it doesn't instantly run out, it's not obviously cut in certain areas that it shouldn't have been. I'm going to stand still. I think we'll be fine. I really think that Guild Wars can do a lot. So just not being too transformative and just, you know, and they've had a big leadership change as well at that time. People have got to figure out what they think the situation is and, you know, what actually needs addressing and what doesn't, you know. That stuff takes time to spin up. It can't all be instantly done, just with End of Dragon. Am I going to stream my first time progs of the strike missions to the end? I would like to do that, yeah. I don't know when they'll come out, right? There's none at launch, are there? I'd like to do that, yeah. I think that'd be cool. I heard every time WP starts a rant, a puppy sheds a tear. I think slapping quickness and wheelbender was something that got me thinking on that again. I don't know why the expectation is that groups will have all boons in every encounter. It almost makes unique boons seem meaningless. Exactly. I think most specs should self-buff with specific buffs available in specific specializations can give specific boons to the rest of the party that aren't as strong as self-buffs or just utility buffs. Sort of a half-thought. Well, no, that is how the game was made as well. Aegis, for example. Aegis was the Guardian thing. Aegis is like the progenitor example of what has ended up happening all over Guild Wars. Aegis belonging to Guardian, and now you look at it. And to be fair, that still, to this day, remains fairly pure, I say, as I run around spamming Aegis and myself as a Mesmer. I mean, conversions and corruptions have always muddied the water a little bit, but they've always been unreliable. You can't really build for those. The white tag's gone, it looks like. So should I tag up? Command squad. I'll tag up. I'll do some more bounties. We've got to do 12. For fuck's sake. See, I knew I wanted to waypoint there, but I saw that guy shooting. Come on. No, I'm not in combat. I'm not in combat. He's nowhere near me. Come on. I'm going to close this map now, and I'm going to combat break. Ready? I'm going to be broken out of combat now. See? It's okay. It's just how Guild Wars gets played. Magneton Mickey is back. Let's do the prickly pear. Alright. Over there's a Mentor. The FF Extreme prog on Endwalker has been quite fun. Are you looking forward to start Extreme Savages once you're done with the MSQ? I don't know. I might. Yeah, I was listening to my mates doing that in Discord the other day. And but by the other day, I mean yesterday. And it was interesting hearing them talk about it. It sounded quite fun for them. I don't know whether I can really figure it out just yet, but it sounds like when you're doing extremes in Final Fantasy, you have like a lot of confidence that you're actually going forwards and you'll beat it soon, which is something that I often never felt with Guild Wars, where it felt like you might backslide really quickly. But anyway, it sounded cool. I don't know. Get on your Sky Scout. Yeah, that's a good idea too. This is pretty intense, I'm gonna say. But yeah, tomorrow, guys, I'm hoping will be 5.5. Just for anyone who's curious about it. The extremes are very beginner friendly and would serve as a great introduction. Yeah, I mean, so more reasons to try out. Holy fucking shit, all these laser beams. What Guild Wars needs is a response to Lahi. So what does that mean? The Kaineng map is going to have a Lahi type song? You don't like how you can have one class protect everyone from mechanic. Playing DPS, I don't know, lacking. maybe. Look, I mean, Guild Wars has definitely got some stuff still to figure out in terms of encounter design and stuff. I think one of the problems that's actually happened with Guild Wars is a consequence of them respecting the buildcraft side of the game, which is, you know how you can like out-heal or out-block or out-invuln or out-barrier most big mechanics? You know, that's that way because ArenaNet wants to respect the buildcraft. They want to respect the capabilities of the classes and what they can do. But in doing so, they've left themselves very vulnerable to massive chunks of the game being invalidated. And then, of course, there's tuning. There's a matter of tuning. You look at an encounter like Gorseval, and Gorseval is like the perfect, is like the poster child for something that happens a lot in Guild Wars, which is, you know, there are actually interesting mechanics at play, but if you DPS hard enough, you don't have to interact with them much, or you can even change a lot of how the fight plays just by hitting hard enough. And so now most of what's there, people aren't appreciating and they're not doing, and it's lost its spirit and its beauty. And I especially don't like that problem because it causes another thing, which is if you can DPS, you have a much easier time. You know, like, when I look at like various eras where I progged through stuff in Guild Wars, if you're in a mediocre or a bad group because people don't know how to like rotate their skills or whatever, and you're basically pulling low damage, you're seeing so much more of the fight, and you're actually learning it a lot harder. You know, I've seen people who are actually pretty good. I've seen people who have had really easy, comfortable, breezy experiences through various encounters. That are actually really bad at the fights. They actually don't know the fights very well, if at all. But it's fine, because they've just DPS so fast that they haven't had to struggle for very long. And I don't like there's this thing where it's like, you've got these people who just like, they're good at one specific avenue, and now they've skipped out on actually learning the rest. And you've got these other people who are actually not too bad at it, but they feel really bad because they can't get very far in the fight because there's this other component of it that they suck so much at, you know? And it almost feels like disconnected, or it's like arbitrary almost, that the ability to rotate correctly according to a guide listed on Meta Battle has afforded you the luxury of like not even seeing most of the fight, you know, and now you're pandered and applauded by the game for that. And it's like, I don't know, there's something about that, you know. I don't want to name names as well because I don't want to like, you know, like if I watch a stream, a Guild Wars stream, and they're struggling at a fight for ages and ages and ages, I can clearly see that they're not very good because of the way that they're using their skills or whatever, or their build's bad or their comp's bad. You can clearly see that. You can clearly see that they're struggling. But then you actually look at how they're dealing with the mechanics and their understanding of the fight itself, and it's really high. And they actually do know it because they're just grinding against it so much, and they know it really well. They actually know a lot more. Like, other players are a lot weaker, but they're rotating, so they're getting... And I don't like that. I don't like that there's... Obviously, to a certain degree, that's going to happen. But I feel like the gulf and the degree to which that affects Guild Wars content is really, really heavy. And that kind of bums me out, you know. Here's a really good example. Imagine you started in Wing 6 or Wing 7 and you fucking one-shot some of those encounters. And you one-shot it because they're tuned so badly. And because, you know, you're competent players, you understand your skill bars, you have a good comp. So you go in there, you just do your DPS, suddenly the fight's over. And you're like, oh, okay. It doesn't mean you know anything about the fight. Not really, you know. But it didn't matter because it was all subservient just to the fact that you could rotate well. Like, I think that the emphasis there is wrong. I think that's disappointing then. That then in that same week you could speak to another player and they could give you a really intricate breakdown of what happens at various phases and as the content progresses. They know more, they could do better, but they can't fight, you know. So they're like, I don't know. I'm not saying that I'm an authority on the answer to that because I can sort of see both ways. But I don't know. If I could choose, I wouldn't have all the emphasis be on the fucking people that can memorize a skill rotation, rather than the people that remember the context-based shit that actually happened in that fight itself. You know? I feel like the balance is slightly off there. How many have we done now? I'm a little worried I didn't articulate that right, but hopefully I did. We're only halfway. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go to the other shore. Let's do some of the bounties on the North Island. Basically summing up 50% of the hardcore scene. Do people really memorize or just auto hotkey? Auto hotkey should get you banned if you're auto hotkeying in Guild Wars. I mean, it's... I don't even know how you could have a macro sophisticated enough to work with that, because if you have to dodge at a certain time, it interrupts your rhythm or something. You know, the button you should... I think that's a terrible idea. I don't know anyone. I've never heard of anyone just fucking auto hotkeying their way through a rotation. They need to design encounters in a way that if... oh, your message is gone. I think Twitch killed it. Did they kill it? What's this? Terms are getting added? Oh, yeah, somebody dropped a message, I think, and it got culled by the auto mod because it used the word fail. You're not allowed to say fail on chat, guys. On Twitch chat. The word police will come and get you. It got auto moderated? Yeah, alright, well, whatever. I like all the people baited into testing the word now. Yeah, I don't know. Auto hotkey in Guild Wars just doesn't really make much sense. That tunnel looks so cool there. I don't really remember what goes on in here. Oh, I shouldn't be exploring. Sorry. I've got a tag and I've got people following me and we're doing bounties. I shouldn't just get distracted and go explore. By the way, to the person who said my favourite patch ever, it might even be this one. It was just such a good period of time for the game, wasn't it? I won't include Daybreak. Daybreak has some great stuff, don't get me wrong. But I honestly think this era of the game, Corner was a little bit iffy as well, but holy shit, it was just so good. Massive hit to massive hit to massive hit right up through Dragonfall. It was a really, really good time for the game. All these patches, there's just so much quality to them. It's very easy to forget about. The other thing I was doing was Icebreed Saga last night, and I was doing like those little light puzzles, you know, the Raven puzzles. And again, I sort of forgot how cool those are to go through and explore. Just another reason why this return to achievement initiative has been so good. Karka bounty immediately instills me with some sense of dread. War Eternal was garbage. Which one was War Eternal? The finale? Isn't War Eternal the finale? What do you mean it was garbage? What the fuck kind of crazy standards do you have? If that's garbage, what's good? Let me ask you that. Bloodstone Fen was clearly better than War Eternal. Sorry, that's what kind of a take is that? Fucking a patch that added a mount. Concluded some awesome story. Introduced a brilliant mystery. Good map. Fun lore subject material. Garbage, he says. No, yeah, look, Bloodstone Fen is good, but it's clearly not War Eternal. There's very big difference between Bloodstone Fen and War Eternal. War Eternal was garbage, but Flame and Frost, Retribution was the best. It's sort of like, come on. In the context of Guild Wars 2 patches, how can you talk shit about that one? Corner is better than War Eternal. In what way is Corner better than War Eternal? Also has a mount, I'll give you that. I'll tell you what, the only thing Season 4 was missing out on, alright, I'm going to be deadly serious here, to the Guild Wars players who don't care about Final Fantasy, I'm sorry to use another example for Final Fantasy, but what I want you guys, I'm speaking to the Guild Wars people right now, what I want you guys to understand that Final Fantasy does, it has very similar patch structure, right? The expansion comes out and they do patches. Guild Wars did 6 episodes in an expansion, Final Fantasy does 5, basically, then an expansion. It's very, very, very similar. Now, the key difference, the truly key difference between these two games and why Final Fantasy keeps going and going, someone earlier suggested it's because, you know, they support their roleplay community or whatever. I'll tell you what it is. It's because every single one of those patches has some hardcore, progressive, long-term end game and like a home for the true enthusiasts and like nutters of the game. Every single patch, like when you look at ArenaNet, okay? ArenaNet added Corner, it added the Beetle, it added some story. You're done with this, okay, in a day, right? If you love Guild Wars, you're done with it in a day. Can we agree with that? Maybe you play for the whole week getting the meta achievement. But even if you do the meta achievement, you're done in a week, all right? Most players are going to be in for that Living World release a day to a week. That's it. Then you're back to waiting. On Final Fantasy, they don't just do this, but there'll be like some side feature that comes into, and possibly even another side feature, and possibly even another. And a lot of these are a repeatable end game. They're repeatable. Whether that's because they're hardcore endgame progression, or whether it's because like the Blue Mage class got more leveling or whatever, there's repeatable shit that's going on the side. So every time they do a patch, their map is not better. They don't even do maps. Their story isn't even necessarily better. It does end up usually being better. They don't necessarily add more or like more high quality or whatever in terms of the actual like basic spine of the release. But it's the other stuff on the side. There's always repeatable stuff on the side. And that keeps people in and it keeps them fanatical. And Guild Wars never has that stuff. There's not the extra things. There's not like the proper hook that keeps you going. And that's the fundamental difference between the two games. The actual quality and like strength of what ArenaNet does is really, really good. But the reason that Season 4 could continue going out and it had patches like War Eternal and stuff, and it wasn't getting the respect in broader gaming media, and it wasn't getting the word of mouth, and it wasn't getting people to stand up and pay attention. You know, ArenaNet's probably sitting there scratching their heads thinking like, oh my god, look at how good the auditorium is. Look at how good it is in War Eternal where we fly through the mist on Aureen's back fighting Kraukatoric. Look at how good this beat is. Look at how good that beat is. And they're probably sitting there scratching their heads like, why isn't our game growing? Why aren't more people talking about it? Why aren't we getting more fans? You know? They're probably scratching their heads, but it's because they don't have the stuff on the side. Then you look at the way that Final Fantasy does it, and it's very clear every patch. It's that repeatable stuff on the side that gives people like that long-term home. And they'll hit multiple... It's not just about raiders, right? It's not just about that kind of stuff. But it's like someone said before, like, the roleplay communities get stuff that satisfies them. Their minigames, like, the patches are kind of, like, very broad. And they have those other elements to them. It's like here, even this expansion release just came out. When people finish it, there's a patch really soon after, which is adding their first raid stories, right? And really soon after that, there's going to be the repeatable, the hardcore, like, savage progression stuff. That's the golden ticket. That's the thing that ArenaNet have missed out on. If every single Living World patch had a dungeon with it, or like a raid with it, or like a proper, you know, like some of them maybe get a fractal, is the situation that we've been in. And even then, it's inconsistent. Because Guild Wars and ArenaNet weren't consistent about that side of stuff. That's why it's like, people treat it as a fair weather game. That's why no matter how good Season 4 was, people play it as a fair weather game. They'll play it for that first day, and then they'll go on Reddit and they'll say, I beat the patch in 3 hours, what the fuck ArenaNet? Right? And they've been saying that since Season 1. What's the #1 criticism with Living World? Since Season 1, I beat it in a couple of hours. I beat it in a day. It's too short. It's too little. And then you get the fanboys in response who say, oh, but you don't pay for it. It's, you know, just log out. It's meant to be a casual game. Don't you understand? You're meant to be a casual. You're meant to not care. You're meant to only spend a few hours. And to all of that, I say bullshit. You're not meant to be casual and not meant to care very little. You're not meant to only think about Guild Wars for a day every, like, quarter of a year. That's not meant to be that way. It's because they're not providing this other stuff that gives you a home and gives you something repeatable and a sense of trajectory. Because this game took away the gear treadmill, and because this game took away like any sense of like real vertical and horizontal progression that you can experience outside of skins, which we're already completely satiated by and ultimately get sold to you and undermined on the gem store anyway. So you have no home here. No matter how high quality Season 4 got, no matter how high quality the Icebreed Saga got, people did not have a home. They treated it as a fair weather product. That's what's always held Guild Wars back. It's not about the fucking quality of, like, how good the Aureen flight sequence was. It's because you can't have a home in the Aureen flight sequence. So the game, the MMO falls out of people's minds, and they don't recommend it to each other. And Guild Wars doesn't get on the Game Awards. That's honestly, that is the smoking. What's the phrase? That's the Achilles heel of Guild Wars. That's the true problem beating at its heart. And it is plain to see when you look at the pack structure of how 14 does stuff, because it's not that 14 is better, it's that it has that other stuff. Alright, there you go. I've laboured the point long enough. Season 3 was a fun grind for Ascended Trinkets and Heart of Thorn stats, but then you were full of gear. See, I don't even agree with that. But I mean, again, depending on what scale you play the game and how invested in the game you are, obviously that stuff's going to change. I need to stay away from these laser beams. I really think these laser beams should be telegraphed in red. Blue, I never notice that they're there until I'm starting to get fucked up. How did Guild Wars 2 not win Best Community Support Award? Isn't that one of the awards that 14 got? Yeah, there you go. Nifty Guile has explained it. And look, I know it's hard to hear. I know that a lot of you guys watching this right now, you're Guild Wars fans and you only want to hear about Guild Wars. But I'm learning about the industry, seriously, playing that on the game. And Nifty here says... Wait, where's that message gone? Has it scrolled off already? No, it's just really high. Housing items, emotes, hairstyles, almost every patch. Piece of repeatable content, like... So they have, like, this idea of deep dungeons, right? Guild Wars doesn't do any of that. Heaven on High, Eureka, Bosja, Blue Mage, raids, dungeons, alliance raids... Yeah, and they're consistent with it. It's always there. You know it's coming. It's there. And it keeps you playing. Not to mention that they have a more robust daily and roulette system. Guild Wars' daily and roulette system is terrible. And instead they opted for fucking login rewards, which I was already bitching about earlier. Why is he perma-blocking? I can't get into melee. He's going to destroy it. So, you know, it's not the content itself. It's not the quality of the work itself. It's not, because Guild Wars is amazing. It really is. It's that surrounding stuff. That is the ultimate thing for them to deal with. That's why strike missions are pretty good news, by the way, because I think it does start to address some of that. Does WP not know about the bounty abilities? I know some of them, not this one though. Do they want me next to him for this one? Be really close. But there's, I mean, there was a fucking massive damage field there, so I was not correct. I like how you ask if I don't know about the bounty abilities, despite the fact this is like my 8th or 9th in a row. And mere seconds ago, I demonstrated an understanding of the laser beams. Albeit after getting hit by one, because I didn't notice it. Alright, down he goes. Whew, how many more we got? 2 more, I think? Cyroxis, thanks for the sub. Did I say that already? Thank you. You know, like when I look at the way we go, when these streams happen and we start discussing Guild Wars 2 and what's good about it and what's bad about it, it almost seems really weird to me, like the amount of breath we waste talking about stuff that doesn't matter. That little explanation I just went on there, rant, whatever you want to call it, that really is the problem. Almost nothing else actually matters, you know. Like, you don't have to go on a massive discussion about the difference between Corner and Thunderhead as story releases. They're both brilliant releases. Yeah, some have problems in some areas, some have problems the other way, right? Corner's like the black sheep of Season 4, right? A lot of people didn't like Corner. That's fine, that's all well and good. But at the end of the day, it is just a waste of breath, because all of that, all those little ticky-tacky differences, none of them actually matter. What matters is what I said a second ago, you know? It's like, what's that analogy? There's a really good analogy for that shit. It's like where... Oh, shit, what is it? It's like about human behavior. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Where you obsess about, like, a really small thing, oblivious to the big thing. You know, so I always end up feeling weird on these streams for that reason too, because, you know, I'm a fan of all this stuff. I love talking about this stuff. I love thinking about this stuff. But it does also, sometimes I sort of get a bit of a slap in the face and think to myself, well, you know, it doesn't, like, to what end are we talking about this? Because it doesn't really matter. There's only a couple of things that actually need to be talked about. Content quantity and breadth. I wish, you know what I wish ArenaNet would do? I wish they would just come out instantly. I wish they'd come out and they'd say to the community, we don't want you to be casual. I wish they would say that. Well, okay. We don't want you to dismiss our game. I don't know. There's something about that just really, really grinds me. I don't mind people being casual playing the game. I have nothing wrong with people. I myself consider myself a casual player for wide stretches of that. I think the people who aren't that invested should be able to play the game for good lengths of time as well. I think that the game should cater to casual enthusiasts. I think it should. But the idea that you're only ever allowed to be that the game should never try to build anything bigger or longer, it's just insane to me. Because, you know, Final Fantasy is full of casuals. It's full of role-playing casuals. It's full of people who aren't very good at the game. It's full of people who just go through and enjoy the story a little bit. But they're all playing more. They all have a casual mindset, but they all think about the game and talk about the game more. And you know, share the game with their friends more. They're all casuals too. Because there's a difference between being like casual and then and saying, okay, it's good to log in for 1 week every quarter of a year. There's a huge difference. Think about all the people who aren't here at this stream right now because they don't give a fuck about Guild Wars right now. Because why should they give a fuck about Guild Wars right now? And those same people will play End of Dragons for probably about a month or so, and then they're gone again. And you're telling me that Guild Wars shouldn't strive for more because it was always meant to be a casual game, which is bullshit anyway, but that's the argument, right? Like, it's just insane. You know, that's not the way that it should be. It's not the way there has to be. It's such a dead end. And you know, I see that so often on Reddit and on the forums and in YouTube comments. So often people don't want to talk constructively about the game. I tried to face away, but I don't have combat mode on, so my guy didn't about face there. It's such a dead end. It's such a dangerous place to go. I used the phrase fanboys a second ago, right? And I usually don't, I'm not trying to be mean or whatever, but it really is. There's a difference between being constructive about the game and defending it just because you don't like the idea that it's not, that we can talk about the things that aren't perfect, you know? It's a very big difference. I think there are a lot of people out there who love Guild Wars, and they think, well, look, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear discussions about how it can be improved, because then it's like you're not. No one's saying you're not allowed to like it and keep playing it just because there are definitely places of improvement. Stop trying to shut down conversation about improvement just because that upsets your ego or something. You know, your personality is your identity is tied to this game now, so you can't listen to any of the places where it might be improved. It's like, no, these are valuable things to talk about. Don't fob people off and say, oh, it's meant to be a casual game. Don't do that. That leads no one anywhere, you know. No one anywhere. Is that a double negative? Yeah, so that always depresses me. I mean, I can understand it too, for what it's worth, because internet discussion boards, whether it's a YouTube comment, whether it's a Reddit message, whether it's a forum message, whatever, generally speaking, people have no tact. You might even say I have no tact here in this commentary right now. And they sound like arseholes, and they sound like haters and stuff. So I get the impulse to rile and rally against that kind of thing. But people are being constructive for a reason. It's because they want to see those improvements there. Don't tell me Guild Wars is destined to be a casual game and that's it. I want to be at the Game Awards, damn it. I want to be at the Game Awards. Oh, we crashed again. Oh, I hate Guild Wars. Fucking beta crashing me. Alright, hold on. I've got to log back in. WP, do you think ArenaNet got themselves into a corner with their marketing? Marketing as a casual and just not a good game corners you. FF14 doing a casual and hardcore, but they're not framing the game as casual. You shouldn't put a frame on your game. I agree, but I don't know whether ArenaNet ever has. I mean, that's a brilliant comment. That's a cool topic. I don't think they ever have. I think the community has. Find me a quote of ArenaNet saying themselves, we're a casual game, we only care about casuals. Find it. Give me the quote. Give me the interview. Give me the article. Find me the blog post. Find me the video. Because I don't think it exists. I've never heard it. That's just like an expectation the community is foisted upon it. Guild Wars said it wanted to respect your time. Guild Wars said it didn't want you to wait around to have fun. That's what Guild Wars said. And that's led them down some roads But I don't think that's quite the same as saying we only want casuals in our game. That's why this rant, all right, I can tie it back to the start now. This rant I just gave you, what did I say at the start of it? I said ArenaNet would just come out and say that they want more than just casuals. That's why. That's what I just wish they could do that. Because again, I don't think they have communicated. I think they've ummed and ahed and waffled, you know? I think they're just not brave. I think the reason that they won't come out and say anything is because they're scared they'll alienate casuals if they dare to declare something more or whatever. I don't know. I think it's just fear. Fear in all corners and leaves people twisting in the dark. Okay, what else we got? Vendis, the Inquisitor. Is he down or up? He's down. You see the arrow? He's down. The devs went just as casual on the PvP part of the game. Well, how did ArenaNet go casual on the PvP part of the game? I think the PvP part of the game is a perfect example of the fact that ArenaNet did and always wanted more. Think about the money and stuff they spent pushing esports and the scene and balance that clearly wasn't ready for it. And how long they pushed for that. Look, I will always go down on this. The ArenaNet wanted hardcore enthusiasts, and they still do. They were just incompetent at keeping them. That's all it is. There's a reason they added dungeons. Dungeons aren't easy to beat because they only want casuals in the game. It's because they didn't design them that well, and the balance got swept out from under them. There's a reason they added raids in Heart of Thorns. There's a reason that the competitive PvP scene exists. It's because they like those communities, and they want those communities. They never told any of those people to fuck off. They never said we're only for casuals now, right? People have that impression about the studio, but it's wrong. It's wrong. Look at their track record in Guild Wars 1. Look at the kind of hardcore shit they did in the first game. Clearly they were going to continue that. I mean, I have a whole video on this. I have a whole video about dungeons and closing of them and so on. About how they compared dungeons to Domain of Anguish and Guild Wars 1, and you look at the balance they had back there. Okay, I think this is the last bounty now. Which build is more boring, Comedy Herald or Staff Mirage? Staff Mirage. This is a very boring build. It's definitely a boring build. But it's a very strong build. And it allows me to talk to you guys while doing content. The game features horizontal progression. The reason why most players consider it casual. I don't see there's anything fundamentally hardcore about like having eye level and gear score and stuff. No, I think you can play vertical progression games very casually. I don't know whether that's why it gets that reputation. I've always been mad at that reputation, I really have. I mean, not much more to say. I've always thought it was undeserved. I thought it was undeserved, and I think it's a cop-out. If someone tries to be if someone tries to be constructive about ways in which arena... Here's how it always goes on the internet, right? Let's phrase it this way. Someone tries to be constructive about how to effectively retain players more or provide more long-term content. Someone else says, no, it's meant to be a casual game. That's it. That's the fucking thing. And it goes in circles and circles and circles and circles. That's basically it in a nutshell. And people won't even tolerate optional stuff. Not everything's aimed at you. Do you know what I mean? People won't even tolerate optional stuff in the game. That would let people feel like they have a home here or whatever. CJ Paz says, WP, to be honest, I think we need a Guild Wars 3 for now. Yeah, I mean, oh, God, I always have the same talking points, don't I? Maybe that's not a surprise that whenever I stream Guild Wars, it's the same talking points. If you guys want fresh takes from me, you should watch me play Final Fantasy. Because there's new stories and opinions and stuff. But yeah, on the topic of Guild Wars 3, here's my situation. I never believed in it. I hated the idea. I love Guild Wars, and I think Guild Wars 2's got a lot to give. And I think it's basically the best MMO on the market with the right kind of updates and the right system changes, many of which are like the things I've talked about today. And I think it's brilliant. For 9 years, I've thought it's brilliant. And well, let's say 8 years. And I've thought Guild Wars 3 is an insanely stupid idea. Why would you do Guild Wars 3? Why? Why would you cannibalize your audience in Guild Wars 2 just to shuffle them over to Guild Wars 3? What the fuck? What is the benefit there? Look how much more Guild Wars 2's got to give. Like, what? Why? Unless it was like a totally different genre, but just sharing the same IP. But then you wouldn't call it Guild Wars 3, would you? You'd call it Project Tyria or whatever. Why do Guild Wars 3? What a terrible idea. Unfathomably stupid idea. Who would ever sign off on a Guild Wars 3 for the first 8 years of this game's life? There's just no justification for it. I mean, to have even contemplated that is to have had such a, like, fundamental misunderstanding of what the fans enjoy about Guild Wars 2 and what more it has to offer. I mean, it's just such a crazy lack of confidence idea. Just never in a million years was it necessary. Even, and especially in the previous 8 years, because, I mean, it's not like technology had come on that well. I mean, maybe, yeah, this engine's not that great. Maybe they can do a lot more to optimize it, so on. Maybe it's built on a lot of old code, and it would be better to just be on Unreal or some shit, so that, you know, you can actually hire new devs that can get to work quicker and do things more efficiently. All right, on all those grounds, maybe a Guild Wars 3 was a reasonable prospect in the years past. But as a consumer, just insane. Just truly insane. So I never believed in it. Ever. Until about the past 2 years or so. As the Icebrood saga went on, I started to change my mind, and I started to think, okay, maybe Guild Wars 3 is the right move. And here's the funny thing. I get the very distinct impression, and this is just a theory, I get the impression that, so my journey was never believing Guild Wars 3 and then swap to believing it. I feel like ArenaNet's done the exact reverse. I feel like ArenaNet's cared more about other projects, not necessarily a Guild Wars 3 idea, though we've seen, obviously, screenshots of something that looks like Tyria from one of their Unreal ArtStation things. I feel like ArenaNet's been the reverse. I feel like they've cared more about other projects when they never should have. And now, when they've screwed the pooch so badly, when it's so late in the day... Oh, by the way, primary power source. Let's go into the place. Now... It's so late, and now I'm starting to think, no, now it is time for Guild Wars 3. It is too late now. Fine, let's believe in Guild Wars 3. Now they fucking reversed. And now they're like, no, we'll be Guild Wars forever. End of Dragons. And it's like, what? It's like, you're on the wrong side of it. That's my personal, anecdotal, biased, bullshit, individual little opinion. But, yeah, I feel like they've swapped right around the time that I've swapped. The time that I've thought, okay, finally, yeah, it's done now. It's cooked. Now it's time for Guild Wars 3. It feels like now they want to go forever with Guild Wars 2. So, you know. And I mean, look, I still believe in everything I've believed those previous 8 years, so I'll go along with it. We'll see how End of Dragons does and what comes after. We'll see, won't we? We'll see. But that's my situation. I've mentioned that a couple of times. What parts of Guild Wars 2 would you want carried over into a new game? The story, the characters, the setting. Actually, none of that. I don't think Tyria is that great of a setting anymore. I think Tyria is pretty much cooked. I think they've sort of done everything they can do with Tyria. Just to be clear, in 50 seconds it opens, right? It's not that they were already in there fighting it. Tyria's great. I love Tyria, right? I love the races and stuff. But I don't really see any amazing stories left. I think that none of the races or societies are that interesting to me anymore. They're either flanderized or... What's the opposite of flanderized? They're like muted. They've been dulled. They've been declawed. There's nothing going on here in this setting. It's not an interesting place. And then so you might say, well, WP, keep it on Tyria, but go to a whole new continent. So it's all new people and all new... And in that case, it's like, well, why are we Tyria at all then? Okay, so for the deep lore, for the magic systems, the logic of how magic works, the logic of the mists, you know, those big underlying things. And then it's like, well, what's fascinating about that stuff? Is that stuff really so powerful? The answer's no. So, to be honest, if I was going to look at Guild Wars 3, and it wasn't just about, you know, appealing to brand recognition or whatever, I honestly think they should just do something totally different. But with the same philosophies of, like, combat and, you know, respecting your time and all that kind of stuff. So it's a guild. It's an ArenaNet game, you know. I think that excites me a little bit more. Aside from that, the other point is, and I mean, let's not forget it. The other thing they can obviously do is they can spend. If they did go for a Guild Wars 3, this is where Sigil of Stamina would be amazing. By the way, I don't know if Noct is still here. If they did go for it, they could set it up really well. You know, it's just like how, you know, Eye of the North and Guild Wars 2. None of that stuff existed until Eye of the North. You know, the Norn and the Pale Tree and the Elder Dragons and the Asura and huge chunks of the world building and the Jeopardy for the sequel game. That was just concocted and dumped into Tyria. The only big thing that was taken forward was the chart, and people were very excited about that. So, I mean, if you imagine an Eye of the North for Tyria today, then yeah, I mean, maybe they could open up some fascinating stories and ideas. Maybe they could do something. But I also feel like, you know, the kind of, there's a fundamental thing that I'm a little bit worried about with this game, which is this setting, which is that we've done enough world-ending threats and disintegration of reality and coming back from the dead and all that stuff. I don't know how many more places there are left to go. But then I suppose the other thing is, in a whole new game, you can change the focus, you can pull the lens back in, and maybe small stories can work, you know. So maybe I'm just talking shit. Maybe it works. Actually, I think I am. I think I'm gonna say I had a bad take at the start of this rant. I believe in a Tyrian-based Guild Wars 3. I think they could do it. I think they have to be careful, but I also think they're professionals and they know that they would have to be careful, and I think they can probably do it. We've got another 6 gods to kill. Well, exactly. That's my point. That would be bad. I'm not up for that. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do another... like a Guild Wars 3 that's about the human gods would be a failure in my eyes. I'm just totally boiled and done with stuff about the Guild Wars. Like, nebulous, half-answered, shittily constructed, waffly questions about the human gods that don't provide satisfying answers. I'm done with it. I'm done with the human gods. You know? Guild Wars 3 Mobile, only NFT game project for a Chinese audience. Look, I wouldn't begrudge a Guild Wars on mobile thing. I really wouldn't. If I felt like the main MMO was in a really healthy, awesome place. You know? If you've got a really strong MMO on your hands, that people are satisfied, and it's getting the consistent updates, and people know what to expect and so on. If you're in that situation, fucking yeah, put a mobile game out on the side. If you're not in that situation, don't fucking cannibalize half the studio's talent to churn one out anyway on a shameless cash grab. Like, what the fuck? Alright. I'm getting a bit hysterical here. What happened to releasing Guild Wars 2 on stream? I think they're delaying it for now. And I think that's a good move. I think they should put it out on Steam when it's at its best place. You know, oh shit, inventory's full here. You know, staff is not bad for tagging all these mobs here, actually. This is a great karma farm, by the way. If anyone wants to join, still got several minutes left. Side mobile games should be used to boost, fund your main game. I mean, I can kind of believe that as well. I can imagine, like, I don't know what it means to run a fucking studio. I don't know what it means to juggle projects and shit. I have got no clue. I'm talking completely out of my ass. But I can imagine, like, setting up a strike team, an efficient strike force that makes this game. And it's like a game as a service type thing. It's a mobile game that on release it's kind of bare bones, but it's like infinitely expandable. And, you know, you can constantly have those updates. And it's like it's there to be made efficiently and quickly. And then, yes, the funds from it, the profits from it, can be used as an injection for the main product. I get that. That works. I think that works. And who knows, maybe that's what ArenaNet was trying with their obvious behind-the-scenes mobile game project. Maybe that's what they were trying. And maybe their failure to keep it as a slim-line strike team that gets something playable in a short space of time is exactly why the thing got cancelled. maybe that is what they were doing, and I mean that would be sensible, wouldn't it? I think it would always be hard to sell, though. I think it always would have been a tough sell to look Guild Wars 2 players in the eye during the fucking... After what? After Season 4? When they have no expansion confirmation? When they have no sense of new elite specializations or any of the big stuff they're really excited about? To look them in the eye and say, here's a fucking mobile game, enjoy? I think, yeah, that would take some... I think that would be desperately oblivious to the state of the consumers and what people were looking for. And it doesn't surprise me they got cold feet. I would say you don't want an off-the-shelf engine for an MMO. They're bogged down to be used for multiple genres of games. You want to dedicate time to your own? Well, I suppose so. I'm quite interested in the whole engine thing because of Halo Infinite, you know, and all the struggles that they had, and all the devs are currently blowing the whistle on what development was like for that franchise and what hell it was because of their new engine and stuff. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not in the industry. I haven't got a clue. You shouldn't be watching this stream. You shouldn't be listening to this. This is pure nonsense. From the uninformed and ignorant. You hear the campaign count out? Yeah, I watched a friend finish the campaign 2 days ago. I don't really like what they do with any of the lore. I'll say that much. We'll see what they're doing with this new faction. I won't spoil it for people. If anyone's scared. Spoilers are on the way. Alright. So let's deal with Kuda. Kudu's daughter. It's funny that this isn't an infusion, you know, the hologram. You can write a wall of text on these topics, but you can sum it up by saying that you think ArenaNet makes a lot of simple mistakes they could avoid if they weren't so scared of Reddit. Do you think it's fear of Reddit, or do you think it's just fear of their community? It's just their community in general, isn't it? What, well, go on, give me an example. I mean, why not? I'd rather this be a bit of a back and forth than me sitting here on a high horse for hours. Come on. You can use Unreal for an MMO, but you have to heavily change it to work. That's not uncommon with engines like that. Games are never straight Unreal with very cost-effective. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what's suggesting that, by the way. Would a Guild Wars 1 remake together with a new expansion work better than a completely new game? The Guild Wars 1 remake together with an X-Pack work better than... No, it wouldn't. Look, I can't say this enough. I can't stress this enough times. It is not the duty of 2021 ArenaNet, and it is not the duty of Guild Wars 2 to constantly pander and look back to now 30-something-year-old ex-Guild Wars 1 fans. Guild Wars 1 was not that big. It was an underdog franchise not many people played, or thought about, or gave a shot, or cared about. It is not in Guild Wars' story, not in Guild Wars' mechanic, not in ArenaNet's future projects. Do they have to feel beholden to constantly looping back to Guild Wars 1 fans? There's only a certain size audience there. What? I think that surely they should want to be bigger and better. Pandering to Guild Wars 1 fans ain't going to get you the Game Awards, alright? It's not going to actually grow. There's not real trajectory there. There are no true solutions that way, alright? And believe me, I spend most days on the Guild Wars 1 subreddit. I know full well how sad and blah, 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 blah all those players are. I know that Guild Wars 1 doesn't have a true sequel. I know. But be realistic, man. You don't actually matter. That's how I feel anyway. And look, I love Guild Wars 1, and I would die to see a Guild Wars 1, an actual Guild Wars 1 style, like, remake. Well, not even a remake. I think they should just do a new game based on the principles and design fundamentals of Guild Wars 1. You know, just do a different game, but in that style. Let the genre live on, right? go new places. Capture those old people, but go new places and expand. A Guild Wars 1 remake, I don't know. I think it's worth it. Much better things they could be doing. Because remember, it's easy to say, oh, this would be fun, but you're choosing that thing over something else. I would choose a lot of things over Guild Wars 1. Look at Tree of Savior and Ragnarok online. Same deal, Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Oh, what, where a sequel is very different to the original? I say fuck the Game Awards, RuneScape is still healthy and it's not there. 14 just got a lot of press lately. Hey, that's a pretty good argument. That's a pretty good argument, actually. Well, look, no, I'm saying the Game Awards is a fucking metaphor, man. I'm using it as a metaphor for general success. I'm using it as a metaphor for being in the minds of regular gamers and so on. The specifics of the Game Awards don't really matter for the greater point at stake here, do they? However, to address you at the greater point at stake as well, maybe you've got a point. RuneScape's super successful, but how much do people talk about it? Right? Is that what you're trying to get across? I mean, you might have a good point there. I have this weird feeling that a lot of the conversation I'm giving you guys, I'm not explaining it. I don't know why. MMO players didn't evaporate. Every other game became an MMO and they spread out. Well, I'll tell you one type of MMO that did evaporate. I feel like the kind of WoW Classic EverQuest style MMO where you like live in the world. I think I don't really know how many experiences offer that these days. Not on like a long-term successful scale. Maybe like EVE Online a little bit, maybe. Maybe Star Citizen will get you there a little bit, but again, they're not like that fantasy. Like, here's a weird thing, just very strangely, oddly by coincidence. YouTube recommended me a South Park video last night. Like, you know, like one of these YouTubers that just steal from the TV show and upload it. And it was like a Randy Marsh compilation or whatever. So I'm watching this Randy Marsh compilation, and their World of Warcraft episode comes on. So I haven't seen that since that came out. I haven't seen that for a long time. It's really weird looking back at it, seeing characters in that episode that are ostensibly Blizzard employees. So anyway, in that episode, Randy has a moment where he's at work playing World of Warcraft. He's like a geologist or something, and his boss comes over to his desk, and he says, "Randy, are you playing a game?" And Randy says, "No, I'm not playing a game. This is an MMORPG. These are real people that I'm with. In the real world, I'm Randy, geologist. But in World of Warcraft, in Azeroth, I am..." And then he goes, "I'm the blah 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 paladin of the blah blah blah. I have defeated the blah blah blah. I've done this, I've done this." And anyway, he's like got a paragraph where he describes who he is. And it sort of clicked with me. I was like, yeah, you know, like, I don't get that feel from MMOs, you know, not anymore. Maybe once upon a time. But the idea is like a role-play immersion sandbox, a place to live, but without you explicitly having to role-play to get that feeling. Right, that's a specific format of MMO. And I don't know if I've had that experience except in WoW Classic, not in recent years. WoW Classic was kind of built like that, and that's where it was so good at. But these other games, you know, like Final Fantasy. When I started Final Fantasy, somebody described it to me as this. They said it's not really an MMO WP. It's a co-op bossing story game. It's like a normal Final Fantasy game. You run through watching cutscenes. Every now and then you group up to fight bosses. That's what it is. And to a certain degree, they're totally right. That is the experience you get from it. Obviously, you can go out of your way to role-play in it. And I've just explained all the way, I've enumerated on this stream all the ways in which you can kind of live in Eorzea, don't get me wrong. But, you know, they're not quite the same as, like, these actual, like that highly immersive, I'm here to live here. You know, most MMOs play like software now, you know. They teleport you into the dungeon via Dungeon Finder or LFG, you know, or a roulette. Or like in Guild Wars. Guild Wars has always felt, because Guild Wars chooses to respect your time, it's always felt like software, you know. Like, you're hitting loading screens constantly, what you're interested in is not actually, like, anything tangible. It's, like, this, like, currency that they've added, and the way we consume and talk about the content is based on, like, you know, like, nebulous, like, MMO nerd terms, that are generally, you know, more about mechanics than anything else. That idea of like a true live-in MMO, I don't know what's around right now. Not recently. I think EverQuest Next was the last big thing going for that. And again, I mean on the fantasy side, not necessarily on the sci-fi side. And obviously we saw it never got very far. So I'm going to do the other meta now. The weather is calmed. So how do I know when this meta comes up? Anyone got a clue for me when this meta might begin? You wish Guild Wars didn't have waypoints? Well, you could never just take waypoints out of Guild Wars at this point, you know. It's a fundamentally different game. It's like that MMO Paleo. Have you guys heard of this MMO Paleo? It's coming out soon, and it's this idea of like a live in this sandbox, but they're going more for like social chat room Club Penguin style with it, you know, which is again another sort of experience. I mean, the fact is, MMO is just a terrible word, a phrase, isn't it? It doesn't really mean what it means as a genre. Can mean 100 different things depending on what the studio chooses to emphasize. Yeah, the movie Free Guy gives you that sense. And, you know, there's something about, like, a casual, like, outsider's opinion of what playing an MMO is, you know, that kind of... Like, if you watch that movie Free Guy, the Ryan Reynolds movie, like, the script is soaked with that. Like, all these... The sort of the actual casuals, like, people who don't play MMOs, people who aren't in these scenes... That's what they imagine MMOs are, because that's what you would imagine would be cool about MMOs. And I remember being a young teenager when games like RuneScape were coming out. I remember that's what I was looking for too back then. You know, this idea that you're living in the world. And yeah, that movie, Free Guy, is basically Grand Theft Auto Online, right? It's GTA Online. And that's the way that the players, like, interface with it and... But a product that actually provides that long term for real nerds and like manages to systematize those immersive, you know, emergent travel qualities. I don't see a game that's done that. And by the way, I believe that ArenaNet could pull that off. I think that when I look at ArenaNet and I think of the personal story as a branching concept, when I look at ArenaNet and dynamic events as a content concept that's variable and emergent for the open world. When I look at that stuff in this game's DNA, I see a studio that was striving to provide that. But they didn't do it the whole way, and they dropped the ball in certain places, so it never ended up going. But, you know, if ArenaNet came to me and said, hey, here's a new MMO, and we're doing this, you know, dynamic events, the game, I would trust they could do that. I would trust ArenaNet to try dynamic events, the game. To do what Paleo does, but I think it's Paleo. Paleo? Fuck, am I forgetting this name? What's a Paleo? No, I'm thinking of Palico. That's the Monster Hunter cats. What, Paleo, I think it's called? Yeah, this Hydra is cool. He's multi-elemental. The Hydras are badass. The Hydras are such a high point of Hearthorns for me, like design-wise. Yeah, how cool they are. In so many varieties. Palia, that's it. There you go. It's in chat. WP, I heard an interesting point the other day that the target demo that does not play MMOs may very well be what End of Dragons is targeted to. I don't see that even remotely. I see absolutely no way that anyone could justify that and have any sense about what they're talking about. What's the idea? The target demographic that does not play MMOs is what End of Dragons is targeted to. Sorry, an MMO expansion based on cashing in nostalgia of MMO players that have left is built around people who don't play MMOs at all. Nonsense. Pure nonsense. It's not an interesting take, it's wrong. Oh, he's saying because it has skiffs and fishing. Well, yeah, it has casual-oriented features, but I don't see how you can turn that into, oh, it's for people who don't play MMOs at all. In some ways, skiffs and fishing are quintessentially MMO-styled features, aren't they? Again, because of what I just talked about a second ago. I think people's entry points into this genre is they're looking for a world to live in, and those kinds of features accomplish that quite well. I think Black Desert Online had some interesting answers to that too, for what it's worth, now that we're talking about skiffs and fishing. Honestly, Guild Wars 2 loses me with how MMO-y it is. MMO-y in... Or how... Yeah, MMO-y in what way? Sorry, I had to reread your question to make sure I heard it correctly. read it correctly. Yeah, I don't know. This storm, I don't know. Oh, well, hold on. Let me see if there's any other metas going on. Let's see what else is happening here. We have... Sweet fuck all. Okay, let me catch up real quick here. I think I get so ranty on the Guild Wars streams. I need to, like, take breaks. I need to, like, leapfrog days on them. Otherwise, I'll just get too, like, worn out by it all. Defeat the Djinn. So that's the meta. Story, 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 story. I mean, look at this. There's so many story missions. It's so good. We do have the Renown Hearts, though. Do you want to do a Renown Heart? Some of these Renown Hearts are a pain in the ass on this map, though. Should we try the Invarian Enclave? I feel like that's going to be easier. Don't you just grab the gravity hammer thing and kill some stuff? You get real ranny. What does ranny mean? Oh, ranty. It's just because I feel so... I care very, very, very deeply about this fucking game and, like, I don't know. Maybe I should cut out. Yeah, Skimmer's great on this map. I love the sharks that come up. The dolphins that swim at your sides. It's just everything about... Like, they're speaking right on cue. There they are. And they give you swiftness and shit. It's so cool. There's so much really, really interesting stuff that's going on in the engine with this game. And again, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, you know, like, it all goes for naught in the end if the game doesn't have, like, the Final Fantasy thing, where it's like each patch has progressive, like, long-term things to do, whether that's because you're grinding Savage, or you're leveling a new class, or, you know, you're crafting something, or you're doing a deep dungeon, or whatever. You know, it needs those stuff on the side. Guild Wars really should complement every patch with a strike. In End of Dragons, Guild Wars needs to complement the patches with, like, 2 strike missions. There should be, like, 2 strike CMs a patch, at least. There should be a Fractal a patch, at least. I suppose the mistake Guild Wars made was thinking that open world metas were a worthy substitute for that. But they're just not. And the map currencies and the masteries that they had. I mean, they had the opportunities in there. They just never really last. 2 strikes would hurt quality. Well, yeah, look, there's what the game should have and what they're capable of making. Don't get me wrong, they're 2 different things. You might be right that that's too much for them. Maybe just one then. If anyone's curious, on FF, what they do is they alternate patches with raids, and whenever a raid comes in, it's 4 fights at once. It's 4 fights, and a whole story around it. And by the way, raid in that game doesn't mean hardcore. It's basically just like a big-ass side quest that's getting told, which is quite cool, with, like, fun fights in it. And then they alternate that with trials as well, which tend to have, how many is it? 4 again with the trials? Over the whole season, that would be. So that's like 1 per patch. And then they do alliance raids, which is like the other thing that they alternate, and that's like 3. That's like a giant dungeon, kind of. And that's like 3 per alternate, so that's 9 total. Well, there's a lot of bosses. They also do an extreme trial. Oh yeah, that's true. They do, like, they'll do a thing, guys, in that game. You know, we've been talking about Glory of Tyria, like 10-man Glory of Tyria or something. Final Fantasy literally does that. Like, they'll take the final boss of the story, and a little bit into Living World, their equivalent of Living World, a little bit in, they'll add an optional version of the fight, which is like a hard version of the final boss. You can go back to the final boss and fight them again with, like, really exciting, fantastic new mechanics. That's what they'll do. And by the way, it's not just new mechanics, it's like you get whole new phases and shit. I mean, it's crazy how much they change some of those things. And they'll do it not just with the final boss of the story, but other big bosses of the story as well, which is exactly what ArenaNet's setting up with strikes now. Do you think they'll make leveling up an elite spec required hero points? Let's try and read that again. Do you think they should make leveling up an elite specialization require hero points and experience gain while using the elite spec to give purpose to XP other than masteries. No, I don't. I think that that's a solution. What you're trying to do is find a way to make experience meaningful. They already figured out how to make experience meaningful. That's via the mastery system. If the mastery system is failing to do its job, then the changes need to be with the mastery system, not to rope in a bunch of other stuff to try and hatch it in an answer. You found a solution to a real problem, but you're applying a solution in the wrong place. The solution is with the mastery system. That's what it's designed for. If it's not doing the job, fix the mastery system. Don't start doing weird shit with elite specs. Fix the mastery system. You know, nearly any problem you guys can imagine with Guild Wars, they already have infrastructure to resolve. It's already there. It's just sitting around unused, you know? Like map bonus rewards. As I mouse over the cursor, sure. WP, how do they make temples better? Well, fucking, how about look at the map bonuses on this map, right? Or WP, I don't play with my guild enough. Well, how about let's look at all the fucking guild missions of which the infrastructure's already there, you know? WP, I want GVG. Well, how about we look at all the amazing mist champions in Stronghold who I can filter for, but has never been touched. Anyway, you get my point. That last one's a joke. Skies are growing dark. Is it coming? How do we do the heart here? One of these hearts I don't want to do because it involves hiding in grass, and I can't remember how to do the hiding grass one. I remember it being tedious. You think ArenaNet should sell optional side story DLCs for people who want more? There's much story potential in all areas, and there's a lot of people who'd pay for extra content. You can even add a new dungeon where you can unlock flashy skin. Yeah, would you guys pay? Is it gems or is it, can it be gems? Would you guys pay for a small side story that ended in a dungeon? A classic Guild Wars 2 dungeon. I mean, the problem with that is, like, dungeon is co-op. How many people can you cooperatively play it with if you're selling it? Maybe that plays into your hand in the market because people encourage their friends to buy shit so they can play it with each other. I don't know. Lots of people saying no in chat. By the way, I've never played Elder Scrolls Online. Again, can I just say, all the people who are watching me right now who don't give a fuck about Final Fantasy and I keep talking about it, one of the reasons I'm doing it is just to understand the industry a bit more. And the other thing I'm interested in is Elder Scrolls Online. So on that topic, I don't know right now. But isn't the point that Elder Scrolls sells dungeons? Wasn't I told that by stream chat a few days ago? Well, ages ago actually. Not a ton, 400 gems maybe. So anyway, they do that, and their community eats that. They're not at the Game Awards, though. You know, air quotes. Okay, this is going quite well right now. Do I just kill the big guys and we're alright? Yeah, DLCs have dungeons, quests, other systems content, but not always dungeons. Yeah, and they have a sub as well. I have heard that, yeah. Isn't it like you hide in the grass and you attack out of it? Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Oh, they evaded because I wasn't in it. Oh, they're back. They respawn really quickly, do they? Game Awards is a bunch of crooks. I'm surprised you put so much. No, it's a metaphor. I don't care about the Game Awards. I'm just using it as a metaphor for talking about, like, popular in regular gamers' minds, you know. I'm not obsessed with the Game Awards themselves. Oh, I could just Chaos Storm on them. Oh, I can't because I... Oh. Whatever. ESO has a big in-game currency sale once or twice a year. I stock up on them so you can buy the side stories and the dungeon and end up paying less than a monthly fee. Ah. There you go. That's the renown hearts. So literally all I got now is the meta. I like to imagine someone's been watching this and it is now dawning on them that if they had just been playing alongside me, they would have made all this progress too. This was such a good patch for like length. Lots and lots of good missions in this one. Yeah, I got to do the meta and then it's just play through the story. I got to pick a character to play through the story on. By the way, oh, we're not on Liz. Liz has now done all the patches. Just by the way, guys, I did some of them off stream. Boots here to start drama. Well, you're getting here a bad time, Boots. I can't believe that as a popular gamer, you think I'm a prick. Did you catch up on the awards by any chance? You're actually surprised how few content creators did these as they released. What, the Return to stuff? Well, you got to remember, for me... where's my lack of enthusiasm for this as they came out? Well, first of all, I already have an Ascendant Amulet. Second of all, I didn't care about the Aurene weapons. I didn't like the rainbows or whatever. Third of all, I had no like weapons or armor or skins or legendaries I was making, so the mystic coins and stuff didn't matter to me. I'd already done all of this, you know. I've already played it, and you know, so I don't know. It was something I wanted to do, but didn't have that much incentive to do immediately as it came out. So yeah, the news that the Aurene weapon will turn into like a Zaitan weapon and stuff, now that's cool as shit. So that's definitely bumped up my enthusiasm here. The fact that people are actually in there with the amulet now is quite exciting to me too. So I'm collecting it on those grounds. I mean, the armory's a good patch, but the way that the armory's set up is that there's literally no point having a duplicate amulet except for the skin. So if you don't care about the skin, and I don't, it's just a rainbow, then why should I care, you know? Yeah, that Elder Scrolls sub crafting thing I've heard about a lot as well. That without a sub you can't really you can't do anything crafting. I heard that inventory's terrible as well without it as well, which is kind of a problem in Guild Wars too. You won't hear people on streams like mine talking about it because none of us think about it. But oh man, I wish I'd tagged that. That might be quite fun. Just a rainbow. It is just a rainbow. What? It's just a shiny prism rainbow. I mean, look at this. I could have all of the effects on right now, and I've opted to have none of them on. Look, you might say, oh, rainbows are cool, but the fact is, we already have, like, pink, shiny, blobby, you know, we already have this aesthetic covered. We've already got, like, white, shiny, bright, kind of, you know, like, light show shit going on. If the amulet they were offering, like, set me on fire or something, or, you know, did something different, you know, provide an effect in the lower half of my body instead of the upper half or something, maybe I'd be up for it. But adding a rainbow to this fucking cluster of already white, glowing, crazy shit, it doesn't mean anything to me. It's not fun. It's not of relevance. Oh, guys, I feel so legendary. So what should I do now? I'll just keep these on. So, yeah, I think a rainbow was a misfire. I mean, they did it Aurene-based because they love Aurene and so on and so forth. That's just a bunch of bullshit floating around you. How very dare you? I worked very hard for all this bullshit floating around me. Including the cat icon. The pink cat icon. How very dare you? Here you go. A storm has gathered across the island. Clusters of elementals remaining 2. Okay, let's go north. Here's a random thought. I always thought that Guild Wars 2 Guild Halls would make for a really good Guild Wars 1 style GVG. I know this is as distant from reality as can be, but I think about it for a second. How well would Guild Wars 2 Guild Hall work in a siege? I don't think very well at all. I can't really see how any of them are set up on any of the maps to do that. Look, don't get me wrong. Oh, they've already tagged that. Don't get me wrong. I liked that about Guild Wars 1 as well. The GVG had like home advantage and stuff. You know, you could the hall you pick to live in, you could like actually learn it strategically really well and shit. The idea that you would have like home and away games, like that was cool, and I loved the way that they got represented in Guild Wars 1. But I don't see that working in Guild Wars 2, not really. Thank you for the sub, Friends Cover. I really appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, guys. How many people actually did GVG? Well, I mean, that's the funny thing. I didn't even play much GVG myself. You know, don't let me give you the sneaky impression that I was a huge GVG player. I wasn't. I was a Hero Sent, Random Arenas guy, Team Arenas guy, Alliance Battle guy. That's basically Jade Quarry and Fort Asmund, obviously. Basically, I was into the slightly more casual formats. I never had like a static that I did actual Guild Hall GVGs on. Wait, I didn't realize you could turn off the effects and the accessories. I thought they'd said that wasn't possible, or maybe there was an easy way to do it. When did that get implemented? It got implemented probably about 2 months ago. Was it about then? Oh, maybe less than that. Maybe a month and a half. And what they said was that they couldn't do it yet, but they were going to add it as soon as possible. And they did. They added it as soon as possible. All credit to them. I get the sense from you not knowing that is that you have a very cynical mind and you completely disregarded when they said they were going to add it. And you just thought it would never happen. No, they did it. They said they were going to do it, and they did it. And it's good. I think they were pretty clear. They went on a whole technical explanation as to how it was possible for some trinkets and not others. Do you remember when the armory came in? They said, look, it's possible in some, not in others. WP have a theory that since the amulet is prismatic too, we'll be able to change its appearance along with the prismatic legendary. Yeah, I like that theory. I was thinking of that same idea. I think that's a cool thought. They haven't confirmed anything though. I think it would be a very good idea for them to confirm that. Man, they need their Twitter to like just drop little clues and nuggets of information like that. You know? They need to just throw out like a tweet and say, by the way, the amulet's going to be upgradable in End of Dragons 2. You know, shit like that. How cool would that be? I guess that would also mean that the amulet is alternatively collectible in the expansion too. They probably wouldn't want... Because like the precursors will also be able to get in the X-Pack just as we can get them in this one. So Twitter is for Aurene gift outfit giveaways. Oh no, I've been killed reading a cynical joke from someone in chat. No, the Twitter's doing okay. The Twitter's putting like armors out. Those armor tweets are really good, aren't they? I think that's exactly the kind of thing I want to see from their Twitter, you know? Here's an armor set from End of Dragons. You know what else they should do, right? I had a tweet once upon a time this year, a couple of months ago, where I was playing Path of Fire and I got a junk item in POF. There's like a box, and when I moused over it, it had really good flavor text on it. It said like, oh, smugglers use these false bottomed crates to sneak, you know, like papayas or some shit, I don't know what it was, to sneak exotic fruits or drugs or whatever in and out of Amnu, these false bottomed crates. And I was like, oh, this is so cool, I love this about POF. And I just put a tweet up with just a screenshot of the flavor text. I said, look how cool this is, guys. This is awesome. And I know it got like a really big response. People were like, yeah, that kind of shit. Their Twitter should be doing that for End of Dragons right now. They should say, here's an item you might find on Xingji. And it's just a screenshot of the item and the flavor text. You know, just little things like that, I think. Just regularly. I like tweets like that. But that's spoilers, they can't do that. I know, right? I mean... Oh, I would love to just sit down. Who is it, do you think? Do you think there's like one person that's deciding what the spoilers are, so to speak? I was going to do a video, because I'd love to sit down and just speak to them and pick their brain. Like, what the fuck they think a spoiler is. Saitang Harbour? I mean, they were prepared to reveal that. I was going to do a video. I still might do it. Literally, the whole point of the video is just asking what they're trying to hide from the spoilers. What is the spoiler? What is it that they can't move their camera to, and so on? Because I think we've got two good theories now. One is that it's mists, rips in the mists, like dimensions. And the other theory is that it's like Aurine crystal, I think, was that what the other theory was? It was bits and pieces of Aurine? Somebody came on another stream like 3 days ago and said... What was the other one? You bet it's Aurine crystals. I mean, it's a very good theory. It's a 40-year-old older Ritlock. What, on all the maps? It wouldn't get culled out when they disable NPC effects and so on. The constant mini updates that their Twitter's been giving off as of late has been super enthralling for you. You'd love more stuff like that. Hold on, am I missing some stuff that's not just the armors? Because again, I think the armors were brilliant, and that's, yeah, recent. They're hiding 6 raids per map. No, I'm talking about a very specific thing that they're hiding. They're like moving the camera away from specific map assets. That's what they're hiding. They're hiding something physical. It's not like a raid. Someone's going to come in and say they're hiding playable Tengu or something. Yeah. It's not anything like that. It's not like a feature they're hiding. It's a story spoiler that they're hiding. 2 Aurines in a trench coat. Yeah, Rocco, you keep talking about the Shiro thing. What is the Shiro theory? How on earth is it Shiro related? I don't know. You keep saying that. What could that be? No, I'm not straight out denying the idea Shiro might come back in the story. I personally wouldn't choose it, but it might have some value. It might be fun. But I don't see exactly what that would be that would affect map art. In what universe is that going to affect the maps and where they can move the cameras to when we're inside a building in Xingji or when we're out on the sea at the Jade Sea? You're just thinking on pure logic why they'd hide it so much. It's got to be something people would immediately recognize, like an enemy type. Yeah, but they cull all enemies out of the maps. They cull all NPCs, all enemies out of that Jade Sea stream. There's nothing on the map. It's just environment art. Everything's removed. And still, they won't hold their camera to certain places. They are hiding their camera. They're hiding something in the environment art. How is that Shiro related? It can't be Shiro related. Oh, miasma? Oh, the idea that the miasma's back? Okay, I mean, look, miasma might be it. Miasma could be it. One thing they definitely hid was the Harvest Temple. Well, no, I don't know whether they did hide that though. They were too far north. That Jade Sea stream was at the Gyala Hatchery. The Harvest Temple is much further south than that. Do you guys remember my recent End of Dragons Daily where I had Jade Sea footage in the background? On that video, it took me 20 minutes, 30 minutes to run from the Gyala Hatchery to the Harvest Temple. And on their stream in Guild Wars 2, they're at the Gyala Hatchery and they won't turn their camera around. It's too far away. There's no way. They just weren't anywhere near it. They didn't hide it. Oh, it wasn't Gyala? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure I remember them saying it was Gyala. I have asthma? What do you mean I have asthma? Oh, they specifically said it wasn't Gyala. Okay. Did they really? I thought they specifically said it was. I guess I got flipped on that. Honestly, you can't see them bringing Shiro back. Perhaps a new ministry honors him, something similar. Yeah, I don't know what it serves bringing Shiro back. I don't. Also, I'm a bit leery about the idea of more stories that you had to be a factions player to enjoy. I don't think that's a good idea. I think Season 4 did a lot of that already, and it was not a good move. I mean, it was a good move for me, but for just general fans and stuff. I mean, maybe what you do is you say, look, it's the end of the Elder Dragon arc. It's returning to factions in Cantha. It's basically a story that you have to have been a Guild Wars fan for anyway, so fuck it. We'll just add all that kind of stuff anyway. Maybe you do that, and that sort of makes sense to me. It's Blish in the skyboss looking down. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing you could consider being something they would desperately want to hide would be Deep Sea Dragon related. We still haven't seen anything from it. Yeah, okay, I agree with that as well. At this point, they probably want the first time you see anything Deep Sea Dragon related to be a big in-game moment. Yeah, I think your answer there is the most likely. I mean, usually the simplest the correct observation is the simplest. What's the fucking phrase? You guys get what I'm going for, right? What is that? Occam's razor? Yeah, there is this thing where it's like, maybe if you don't recognize the Deep Sea Dragon corruption anyway, then whatever. But that's the thing. For it to look good and to be striking, maybe they want you to be able to put 2 and 2 together. Maybe they want it to look like eldritch horror-y, tentacly things, or like... I don't know, maybe it's Deep Sea Dragon influence and corruption, and it obviously appears as such, but it's like being hooked in and integrated into society, and it's in machines and stuff. And that's like the spoiler, that the people of Cantha have communed with the Deep Sea Dragon and are using it to power themselves in like a major way. Maybe that Jade Brotherhood guy was happy to do that, you know, and June wasn't. So when the thing they avoid showing the camera of in the guild hall, maybe it's because in that corner there's some machine that's clearly got like eldritch energy. It's like got some fucking wiggling tentacle, and what the tentacle's doing is it's spinning a little wheel. It's like a tentacle, and it's spinning a fidget spinner, and the fidget spinner is powering, you know, the rest of the machines in the room. Thus, they have tapped into the infinite potential of the Deep Sea Dragon, and you know we're supposed to be aghast about this, and they want that to be a big story beat early on. So they're hiding it from you know. You wish we had another horror MMO? Rest in peace, Secret World. Was Secret World like a horror MMO? The only thing I ever knew about Secret World was that you had to go to the real world wiki to finish quests, didn't you? You had to look up real world conspiracy theories and like wiki and research real life shit. You had to know things about the real world to like solve their quests. Isn't that true? I wish I had played it. Is it gone? You're going to tell me no, it's not gone and I can install it. And my comment, I wish I'd played it, is going to fall flat because I'm not going to immediately go play. I heard it had very, very different quests, basically. It was very dark. Vampires, zombies, werewolves. Here's what I understood the Secret World to be. Here's the pitch for the Secret World. Every conspiracy theory is true. Every, like, what are they called? Cryptids? Cryptozoids? The Illuminati's real. You know, it's all real. Everything you've heard. Bigfoot's real. The Mothman's real. I mean, it could have done very well in the modern era. They could have had a Flat Earth quest line. They could have had a 5G tower quest line. They could have gone crazy with it, you know. That was the idea. That was the pitch. And it's a great pitch, isn't it? Cryptozoids, that's it. I always want to just say cryptids, but I never know if that's right. Is cryptids just is right? I mean, I think it's a cool idea for an MMO. There are concept art that show buildings in a large city in Cantha and a large dragon integrated in the structure of the buildings, almost like the dragon's part of the city. That was true in Guild Wars 1 as well, though. It's not Elder Dragon related. Don't forget that all that lore was written before the Elder Dragons were in the lore. Cryptids is also right. Yeah, okay. Flat Earth, 5G towers. I thought you were talking about conspiracies. Those are just facts. Oh, yeah, my bad, my bad. Okay, they can do, what's that thing called where the aeroplanes are releasing gas? What's that one? You know, there's aeroplanes in the sky and they like, what's the, chemtrails, that's it, yeah, chemtrails. Can't do Flat Earth, because that's real. But they could do chemtrails. I love how instantly everyone's like, chemtrails, they all know. Birds are government spies. I would love, you know, it would be such a cool, oh man, I would love to fuck, can you imagine how cool it would be to work in game dev, like, on like a smallish studio? Can you imagine how cool it would be to be at the meeting where you're like, okay, what kind of conspiracies do we add to this game? Where do they draw the line? Do you know what I mean? Also, I assume they emphasized more like fantastical type stuff. Like, for example, think about a franchise like A Wolf Among Us. The Wolf Among Us. No, that's a bad example. But like fairy tales. What I'm trying to say is not everything in popular culture makes it in, right? So they're not saying all fairy tales are real, right? Where do they draw the line? Because like maybe they're saying that Bigfoot's real. I mean, well, how do you define that? I mean, that's so cool, isn't it? I'm guessing that they lean more into cryptids than anything else. Pigeons went down for maintenance during the during the vid. Bird Simulator. Has it been done yet? Look up Ancient Orange. What's Ancient Orange? Birds are not real, they're spies for the governments. Wait, is that real? You used to enjoy crazy conspiracy theories, but now we've got anti-vaxxers and people rioting in Congress in the US. It's lost some of its humor. Yeah, I don't know. I actually think that the counterculture tends to be a lot more dangerous than the culture itself, you know. Like, no one would be talking about flat earthers if it wasn't for people, intellectually superior people, looking for an ego boost, just looking to shit on them, you know. They're fucking losers. There's none of them. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? But people can't help but talk and piss and, like, sorry, piss on them. You know, put them down. And so the counterculture gets huge, which amplifies the initial thing, which is pretty harmless when it's nothing in a corner. But people are so desperate to steer the hive mind. People are so desperate to like, socially shame and to, like, signal to everyone else how virtuous they are on this topic, or, like, how much smarter they are than these moron flat earthers or whatever. Suddenly, the counterculture is so big, you actually feed the culture. You get all these other people desperate for an identity, all these other people who think, oh, maybe there's something in it. And all of a sudden, you've created a shitstorm. I honestly, I do blame the counterculture more than the culture on most of this stuff. And I think what the internet can do is it can amplify that stuff to a whole new degree that really wasn't there before this sort of social media infested world we live in now. So I don't know. I mean, it is weird. I don't know whether you'd get a Secret World game now. I think it sort of had to have come from 15 years ago. When did it? How old is it? It's about 15 years old, isn't it? I think. But like, have I actually got any Secret World viewers in chat? What's like some of the weirder conspiracies they go for? Do they go for like religious conspiracies, for example? Like, where do they draw the line? What about like real world disasters and stuff? Do they have like Pearl Harbor conspiracies? Do they have like 9/11 conspiracies? You know, like jet fuel can't melt steel beams or whatever. Let's just ignore the pressure part of the science. You know, do they do stuff like that? I'm guessing that they're leery about anything that people are genuinely hysterical or fetishizing in real life, you know. Is less conspiracy, more supernatural? Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's vampires, werewolves, Bigfoot. Yeah, that makes sense. Do they do aliens? I assume they do aliens. I did hear they had like Illuminati stuff, to be fair. That's definitely more the world of politics and stuff. Do they do aliens? They do have some religious stuff? I mean, it's fascinating. Well, how does the game play? Alright guys, after I'm done with 14, I'm doing the Secret World, okay? The Secret World versus Guild Wars 2. Is anyone interested? That's going to be my next mega review. You guys interested? Please go to my Patreon. Support my campaign, and I'll know that I almost said New World there, Secret World. It's mostly just a mystery puzzle solving game. I wonder how the MMO stuff works with it. Alright, beauty! So it's just the story now. So that's done, basically. I've got to do 2 renown hearts in Istan and a couple of bounties, and this will be done, so let's go do that. Let's go do that while we talk about random bollocks. You couldn't solve shit back then? I doubt your brain is up for it today. Wait, what do you mean? I couldn't solve shit when, exactly? I assumed it's, yeah, oh, okay, you're saying it's a puzzle game. That might be fun to stream then, actually. Yeah, if anybody wants to do these bounties with me, I'll try and solo them. Did I play Halo Infinite? Just the PvP, not the campaign. I did play Halo Infinite, but just the PvP. Still acting like you'll ever get done with MSQ. I'm nearly there, right? If Endwalker didn't come out, can I just say, if Endwalker didn't come out, I would basically be done. I'm on the last quest, the last patch, right? There's just the tiny detail of them releasing an entire goddamn expansion, which is now, you know, they've shifted the goalpost, all right? They've moved the end, the end of the line. That's not my fault, all right? Do the Secret World puzzles while chat is an emote only? No, that would suck. We'd have to have a back and forth about it. I will post a lol in chat whenever you fail. Oh god. That's going to drag my ego down even further. Where do we go? All the way around. What is this? A horn? What do we call this? It's not quite a peninsula, is it? I mean, maybe you could call it that. What do you call this? In terms of geography. We're going to go around anyway. The Cape? Is this a cape? Do you go around a cape? Land. Oh, somebody said a cape. Literally. So it is a cape, is it? Nice. Do I imagine it as that because it looks like a cape? Hanging off their, like their head's here. Their legs are here. See this? Arm here. Arm here. Only a matter of time before I do that art stream. There was a quest in Egypt. There was this quest in Egypt, I think, where you had to use a cipher from a real-life short novel, and the only hint you had was the name of the operation the dead guy you found was in. Wow. Is that a notoriously crazy quest, or is that that par for the course quest? Wow. Let me read that again. There was a quest in Egypt where you had to use a cipher from a real-life short novel, by the way, short story, and the only hint you had was the name of the operation of the dead guy you found was in. That was just a torso, not a cape. No, the torso was behind the cape. It was too square to be a torso. Please don't do this. Please just let me break. Please. Oh! I did break. I had a sense. I knew that I had moved far enough away to get out of combat there. I knew I had. Oh. My calling was an artist. Being an artist was like, you know when you're a little kid and you're like, I want to be a fireman, or I want to be an astronaut. My thing was, I want to be an artist. Those prime years of like 6 to 11. That was mine. I had no idea what that would mean. All I knew was I liked drawing. Kids always come up with creative stuff like that. Some kind of creative profession. Then, of course, I became a teenager, and the job became graphic design. And then you read a little bit about what graphic design is, and it just looks like utterly soul-destroying corporate bullshit. And you're like, no, fuck that. What I needed to be told, at the tender age of 12 or 13, what I needed to be told was that I could be a concept artist you see. And then you read what concept artists do, and you realize, oh shit, this is really cool. And then you go for it. But no, all I had was like out of touch parents that didn't quite get the sense of it, or the broader world. And the only thing they knew made money was being a graphic artist. You know, design a logo for the London Olympics and get, how much did the UK pay for that again? I don't mean to be mean here, any graphics artists listening to me. I'm sure there's some true passion to be found in making fonts for multi-million-dollar IT industries. Puzzle quests in Secret World were bonkers. They have in-game web browsers because you need to search the internet. Okay, wait. You just said puzzle quests. You just categorized it. So are there quests that aren't puzzle quests? Also, how many places are there to go in the game? Oh, we're alright. How many places are there to go in the game? I like how Torment Runes regened me while I was in the air there. I appreciate this guy's downstate. There you go. We rallied you. It's all good. By we, I mean me, I guess. All right, let's go back. Yeah, where else can you go? Just Egypt, or like, what's the story there? I had a similar experience when someone could have told me I could have become a computer programmer to become a game designer. I was even coding video games as a kid. Now I'm an engineer. I plan to violently shift my career path to programming at 32. Oh, nice, dude. I'm looking out for you. That sounds quite scary, to be honest, doing a violent career shift at 32. Good luck. There are normal kill X enemy quests too. Oh, okay. Less fun. They're making AI that writes code. That's the beginning of the end, man. What was it? What's that quote? That we're a biological bootloader for true AI? Isn't that the phrase or some shit? Everyone's goal in life should be healthy enough to live long enough to see us be overtaken by strong AI. You probably need to make it about 100 years. You shifted to be a software engineer in late 20s, early 30s. There's a huge demand. Now's the time to do it. I've really have wanted to do more of that just because it would be of a value to me, just personally, you know. Have you seen those Secret World trailers for each faction? No, I don't really know anything about the game. I mean, it just came up in conversation here today. It's not that I'm like some big fan or something. I'm a fan of the idea, but I've never played it. The end goal is for us to create rogue servitors. You know, I've never done a rogue servitor playthrough, ever. As long as I can be pampered, I'm happy with it. Fuck, I wasted a lot of damage and a lot of projectiles there. Standing in the wrong place. I like this combo of the tornadoes and the ring. I like bounties, man. Bounties are really good. It's a shame End of Dragons didn't confirm doing them. It's a super strong Civic, is it? I thought it was the weaker of the Robot Empire Civics. The second world had... Wait, you're telling me there's a secret world and a second world? You never ended up switching to game dev from your field of program because of not wanting to make that big shift, and the industry's super toxic. The gaming industry is really toxic. Really? What's your take on that? Endmaster 64? My completely ignorant, irrelevant, pointless opinion about this is that it seemed the game industry had very little money, and it was people who were really passionate about games. If you really liked games, if you wanted your career to be your dream job, that's why you were in the game industry. You weren't there for money. So I would assume that culturally, I wouldn't have thought that's a toxic place to be, necessarily. But I mean, all industries have crunch and so on. Maybe the games industry is bad for that. I don't know, maybe people feel poorly compensated. You know, because it is that thing where you can have the same skill set as others, but I don't know. And then the gamers rage at you for whatever updates you put in, or for daring to make a game that would be really profitable, like a mobile game, or you know, you're nickel and diming them with a battle pass, like we saw 343 just did, and no one has any sympathy. Ah, another crash. That's the 4th one, isn't it? They're all loading screens, you'll notice. Every single one's a loading screen crash. I think it does it more on Season 4 too, by the way, than anywhere else. The game industry problems are a reflection of larger tech industry problems, but amplified and even more common. I was going to go to the shops and buy a bounty bar, but now it's nearly 9 PM and they'll be shut. Weren't we talking about a bounty bar at like 6 o'clock? If I'd stopped the stream when we were talking about a bounty bar, I could have gone to the shops and got one. Okay. Let me see here. How many more did I need to do? Return to Daybreak. 2 more bounties. And 2 hearts. Not going to opt into the legendary. Okay, so the Stormbringer, by the way. This guy's brutal. I did this off stream the other day. And twice. And he was really nasty. I was playing on... Who was I playing? I can't remember what character I was on. I don't think it was this one. Let's reignite the debate. Twix over bounty. Dude, they're both bad chocolate bars. Twix is basically the worst chocolate bar, by the way. If you want to have a Twix, why don't you just have a biscuit? Twix is unquestionably the worst chocolate bar. We're not allowed to talk about Milky Way because we don't know what country everyone's in, and some people think Monkey Way. Some people think Monkey Way is one thing, and other people think Monkey Way is another thing. You've been gone for hours and we're still talking about chocolate bars. It literally just looped back. Have you ever seen any of Lara's streams where she's working on her multiplayer game? I was there the other day helping her explain concepts to chat. It was really fun. Actually, I had no idea she was doing that. That sounds awesome. I had no idea. I only tuned into one of her streams when she was playing Winds of Change. One. I guess she's done with her project on that now. WP, what is the worst of your many bad opinions? I don't know, probably that I argued that there was clearly too much overhead to do easy and hard mode raids like 2-3 years ago, and I still stand by that. That's the one that some people seem to just not be able to get over. Is Milky Way the same as Monkey Way? It is, yeah. Monkey Way is what you say when you mess up the word monkey. Wait, what? Milky Way. Monkey Way is the word you say when you mess up Milky Way. That wasn't a question. Twix is your worst. Twix is awful. You know how there are some foods where you're eating them, you're like, this is really unhealthy, and I'm not even enjoying it. You know, there's like some times where you're like that. I feel like that always when I'm eating a Twix. Always. I'm like, fuck man, this is like a huge infusion of calories. I should at least get something nice out of this. But I'm eating a fucking Twix. Twix are awful. Twix, I don't think since I moved out, many years ago now, I've ever bought myself a Twix. Twix is like, I'll eat it if it's there. because I've been conditioned to enjoy the experience of like holding a cold chocolate bar through its like wrapper or some shit. I don't know. I don't know why I've ever eaten a Twix as an adult. I really don't. Fuck Twix. I am available for sponsorships, Twix. I'm happy to change my opinion on this. I'm currently looking for sponsors. If you pay me in Twixes, oh, imagine being paid in Lion Bars. Oh, I would have my stream sponsored by Lion Bars just to eat Lion Bars on stream. Kit Kat is worse than Twix. No, Kit Kat is Twix if it was done properly. And for what it's worth, there's a lot of good varieties of Twix, Kit Kat too. Not Twix, that was a Freudian slip. There's a lot of varieties of Kit Kat too, right? Like minty Kit Kats, or orange Kit Kats, or Kit Kat Chunky, or Kit Kat with fucking peanut butter. Twix ain't got none of that shit. Twix has Twix, and it's bad. Look, if I was going to do a chocolate bar tier list, Twix is at the bottom. I actually struggle to think of a chocolate bar that goes lower than Twix. I don't even know why Twix was in chat a second ago. Who thinks about Twix? Twix is so awful. It's not even ever... Why is it even on your mind? There are white Twix, but they suck just the same. Oh, really? Is there a white chocolate Twix? I didn't know that. See, look, but he knows what's up, that they suck just the same. Boost and double decker. To be honest, I never really had either of those. I think double decker's too chewy for me. Boost was alright though. I think I remember for a very brief time enjoying Boost. Boost was pretty good. I don't know whether you can even compare that though. I don't think it's fair to have such a like pathetic nothing of a food item like a Twix going up against like a multi-layered, dense, expensive chocolate bar like a Boost or like a double decker or something. A Twix is just like cheapy, shitty biscuit coated in a bit of chocolate, and here's a tiny drizzle of caramel there. But Twix is nothing. Twix deserves to be corralled off and put its own special little pen for like, you know, like the, oh, you're trying kind of chocolate bars. Those chocolate bars can go and compete, and real chocolate bars can go, you know, into the other tier list. Twix is so far down, it's not, you know, it's a disservice to even compare it to, like Twix, it gets compared to like a rich tea biscuit. Like just eating a blank rich tea on its own. Nothing to dip it in. It's just a rich tea on its own. That's like what you compare a Twix to, alright? Or like a stick of celery on its own. WP's opinion on Twix is making me question his evaluation of video games. You should be questioning that anyway, my friend. Legendary Smolge. I don't want to do a legendary. I guess we just wait. For WP, there's 2 in the package. Think of the savings. Yeah, oh, Twix is so bad, guys. Oh, I get a second shitty thing. I feel just as bad eating the second one. I feel worse eating the second one. I feel like I'm eating something that doesn't feel very good on the first one, and it's loads of calories, which I shouldn't eat. And on the second one, I have the guilt of eating the first. It's like, oh, in for a penny, in for a pound. May as well finish this off. Twix are too dry, and they stodge up your mouth. Absolutely, Dancing Panda. Absolutely. WP, how far did you progress in PoE when you played? Did you reach any of the endgame bosses, such as Shaper, Elder, Atziri, Cirrus? I've done fuck all, and I have spent... Let me open Steam here. Oh, I'm not going to open Steam, because it might start a ton of downloads and lag the whole thing. Basically, I've played 10 acts of the game. I reckon I've probably got 200 hours or something across all my playthroughs. But my most recent playthrough, I played all 10 acts, and it's just never clicked with me. I've done barely anything. I get out of the campaign, or I play the campaign, like hoping for interesting items and gems and stuff, and just never really get to do anything. I end up just like narrowing in to one concept, one skill, spam it a ton, beat the game, and then I'm just like, what do I do now? And I've got like sort of half currency sitting around, and I don't know how to communicate with the player base because they've got too much jargon, and then I end up leaving. That's a game that I wish I loved. To be honest, you know, I'm doing this thing at the moment where I'm playing different MMOs. You know, I'm playing this, I'll be playing 14, we'll look at Elder Scrolls, we'll look at New World, we'll look at The Secret World, we'll look at Twix Lovers, whatever, right? I'm doing it MMOs. To be honest, if I wasn't even doing MMOs at all, I'd probably kick up a PoE playthrough. Seriously, a stream PoE playthrough where you guys can teach me. You know, there's a certain magic. What I'm really enjoying about streaming Final Fantasy is I don't know anything about the game, and I'm asking people in chat, and they're, like, explaining everything to me, and the game's clicking with me, because I play it really slow, and I just, like, ask. I'm like, what's this? What's this? What's this? And people answer, and I learned the game, and it clicked. And that experience... that thing of being, like, vaguely disinterested, not quite knowing what's going on, not quite knowing whether I really enjoy it, and having chat just give me an avalanche of information that allows me to realize what you do and how to love it. That exact feeling I would love to have for PoE. Like, how cool would all of that be for PoE? So that then, like, because I get the sense with that game that my true calling is in that game and that I should be playing that. I really do get that sense with it. But it's just too impenetrable, you know? It resists me. So that's what an avalanche of Twitch viewers would help me with, you know, just constant comments. But, you know, it's not something I'm seriously thinking about because I think I should stick within MMOs. I can get people watching me playing Final Fantasy because, again, not to beat a dead horse, I'm constantly talking about Guild Wars on those streams. So any Guild Wars viewer can come along and we can talk about Guild Wars and we can make comparisons and we can see what we think. And, you know, we're noobs together, you know. If you've never played Final Fantasy 14, you can come to my stream and it's like, well, look, this is the Guild Wars guy that I know. And, you have a frame of reference that you can understand. But if I'm just playing, like, a totally different fucking genre or something, I don't know. Feels a bit weird. So anyway, yeah, Twix is bad. How would you rank the contents of a box of Celebrations? You'd have to tell me what's in Celebrations. If you tell me what's in Celebrations, if you write that out in a list, I'll tier list it for you right here, right now. Exclusive content. I'll give you my S tier first, then my A, then my B, then my C, then my D. Good, do you think more MMOs should be compared to Guild Wars 2? I think it's a fun exercise, for sure. How do you get your money back for subscription with this Twix heresy? What is there to love? Are you guys just joking around? I mean, I'm joking a bit, but I'm serious about what I'm saying. There's nothing to love about a Twix. It's completely unlovable. It doesn't deserve your defense. There's nothing to defend. Just ignore it. You should try Noita. It's an amazing roguelike. Actually, the game... I keep talking about the Game Awards here, like I am super serious about it now. But I heard that there was, like, some roguelike won, like, best gameplay category or something, and I was quite interested in that. Twix the chocolate bar, yes. No, Twix the necromancer trait. No, it wasn't Hades. Bounties, I'm in a weird place, guys, because honestly, I didn't like bounties when I was a kid. And I like them alright now, but I've never really, like, had a lot of them or cared that much about them. So I don't really know what I think about bounties. Maybe I'm meh to them. I can't say that I've ever been super into coconut as a flavour. I don't know what I've ever had, but, like... I mean, I like coconut cake, but I just love cake in general. Cake's awesome. Cake is basically the only thing that gets to me my sweet tooth, I would say. Here's a celebrations list. Oh my god, it's literally a tier list. It's quite funny. Yeah, hold on. Alright, we'll do that. Wow, there's actually a tier list for it. Maybe you should give coconut Twix a try. Is that real? Does that actually exist? Yeah, but I'm not a fan of that's not a good idea. No galaxy truffle anymore. I don't think I've ever had a galaxy truffle. Oh, inventory's full again. Oh, come on. Just hold on just a little bit longer. Fucking Eyes of Cormyr. I'll be very disappointed if End of Dragons has a bunch of items like this, you know? Where it's like 2,000 out of 2,000 sitting in the bank and they're not used for anything. That was Path of Fire's biggest misstep, that. Alright. Let's fly up in the hopes that our sky scale will keep us safe. Alright, so no, not that. I hope that's not playing music now. Oh, it is. Shut down source when not visible. That was Guild Wars 2 that you were hearing there. Where's my we were watching the internet earlier, weren't we? I set my browser up. Oh, that was in an FF14 stream. Okay, hold on 1 second real quick. Oh yeah, it was on FF14. Hold on. Copy. Paste. Okay, this should work. Ready? Alright, there you go. Okay, so... Oh, there's not even many in it. This is rubbish. There's hardly any. Okay, Bounty. Bounty is like low tier. It's not that good. It's an alright chocolate bar. It's not the best in the world. Because coconut isn't the best in the world. I mean, what else is there to say? Bounty, by the way, if I have like any immediate association with the Bounty bar, is my nan. Old people, they're not cool. I would never go for them. Now, Galaxy Caramel. Galaxy Caramel is pretty goddamn good. In fact, I'm going to put it in God tier. Galaxy Caramel's awesome. Galaxy Chocolate's good. Caramel's good. Good, like, ratio of, like, outer shell to caramel on the inside. Now, when you're eating one of these, you want it at just the right temperature, okay? You want it cold enough that, like, Galaxy chocolate has to be cold on your tongue. When it's just cold enough, it's good. But you don't want this too cold that the caramel's got really thick and sticky, all right? You want it to feel a little bit runny. You want to feel that sweet moment where you put it just between your teeth. You just press down a little bit. You hear that satisfying little crack. And then all the gooey caramel pours out, drips all over the middle and the back of your tongue, all around the bottom of it. And then you, like, you know, you bring your tongue down, you bring it to the top of your mouth. Excellent. That's what you want from the caramel. You don't want it to be too sticky. That's not the right way. So, God tier. Caramel Galaxy God tier. Now, just straight up Galaxy, as far as I can see, that's just a chunk of Galaxy chocolate. Now, that's pretty good as well. I almost want to put that in God tier, but you don't get the, you know, the texture difference. There is a certain nice enjoyment to this, though, of, like, just squeezing right the way, pressing right the way through the bar with your teeth. And you feel, you know, it's firm the whole way. And then you've got, like, two little chunks that you can juggle around on your tongue for a moment. You press them together and you start to feel them melt. Again, you want this at, like, kind of a colder temperature. It's definitely a top-tier chocolate. I love me some Galaxy. Next, we got Mars. Mars bars are okay, but I feel like they're a little bit, you know, cloying. They're a little bit too dense. They're also very sickly. You know, if you really love a chocolate bar, I think it's important that the chocolate bar is binge-eatable, calories be damned. Now, Mars bars, I can never really do that because, you know, I start to feel sick even fairly quick. Now, we are talking about a box of celebrations here, which forces you to be bite-sized. But I don't know. I mean, they're just a little bit too dense. Mars bars, to me, are pretty basic, you know. I grew up around a lot of people who loved Mars bars. They're like, to me, the default chocolate bar. Therefore, not that cool. Not that incredible. Now, Milky Way is very similar to a Mars bar here. In the, they're very sickly if you eat too many. But Milky Ways are lighter. And they don't waste your time with any of that caramel. I love Milky Way. A proper Milky Way. I don't know about in a box of celebrations. Actually, in a box of celebrations, they're even better. Yeah, I think Milky Way is excellent. If I'm putting my hand in the box, I'm getting a Milky Way out before I get a basic Galaxy. Milky Way is awesome. I kind of think that the bigger form factor chocolate bar, which has a different proportion of chocolate to filling, is better. Because the filling is definitely, you know, the pristine part of a Milky Way. But even in the smaller form factor, chocolate's good, right? So whatever. Nice bite-sized little thing. Snickers. Again, if this was a full-size Snickers, I'd be putting it in God tier. I love me some Snickers. When I was younger, I wasn't too into the peanuts. Nowadays, I think there's a lot going on with the texture there. You've got all the chunkiness and the carameliness of a Mars bar, but on top of that, you get a bit more texture on the outer chocolate, which has got like a kind of bumpy, like bubbled kind of feeling to it, which you can run your tongue along before you actually go for that initial bite down. But once you're actually on the inside, you've got all that lovely stuff from the peanut itself too, which can add a little bit of extra crunch there. Yeah, I think that Snickers is great. I don't think it's God tier, and to be honest, when we're dealing with a box of celebrations, I wouldn't aim for it first. I think it's mid-tier, unfortunately. It's definitely better than a Mars bar, but it is mid-tier. Now, next, we've got something really tricky. I love these little guys. This is a Malteser Teasers. It's like a Malteser, if I remember rightly. Like the biscuitiness of a Malteser. But again, isn't there a little bit of caramel in these? Or some kind of like nougat thing? They're really good. I love Maltesers Teasers. In fact, we have a new God tier. The Maltesers teaser goes to God tier. You know another thing that I really appreciate about these? Just the shape of them. Just they're almost like, you know, sort of spherical feel as you pull on the wrapper and you unwind it, you watch it spin. That can happen to a certain extent with these other more rectangular ones. But here, there's something really satisfying about pulling that Maltesers teasers out, running it between your thumb and forefinger, and, you know, just popping it in your mouth. Ah. I do like these a lot. And, again, what was I saying wasn't good about the Mars bar? What wasn't good about the Milky Way? How bingeable they were. This, because a good proportion of it is the kind of biscuity, very light, fluffy center of a Malteser, you can binge the hell out of these. Just as you can binge the hell out of Maltesers themselves, but these are just that little bit more decadent, a little bit more indulgent. Much enjoyed. Twix, I have absolutely nothing to say. It's a terrible chocolate bar, and you should feel bad if you've ever tried to eat one. There you have it. That's how I'd rate a box of celebrations. That is the order I would eat them in as well. Well, Twix is on the list because it has to be, because it comes in the multi-pack. That's not a bad multi-pack, by the way. If you want a box of celebrations, that's not a bad choice, is it? Right. Oh, we did Bounty Hunter. Cool. Okay, so we got 2 Renown Hearts now to do. One of them's the library. The library's always such a pain in the ass to do unless a specific event is up, and then it's fine and easy to do. Also, why can't I see the heart here anywhere? Why can't I see the heart of the Corsair Flotilla? I don't know where it is. Oh, we crashed again. God damn. That's another crash. Library's easy. Just run in circles and press F. Oh, yeah, on the upper ring. You're right. Yeah, you can spin all the mirrors up there, can't you? Yeah, spinning the mirrors. Yeah, good point, good point, good point. Unsubbing for this Twitch hatred. Twitch is a crappy bar, guys. I'm going to do a poll, everybody. Anyone who's alt-tabbed, can you just tab back in real quick for an important poll, please? Can you just vote in this poll? Is it good or not good? All right. Not good doesn't mean bad. It just means meh. Twix is the meh of the chocolate bar world. That's it. Okay. Well, let me phrase it this way: good or meh. All right. Is what I want to hear. Is Twix good or meh? Okay, you can vote. Okay. So I just want to get a sense here of how right I am. Candy Smith Demelza just subbed. Thank you very much, Candy. What an appropriate thing to be written in your name there. So yeah, get your votes in on the Twix there so that I can hear how well it goes. Thank you very much for that sub. You're getting us closer to our goal here of 900. I don't think we're going to make it to 900, by the way, guys. I think that we're going to have a big sub crash soon because a lot of those came in at the end of Shadowbringers. You want to disagree? You're contrarian. No, I didn't start this because someone said Twix is amazing. Someone just said, "What do you think of Twix?" And I just said nakedly, I wasn't countering anyone. I wasn't being a contrarian. I just said Twix sucks. So I just want to know if you think it's good, or if it's literally one of the worst chocolate bars. Oh, bullshit. 62% saying it's good at the moment. I'm not happy with that. Guys, seriously, can you alt-tab above chat? You don't need an account. Just click into the poll. And what you need to do is go to the poll and click meh. Okay? You need to go to the poll and click meh. Twix is meh. Okay? Can you guys just do that for me, please? I mean, I'm trying to put on a show for you here. You would have thought that, you know, people would want to, you know, show me how much they appreciate all this content by just voting about the Twix bar. It's fine. Everyone has their taste. You genuinely like Twix. Look, I want to say I don't hate Twix. I don't think it tastes bad. I think it tastes like nothing, and it's not worth its caloric budget. Okay, let me put it that way. It's not worth its if I'm gonna eat chocolate, if I'm gonna eat caramel, if I'm gonna eat biscuit, I'm not gonna have it in a Twix bar, man. What a waste. Too dry. That's a great phrase. That's a great phrase. What about Toblerone? Now, Toblerone's pretty good as well. I mean, Toblerone is not in the conversation here, though, but I do like me some Toblerone. Listen, guys, can I just say, next time you go to the airport and you're in the duty-free section, I want you to buy me a packet of fags and a Toblerone. All right, I don't need the packet of fags. I don't actually smoke. But get me a Toblerone and I'll be happy. You know, you're on holiday. Oh, we got to get gifts for the family. Just get me a Toblerone and I'm happy. It has no draw to it. Nothing that says this is what Twix tastes like. It's just chocolate and sugar that's been shaped into a rectangle. Exactly. I guess it kind of has that ripple texture on top, you know? It's kind of got that, like, waved, like, kind of heaped caramel kind of thing, where you can imagine it, like, gets drizzled out on top and then the chocolate covers it. I get that. Okay, by the way, what are we running circles doing now that we've got these mirrors done? Anyone know? Misaligned telescopes. Do we just spin the telescopes, really? Oh, come off it, guys. It's not like caramel that I just described on the Twix there is so much better than, you know, how they could ripple caramel onto anything else or do. You know, it's like what I said with the Snickers bar. Read the notes, then do it. Look, believe me, I like this area. I like the actual law books. I like reading the notes. I like investigating the law and stuff, but I've done it lots of times before, and at the end of the day, I'm just here for the return to achievement, so I'm just going to press F on these. Hey, WP, when you're burned out on MMOs, what do you play? I don't really have, like, a format answer to that question. Soaked papers, maybe? Oh, God, but this is going to be cashing them in, innit? Use a nearby heat source to dry them off. I don't know if I've ever actually done this. Like this? Do you want me to give this to you? There you go. Aha! I've never done that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I play lots of games. The only games I really don't ever play are racing games and sport games. Also, the past few years, to be honest, I've been a massive mono gamer for Guild Wars. My opinions about other games are probably quite weak and not very insightful and not very good because I'm such a Guild Wars fan and I've been such a Guild Wars geek for so long and dedicated so much of my, like, not just professional time, but free time, you know, to this game. And so I don't know. I do play other stuff, but it's not like I burn out of an MMO and I say to myself, ah, this is the genre for me now. That's not happened to me enough that I would have, like, sort of a snap thought on that. This event, Champions Dawn, we can just kill mobs, right? You want me to read erotic fanfic to you? What's the going rate for that, then? That's the WP OnlyFans. You go out and buy a Twix Bard tomorrow just to spite me. What's a Twix Bar? Oh, a Twix Bar. Yeah, post it on Discord if you do so. Isn't Twix just Kit Kat but with caramel? No, 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 no. First of all, okay, I'll explain to you the true beauty of a Kit Kat bar, alright? I'm going to articulate something to you guys right now that you all know to be true, but you've never been able to adequately describe or consider. The true beauty of a Kit Kat bar is the chocolate on the sides of the bar, which is somewhat triangular in shape and is thicker towards the base. And it's as you bite into the Kit Kat bar and you feel like that side wall slide off, and there's a good chunk of chocolate at the thick end of the wedge at the bottom of the triangle that you can sort of feel melting away there. So like on the one bit you've got like the wafery kind of biscuit of the Kit Kat over your teeth, and on your tongue you've got like this hunk of chocolate that you've just sheared off of the edge, comfortably melting. That's the true beauty of the Kit Kat bar. It's that sweet bit of like thick chocolate near the base on the wall, and you get to experience that twice. And Twix doesn't have that. Twix is useless, thin, shitty, nothing tasting chocolate all round that gets cloyed up with the caramel and the crappy biscuit. We talked about this too long. It's not even funny anymore. Can we rate Royal Dance cookies next? I don't think I've ever had a Royal Dance cookie. Wait, is that like the purple tin? You give me a link to a tier list, I'll do it. But I don't know off the top of my head all of those. Is that like it's a biscuit tin, right? And it's got isn't one of them like circular and it's got like little coconut shavings on it or whatever? Ooh, Kit Kat and salted popcorn. Is that a thing? Yeah, like people use it as a sewing kit tin. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Twix versus Kit Kat survey. No, I'm not doing that because not enough people voted last time for mine to win. So, you know, I'm not just doing a poll for a bunch of contrarians that want to make me feel bad about my correct worldview. Do you know what I mean? I could do without that stress. You've got to think about my mental health, guys. You know, I've got a lot of my identity built up, in my opinion, of the Twix. So I don't want to keep going in circles, obsessing where the hive mind is wrong and I'm clearly right. You know, it's just not good for my mental health. Quality Street again. Guys, I'm not really the guy to talk to about chocolates. I don't know anything about chocolate really. Quality Street. What's in a Quality Street? Isn't that the one where it's like people like the purple one? Isn't that the marketing they did? Why aren't I getting any heart progress here? Is killing people not really offering much? Holy shit. Oh, I collected the apples just by running over them. Oh, that's interesting. See, End of Dragons could do a lot of this stuff as well, you know. Like mounts. Interacting content. Oh, this isn't bad. Oh, another thing, by the way, another thing that Final Fantasy does in its patches is beast tribes. You can think of a beast tribe as like their equivalent of a renown heart thing, but they're much longer and they're much more like regular. Again, it's a thing that makes people feel like their home is in the MMO because like a beast tribe comes with the patches. I just spent 30 minutes talking about chocolate bars because I was prompted to. I don't really know. I don't really care. Honestly, I couldn't tell you what's in a tin of roses. I don't think as an adult I've ever bought a tin of roses. Ever. I think tin of roses only seem to exist around Christmas. At other people's parties. What about pie? I could talk about pie for a while, I guess. I like both sweet and savoury pie. The king pie is... Now don't be mad at me, alright? The king pie, it is non, you know, there's no debate. The king pie is chicken and mushroom pie. And of course the pastry has to be just right. A little bit fluffy. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed to point out that I quite like, you know, I like puff pastry. And there are some certain chicken and mushroom pies that you can get that will, you know, you want like those air bubbles in it, you know, like the big ones where it's very flaky, very thin. And it's like a little bit thick and squishy. But yeah, it's you got to have a good amount of the filling in there. It's a chicken and mushroom pie. Yorkshire pie. I don't really. What's a Yorkshire pie? I don't really know what that is. WP's idea of a perfect pie is chip shop chicken and mushroom pucker pie. Yeah, like a pucker pie. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's a good pie. What do you want from me? Oh, look at that. We're done. Plasma weapons. Oh, I think I've still got one of those. Cornish pasties are good. I'm not much of a fan of a Cornish pasty. Cornish pasty's a bit like a Twix, where it's like, okay, this is alright, but I'm eating fucking pastry here. I'm eating some dense fucking pastry. I'd best really be enjoying this, and usually I'm not enjoying it that much. You know, so again, there's a lot of foods that I would eat as a teenager, as like a kid, that I just wouldn't do as an adult now. Not with this super sedentary lifestyle. It's just, you just can't justify it anymore. You know. All right. Oh my god, that was the last item in my inventory. Please let me just stand, please. Are you gonna? Have you fucking tagged me or some shit? Okay, are we dead? Okay, we're good. Right. Yeah, I got the plasma skins. So, Mr. Coins, 6 coins, some clovers, I believe. Let's, where can we go stand that's pretty? And I won't be getting randomly attacked. Oh, I was so sure I was about to get hit by that enemy there. That loyalist. Please no crash. Thank you. The free Black Lion weapons are under raid. Yeah, I agree. Pretty cool. It's definitely a good part of the patch. This is where I recorded my attributes video, by the way, which isn't online yet, but this is where I recorded it. Okay, so let's clear her out, shall we? You. Maybe I don't do you yet. You. Double click the key so it becomes, instead of 2 items, only 1 item. These 2. These. Consume that. Pick one of those. Get rid of it. Okay, 9 phylacteries. Asuran Ancient Power Cores from Draconis Mons. I got that just the other day doing the Draconis Mons stuff. I didn't stream any of that. They're all individual items. That turned me into a mini spider, but whatever. See, these items here, this, like hand spar, this, right, this is like what they need to start doing for more players. This type item, you see how you can click it and it's got a power, condition damage, toughness, or a healing power thing? ArenaNet, this is what you need to do. Go back to the new player experience patch that you did. Look at all of the items like this. Integrate them better into the game where people can buy them a bit better. And instead of using this shitty UI, use your new customized UI to have these like mini legendaries, right? I can always swap between these, it should be. These sets. And it only exists for a level 18 hand axe item, but whatever, you know. Anywhere that they had those, they need to integrate that into the customized menu. It would be so much better. Right, open those. Alright, that's fine, but we can get a big meaty deposit or collectibles here. See? And we can get through the rest of the champ bags now. Get you. 10 of these champ bags. Karma. 20 of these champ bags. What have I got? 250? 500? I've got 1,000. I've got like nearly 1,200 pieces of gear here. More than that because of the rares as well. 84 rares. Jesus Christ. The game's balance of item economy and stuff at this point is just nutso. It's really crazy. Just from a little bit of playing. Just a tiny little bit. Now, clicking all of these and then sorting them out is going to be a bit of a pain. So I won't go the whole hog here. What's this? Oh, that's the light of dirt on my plate. Sell the junk. Medallions. More medallions. I think we're generally alright there. More medallions. Big juju. And some Shiro items. That's level 76. That kind of sucks. Alright, well, yeah, I'll finish this all off stream here now, guys. But that's it, guys. That's the stream today. It was just meant to be a little one. I can't believe I've streamed for this long, actually, already. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Really appreciated it. Thanks for all the back and forth, the fun chit-chat, listening to the ramblings and rantings from earlier. And, yeah, if you guys are interested, again, let me just restate for the Guild Wars fans, Final Fantasy just had a new expansion, and I'm on its doorstep. I'm about to start off, so if you want to see what the hype was all about and whether it was worthwhile and so on, just like I do, then check out the stream. Tomorrow is almost definitely the next Final Fantasy stream. If you scroll down, you can see on the schedule when I'm next live. You can see, you can click follow as well to see the two. And keep an eye on the YouTube channel. I'll try and put this attributes video on. Yeah, thanks everybody. It's been lots of fun. Take care now. Enjoy your chocolate bars or whatever. And I'll see you on something tomorrow. Take care, guys. Sweet dreams.